MDMA 175 gram pills are like $7.50 around here. Is it more expensive in the US? I don't know what that means. 150 milligrams? You mean? You must mean 175 milligrams. 175 milligram pill for $7.50. That sounds fake to me, but I could be wrong. So for 750 euros, that sounds way too cheap. I would assume that if you're buying 200 milligrams of MDMA for 10 euros, I'm guessing you're getting fake shit. That'd be my guess, because that sounds really, really, really cheap to me. But what do I know? Most of the people that I've seen selling MDMA pills are usually selling around 100 to 150 for anywhere from $15 to $20 a pill. That's usually what I see for pressed pills. I've seen as cheap as $5 or $10, and I've seen as much as like $40 or $50. That's like generally where I see it. This guy's saying there's a lot of MDMA in Europe, so I don't know. But also my drug buying experience might be very limited, and it might just be in California, so maybe what I'm saying is really wrong. I don't know. How much are shrooms? What do we pay for shrooms? Anywhere from $5 to $15 for, I think, an eighth. I think. Damn, when was the last time I bought shrooms? It's been a long time. $40 for an eighth. The guy that I got it before had a super cheap hookup. I think it was $5 to $15, I think, is what I was paying for an eighth. I think it was around $15, I think. Ooh, but it's been a long time. Mushrooms are pretty cheap from what I remember. And then LSD is like, I think like $5 a tab for like 100 micrograms in general. But the average street price is 3.5 grams for $50. The ones we got for a Recful, I think, were $20 for an eighth. $50 for an eighth sounds crazy. Well, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. I could be wrong. People are saying $10 a gram. Damn, okay. Maybe I might have had like a really good connect or gotten a, because I think one of the guys that I bought from was like doing like some dark market or black market. No, dark web, like mass buy shit. And they were in capsules too, so I don't know. Don't listen to these fucklords, your prices match. I don't know. $50 for a gram. No, hold on, let's be real. No, you're right, wait. I'm getting gaslit. $50 for a gram of, a full mushroom trip is 3.5 grams, right? About an eighth of an, 3.5 grams is 1/8 of an ounce, right? Am I making this up? Yes. You're paying $150 for a mushroom trip?
Yo, I like playing League.
You said
Don't get me wrong. I'm not, look, I like playing the game. I like playing Hecarim. I enjoy the game. I do. For the record, I can play this all day and I'm good. I'm happy. I'm just saying that I know what the game needs to continue because I'm a psychopath and I could sit here and talk about this game and talk about the competitive side of it for hours at a time. Hours at a time. I see what everybody's doing, what's good for the scene, what's bad for the scene. Things that are good for the scene, stuff like champion anonymity. Things that are bad for the scene. Why would I go into a game can I see everybody's name until after the game ends? That's bad for the scene. Why should I know? Why should I know that my teammate's fucking around? I should just know after. Hey, why did we lose? Oh, I analyze it. Oh, that sucks. I got dealt a bad hand. Okay, cool. Like, whatever. Right? Everybody going in, talking about how many games someone played, all this negative bullshit. Bro, fuck off. Play the fucking game. Shut your fucking mouth. Right? People want to bitch after the game. Play the hand you're dealt. Right? I always thought that the reason why top rank was called Challenger, you'd be good enough to become a pro. So I initially figured there would be events that involved Challenger players. Oh yeah, hell no. Hell no. You get to Challenger, nothing happens. Bro, you want to know why so many people are mad at me? Because when I made Challenger, no one cared, right? Just like a bunch of people made Challenger, no one cared, except I started making coaching videos. One after another, after another, after another, after another. All these guys, tons of Challenger players, better than me, didn't make any shit for years and years and years, and then come back, Nice isn't good enough to be Challenger. No shit, dude. I've been coaching for like 2 years straight, right? I have to go Let's go prove that I can do it again. I'm in Korea. Fuck it, right? Bro, they're just mad. Think about it. They invested all that time. All that time. They could have been grinding, coaching content, probably from a better position, but they didn't want to help anybody. They didn't want to do anything, man. They didn't want to teach any of you players. They're just fake. They're frauds. I could sit here, yell at a dude about Darius for an hour and a half, and do it again and again and again. I could do that all day because I like teach people the game. I like talking about the game. I like helping people get excited about playing games, right? I did hit Challenger on NA, dude. You didn't fucking screenshot or record videos of this shit. No, like, that's the thing. No one gave a fuck. Adrian Riven, top 10 player on NA, literally went on a tweet and a thread and was like, Nice has been in my Challenger games before for years. No one cared. No one listened. I just laugh at it now. It's so stupid. It's like, oh, bro, well, he didn't make Challenger in the past like year or so, blah, blah. But bro, I made Masters literally on NA last year. Like, you guys pretend I didn't. It doesn't even, that's the thing, it doesn't matter. You guys make it matter because I made money. That's it. It's all money. It's all money driven. You go, wow, he's right. He did make more money than me. Grr, I'm mad. Dude, you'll never make the money. It doesn't matter if Challenger matters or not. You'll never make the money. You can try to tear me down. I'm not gonna get torn down. It doesn't matter. You'll never make the money regardless. I could be broke tomorrow. You'll never make the money. Doesn't matter. Because you'll never make the videos. You'll never make the content. You don't care about helping other people. You'll never make the money. That's why there's better players that when they put their coaching up, they get bored of helping new players because they're narcissists, they're weirdos, they don't want to help other people. Okay, that's fine. Point proven though, you'll never make the money. You just can't do the job. It has nothing to do with rank. It has nothing to do with... it has nothing to do with it. I'd be a fucking silver player. I still would have made the money doing this. Doesn't matter. The only reason that I'm even playing in Korea right now is because I'm still a fucking gamer. It's so weird. You won't make the money anyways. It doesn't. That was my money to make. I just can't. It's so crazy. They've been bitching about it forever. I'm still here making money. Yeah, Swag. Swag makes way more money than I do. And you know what Swag does? Swag takes a bunch of players and rigs the fucking bronze game. And Swag does things that are way worse. He like rigs a bronze game. He gets all his bronze players together. He shits on them. He like flames them when he loses. And no one bats an eye. And I honestly, I tried to do it, dude. I tried to do it. I did chill knees. I was like, maybe if I do like low elo games and like stomp noobs with weird builds, but actually play ranked, people would give a shit because it's ranked. Do you see a trend here? That's me pretending that ranked matters. Ranked did not matter at all. I could have taken you guys and I could have grounded you up and said, hey, play against me. And I could have taken my worst players in my community. I could have shit on all of you guys and did chill knees, lied, and did the same thing as Swag. And probably would have been more popular because the average viewer is fucking dumb. Just like the average league content creator is a shit business person. They're dumb as fuck. He rigs the bronze games, makes triple, quadruple, more than anybody, makes more than I do, makes more than anybody else in the space does. Stomping noobs, bronze players. And no one says shit. I make videos trying to help people in fucking bronze and silver and gold, right? They've never played the game at a high level at all, right? They go, oh, this guy's making too much. Bro, y'all just mad that you didn't make money when you were good at the game. That was it. They're mad because they know I stole the money. I stole it in terms of I grabbed all the fucking spots, I grabbed them up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to put in the effort to coach people. It wasn't a competition because they were not going to make the money. Not everyone cares about making the most money. Yes, you do, you dipshit. That's why you're in my chat. It's the only reason you're here, because you're mad that I made the money. Why else would you be here? You didn't give a shit when it was $20 coaching. You didn't give it a shit when it was $5 a sub. Guess where I was when I built my sub count on Facebook? Does anybody here remember? Dude, I love shitting on these people. $5 to be a sub on Facebook. I would watch your replay and coach it. No one said anything when I was saying challenger review. No one cared. The minute that it got up to $350 for a private coaching, which I'm still getting bookings on, by the way, all of a sudden everybody gives a shit. Brother, all this stuff is real talk. This is real reality. You will never make an hourly off of hating, dude. You will never. Dude, I just can't. It's only been about the money. That's exactly it. No one would have said anything unless there was wasn't an hourly. I'm not railing against anybody. I'm just pointing it out. It's like, dude says not everyone cares about money, but the people that are hating, that's all they care about. Any more games? Yeah. Sorry, I was in rant mode. That's all. I mean, I can't. I'm jealous of, see, that's the thing. That's how you know I'm real. Because I can sit here and I call it like I see it. Right? I see a bunch of mad motherfucking socially awkward kids that are arguably probably better than me at League of Legends, but we're too fucking short-sighted and narcissistic to actually go and market themselves and give back to their community and grow the game, because all they care about is looking good. They didn't want to build anybody up. They never want to build anybody up. That's why when anybody tries coaching, the coaching content dies within a couple weeks. I've seen other coaches' stuff. They don't want to actually coach anybody individually. They don't. There's only a handful of coaches that actually want to put up with it and tolerate it. And they're the people like on my site, or people like, there was that guy, Jap Import, that was on. There's only so many people that actually would do it and make the hourly on it. Most people just try to dip into the hype behind the live coaching, and then they want to go back and do their little grinds, right? Because they don't care about other people. And so I know from my position that I sit here and I look out and I go, Swag was making a lot of money doing that. So I try to do the same thing, right? The Chill Niche channel did not make that much money. It did okay, right? It didn't make nearly as much as Swag made, right? And I was like, well, fuck, my videos are just as good as Swag's, and I'm not rigging the fucking games, right? And making bronze, you know, making bronze stomps, like rigging the games. But guess what? I can admit when I'm jealous. I wish I could do what Swag was doing, some form of it. That seems like the easiest shit ever. I'd love to do that. Right? Yeah, I didn't rig them. I played actual solo queue games. So the KDAs weren't as crazy or whatever, but we were still climbing, doing random builds. Right? And I commentated all of them, just like Swag did. Right? But I'm man enough to go, well, I was jealous and I wanted to make it work, so we tried to make it work, right? I didn't go, ooh, Swag's such a bitch. I'm gonna make a tweet. I'm gonna make a Reddit thread. Boo-hoo. Swag is an evil person and he's so bad and he's ruining the integrity of the game and blah, 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 blah. He's scamming his viewers. His viewers don't know that he's not as good as he thinks he is. And they get all butthurt and mad. I didn't do that. Did I? Did I? I didn't do that shit. Why? Because that's how the game is work. That's how the game runs. You knew what you were doing when you did it. You knew that you were trying to make money. You found out that a dude 10 years older than you makes way more money, and you lost your mind. That's it. Dude, way older, probably way worse at the game, made more money, and he just can't handle it. Like, oh, you only made Challenger in Season 6? Oh, you only made Challenger on LAN. I made Challenger on NA, I made Challenger on LAN. You got a fucking backpack sitting right there. It doesn't matter. No one gave a fuck. How many Challenger players have I had to coach? How many Masters players have I had to coach? How many Diamond players have I had to coach? Very, 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 very rarely people. We have to coach. You don't even have to be that good to coach them. Most of it's mindset. Oh my god. Yeah, a Reddit burner account. Yeah, I said a Redditor can't afford my coaching. That's true. Most Redditors can't. That's why they're on Reddit like, you don't need a coach. you don't need a coach. All you need to do is watch guides. Dude, wait until those guys find out about personal trainers. You know how much I gave Chris Baggett, my personal trainer, to make me get in shape? I gave that dude like tens of thousands of dollars. He was teaching me how to bench press every other week. What am I gonna do? Go to the trainer? I'm gonna go, you're not training me. I could have learned this on my own. What type of bullshit is that? And why is every single time a Redditor say that shit, people believe it? The Reddit guy's like, I'm a broads Redditor. I don't need any coaching. Yes, you do. You suck at everything. And yes, they can't afford my coaching. What the fuck? Of course they can't. They're Redditors. You get a free account. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Yeah. If you buy a coaching, you're dumb. Yeah, it says Tyler won. He played 40,000 games of League of Legends without a single coaching. Great. Yeah, okay. Sure. If you're a multi-millionaire who could do nothing but play League of Legends, sure, you can definitely go ahead and bypass the coaching. Yeah, I'm sure Tyler one never had a fitness trainer, never had a guy tell him how to lift. Holy shit. These are the dumbest motherfuckers in the world. Gamers are the dumbest motherfuckers in the world, guys. I swear to God. I swear to God. I don't know what even got me on this rant, but they are so dumb. I cannot. Jesus Christ. He makes too much money. Woo. Oh my God. And they can't stop talking. They've been talking about me for months. I have like weird incels pulling up my VODs. This guy's not good. And he like watch my VODs. Are they guys make a video? Niece might be racist. Or some dude make a video. Niece is hard stuck for a month in a harder server. He's bad. He's watched. Like these guys like. Oh my God. You. And it's just a collective like beta male. Like beta male bitch mode tornado of just like an entire gamer. It's this the most toxic gamer culture in the world, and they're just so fucking mad that they just could not do anything with this game. And the pro scene's like they say I'm a scam. They say I'm a scam. You go try to be a Riot pro. You win in the top of their fucking pipeline, and the Riot. And the Riot company doesn't even let you play pro. You go like 5Fire. I got 5Fire in my coaching staff. He's like one of the best players in NA. I got Shogo in my coaching staff. He's one of the best players in NA. Riot won't even give him a job. Oh, my sides hurt. I can't. Riot won't even give him a job. The best players in NA. The teams are like, nah, dog. Our click said no. What the fuck? They say I'm a scam. I put all my content on YouTube. Anybody can watch it and see for themselves and choose. And he scammed us. He scammed us all, boys. It gets the more that I distance myself from the community and just embrace. It's just so funny, dude. Oh my God. Ugh. My sides hurt. I just hurt myself. I think I pulled a muscle. Dude, I cannot. I can't with it. It's so... Bro, wait till they find out about Bill Belichick, dude. Bill Belichick. Could Bill Belichick throw a football in NFL right now? I don't think he could. I guess he can't coach. Jesus. Eventually, I'm gonna fucking climb on this server, which is fucking insanely stupid. I will still climb on this server. And I'm just gonna look back and laugh at him again. Over and over. Bro, it's hard work. You just gotta work, man. You just gotta care about people and work, or care about the thing that you're doing and work. That is it. Jesus. Nah, someone tried to bill me for flight instruction. I said, you don't need a coach, you're exploiting me. Yeah, bro, you can learn how to fly on Flight Simulator. Reddit said so. It's the same thing, same controls. You don't need a flight coach. You don't need any of that. Like, oh my God. Dumb fucks. Dude, you imagine the real scam. You know what the real scam, the people that got scammed were? I'll tell you the real people that got scammed. Dumbasses who thought that playing League of Legends and Challenger would magically warp you into having a fucking business or money or anything or pros or a chance at pro. That's a scam. You know who else that got fucking scammed? You know who else? Dude, you know who else that got scammed? The people that thought that, like, in this scene, right? The people that thought that Riot gave a shit about you at all. They just did not, they don't give a fuck. That's the real scam. Oh my God, dude. All right. I'm done for now. I know you guys are waiting for me to game, but I need to go take a break. I need to find out where this green screen went. Because I ordered a green screen and I don't know where it went. And I need to do this. I need to clear my conscience because I feel bad because their support people called me. Oh my God. I actually just made myself laugh, dude. It's because I never speak candidly about this stuff because it's just, but I realize now, like, it really doesn't matter because all these people have had so many years to fucking do some real shit and they just don't do it. It's like I said, just this bitch energy. I shouldn't use the term beta males because it's like, it's so intertwined with like this fucking red pill shit. And that's not even what I want to call it. I don't know what to call it, but it's totally the most weak-willed fucking spineless sheep mindset I have ever seen in my life. How are you gonna, I don't know. I can't keep going. I'm just gonna rant my brain off. All right. I'll be back later on. I gotta handle some bullshit. We'll come back and we'll game some more later. I hope you guys like the chat. I'll see you guys later on.
This is a gaming monitor that is hard to believe actually exists. It's an OLED panel in a 27-inch form factor running at 240 Hz. I've spent about a week testing out this new monitor from LG. There is a lot to talk about, and today I'm going to show you pretty much everything that you need to know. Now, firstly, OLED, why is that so exciting? Why is it such a big deal? Well, due to the way that OLED panels are made and each pixel being self-emissive and not having a backlight passing through it like a traditional LCD display, there are some really cool qualities that come with that. Firstly, the response times are absolute madness, like they are virtually instant. And secondly, because each pixel can switch completely off, you can achieve true blacks and really deep looking images. Now, I have a bunch of numbers to show you today, lots of cool slow motion footage and stuff like that as well. But before we dive into all of that, I just want to show you quickly what this looks like next to an IPS panel. So over here we have a 1440p monitor. It's actually the PG27AQN from ASUS, which happens to be the best 1440p monitor on the market. Both of them here are set to a fairly comparable brightness setting. HDR is of course disabled here for both, but take a look at how much more depth there is on the OLED. I mean, it really is just a night and day comparison. In person, I will say the difference is a lot more dramatic than what you're probably seeing here on camera, but even here you can hopefully appreciate how much deeper and richer the OLED panel looks versus IPS. And I've got to say, at least in terms of like image quality, this is easily the best looking gaming monitor that I've ever seen. Like just the overall punchiness of the image and how clear everything is. The dark areas, they look truly dark and they have depth to them, and the bright areas don't have any of that kind of like haze that you see on IPS. Everything just looks a bit more 3D. Also keep in mind that the PG27 here, it's a pretty top tier monitor in terms of IPS panels. It's by no means a bad looking display, but it just goes to show how much better the OLED is in comparison. Now, some of you might have noticed that the coating here, the kind of surface finish that goes on top of the panel, is not a glossy finish that you'll find on most OLED displays like a TV, for example. And here instead, it's technically a matte finish. It's more typical of what you'll find on a gaming monitor. That sounds like a really bad thing to slap on top of an OLED panel, but I actually like this like a lot. Personally, I don't think it's taking away too much at all from, you know, the OLED experience here, and the coating itself, it's not as matte as what you'll find on other gaming displays. It's hard to describe, but the coating here, it's just very clear, and I don't feel like it gets in the way too much. Don't get me wrong, I'd still love to see what this would look like with a truly glossy finish like on a TV, but image quality wise, I'm not disappointed at all. And let's not forget, glossy panels do have their drawbacks as well. Now, typically I don't mention image quality too much when it comes to gaming monitors and stuff like that. You know, usually if it's a 1440p monitor, it looks like a 1440p monitor, and if it has good colors, well, we kind of know what that looks like. But this OLED panel, it's different. Like the image quality is just really, really phenomenal. It's probably like one of the strongest qualities of this display, because, you know, we haven't had a 27-inch OLED monitor before, and I'm telling you, it looks very different to the 27-inch IPS that we've been so used to at this point. I would go as far as saying that, you know, it's a 1440p monitor, of course, but you sometimes feel like you're gaming at 4K. Like that's how clear this monitor is. And, you know, you might be gaming at medium settings, but you kind of feel like you're gaming at like ultra or even beyond that, because all of the lighting and the depth just looks so good. But now let's dive a little bit deeper and talk about those response times. Ever since picking up an OLED display for my living room, I've always dreamt about what it would be like to have that same tech packed into a much smaller gaming monitor. What would it feel like? What would the experience be like versus some of the fastest monitors on the market? Could this enable a truly zero motion blur experience? Let's start with the numbers. Here I've used NVIDIA's LDAT to measure the monitor's gray-to-gray pixel response times, and the last few monitors that I've tested this with have been actually absurdly quick. Like the 360Hz Zowie and the PG27, they both average around 1.5 milliseconds, and as we've seen, this allows for very minimal motion blur. As for the new LG OLED, that averages just 0.1 milliseconds. Not only that, but with just 5% overshoot. What does this mean in practice? Well, it means that basically every frame that is displayed on the monitor is almost flawless, like virtually no ghosting, virtually no overshoot artifacts. When paired with that ultra clear image quality that you also get from the OLED panel, you just get this super consistent, you know, slideshow at 240 Hz. Every image is just so clear all the time. Now, to further test response times and to better visualize what these numbers actually look like in reality, we use the UFO ghosting test from blowbusters.com. Essentially, what we're looking for here is the clearest looking UFO possible. So comparing the 360Hz 1440p from ASUS to the new OLED, we can see that with just a 0.1 millisecond response time, we do get a pretty clear image, but surprisingly, compared to the IPS, which here has a 1.5 millisecond response time, it's not like leaps and bounds better as the numbers would suggest. What's interesting though is that when we crank up the UFO movement speed, so the UFO object is now kind of panning across the screen a bit faster now, they start to look pretty similar. So even with a 0.1 millisecond gray to gray response time, motion blur, at least here on the OLED, in the UFO test at least, is not perfect, especially when you consider how far away it is from the Diac Plus result on the Zowie 360Hz. Where the 0.1 millisecond response time can be noticed though is with ultra slow motion footage. So on the left here we have the 360Hz Asus, and on the right we have the 240Hz LG. And I mean, in every single comparison, the OLED has almost no ghosting and is like hyper detailed. Now I will mention we are pixel peeping ultra slow motion footage here, like it's borderline a bit of a meme, but you can actually see this in gameplay. Like the OLED just has this visual quality to it where everything has so much detail and depth, even in fast-paced moments. Now another thing I was really interested to test out here was the input lag, you know, how fast the display can react to clicks and movement, and how fast essentially it can draw a new frame. Because on one hand it has instant response times, but at the same time 240Hz is not exactly the fastest thing on the market. Here we're looking at the amount of time it takes for a mouse click to register as a flash on screen. So over 150 samples here, green is the 360Hz Asus and blue is the 240Hz LG OLED, and averaging it all out we can see that there's a pretty small difference, but it is a difference nonetheless. It is actually the 360Hz PG27 that's 1 millisecond quicker, and this is about the difference that you would expect comparing 240Hz to 360Hz. Interestingly though, when both panels are running at 240Hz, the IPS panel on the Asus still seems to respond just a fraction quicker. And when I say a fraction, I really mean it. You know, like we're looking at super slow motion footage here, captured at over 6,000 frames per second. In real time, this is not even close to being noticeable, but it's still pretty interesting to see. Now, another big difference between these two panels is how bright they can get, and unfortunately, the new OLED just doesn't get that bright. I measured right around 200 nits on a completely white screen, which is not that great. Basically, if you set 100% brightness on the LG OLED, that translates to about 40% on the Asus PG27, which at peak brightness can almost reach a blistering 500 nits. So look, if you're playing in a very bright environment, the OLED just isn't a good choice. But I would say that for most people, it is actually fine, especially if you play games with your shades closed or during the night. I personally found 200 nits to be sufficient. I will admit, during my entire time playing on the monitor, I always had it set to 100%. So it is something to consider if you need a really bright panel, but I think most people's setups will be fine. There is one setting that you'll definitely need to disable though, and that's the luminance power saving setting. Essentially, this is like an auto dimming feature that is based off of power consumption. It's really weird and super annoying, and the monitor won't actually be able to achieve its full brightness in some scenes. So just make sure to disable that and you'll be fine. Now, speaking of out of the box settings, default configuration, when I first powered this monitor on, I was shocked at how bad it actually looked. Like, for some reason LG set the default white point to 8500 Kelvin, which just looks awful. Like, everything has this blue tint, everything is overly cool. It just looks so terrible for such a premium display. You can easily correct this though, just go into the color temperature settings and set it to the setting called C1. That will give you basically a perfect white point at 6500 Kelvin, and basically what that means is that whites will be actually white, they won't have any kind of warm tint or blue tint, it'll be rock solid and everything will look perfect. I'll also quickly mention the color performance at this point. The sRGB mode for people who want to use that is very accurate. It's just a touch oversaturated in some colors, but overall still very suitable for color work. But of course, most of you will want to use the monitor in the wider gamut modes where you can achieve a massive 95% of DCI-P3 coverage. Now, there's something else that I need to mention on this monitor that is a little bit strange, and that is the sub-pixel layout. So within each pixel on your display, there is a red, green, and a blue element, and usually they are ordered in exactly that arrangement: red, then green, then blue. The new LG OLED, on the other hand, it's different. It's actually red, then blue, then green. Now, why does this matter? Why am I even bringing this up? It's because text and other elements in Windows look a lot worse than you'd expect with this different sub-pixel layout. So a bit of a comparison of some zoomed in text here. At the top we have the 360Hz PG27AQN, and the bottom is the new OLED. We are zoomed in pretty deep here, but this is actually something that you can notice just from a normal viewing distance and during normal use. So I would 100% say, if you're an online illustrator or designer, or maybe you just read a lot of text and documents on your display, I would really just recommend avoiding this monitor until there's proper support for this sub-pixel layout. Another thing that is affected by this, and it's kind of why I noticed it in the first place, some elements in games can also just look a touch different. Like my crosshair, for example, in Overwatch 2 has this darker edge on the left, which is not how it looks normally. Normal 3D rendering though, games for example, that stuff isn't affected by this at all. Now, the very last thing that I tried out on this monitor was HDR HDR, which is something that I'm actually pretty keen on. You know, truly good HDR can transform game visuals. It can take something that looks 2D and turn it into something that you can almost reach out and touch. Now, HDR is not something that I have a lot of kind of in-depth experience testing, but what I can say is that the gaming experience is definitely worthwhile. Like, if the games that you play have good HDR support, I don't think you'll be disappointed here at all. LG claimed that the new OLED can peak at 1000 nits while in HDR mode, so things like gunshots, fire, bright lights and stuff like that, they'll just pop off the screen a lot more than your typical SDR mode. HDR is really something that you can only experience and see properly in person, but you can kind of appreciate that extra brightness through a good camera, as you can hopefully see here. Side by side, you should be able to see a slight difference, which again is a lot more noticeable in person. Doom Eternal, for example, has really good HDR support, and this game just really comes to life on a really good HDR display. On the new LG OLED, it's an absolute blast. You've got those inky blacks, you've got that super clear image, that 240Hz refresh rate, and again, that extra pop here and there from the HDR. I think this is like a perfect example of what this display looks like at its full potential. Now, there's not much to say about the exterior design. It's a pretty basic stand with height, swivel, and tilt adjustment. Most of the menu controls are accessed through a small remote, which comes in the box, and that also includes controlling the RGB lighting, which you'll see around the back. For those interested in what settings I've been using with this monitor, I'll leave those down below in the description, but it's only a couple of adjustments to the kind of default Gamer One profile. But yeah, overall, you know, there are just so many good gaming monitors out at the moment, and even between these two, it's hard to say that one is just so much better than the other when they do things kind of differently and they have their strong points and whatnot. But I will say that the new 27-inch OLED is just...
that would make women look bad.
Okay. I mean, obviously I don't think that the fetuses are quite human yet, but that's probably like a whole other conversation.
I hope I'm making sense. Like, I know I feel like Camille Paglia when I talk.
Who's that?
She's one of the OG anti-feminists. I guess technically she's trans, but I don't think she identifies as trans. But then she's got some weird relation to the Nambla people, so I don't know how good it is to mention her. But the way that she talks is very all over the place, which is where I'm at. So I'm trying my best to be as articulate as possible, but I do have a pretty quick thinking mind. It's very hard for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Where do you want to go from here? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Where do you want to take me? I think like the abortion debate is so like dead to me. I have an entire like point counterpoint situation for abortion, but it's just like I think it just comes down more and more to this is a human life that you're ending, a human life with potential, and some people just choose to end it for reasons, and I don't agree with it. I think that conservatives are delusional about how to handle the situation. They want an all-out ban when abortion is as old as... So whenever women figured out they could unpregnate themselves, I think it's about as old as that. And yeah, so I mean, I get some heat because I think it should be regulated on a state level. And they're like, oh, well, don't you think it should just be completely federally illegal? I'm like, that's really cute that you think that would even happen. Like, it's really...
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably not going back to that. I feel like we have like I think we're very, very, very far apart from each other in a lot of these things. So I don't know, like I can't really, if I tackle with any of the higher level concepts you're saying, we're gonna have to like go down into like really deep stuff to figure out where our disagreements lie.
We can if you want to. I know that you're more progressive than me. I'm socially conservative. I know that I'm Christian. Obviously, I'm Latina. I'm in an age gap marriage. I think that the red pill is helpful if you look for things that are going to help you with your life. Like the fact that it helped me to get married and pregnant is sad because I think women should have educated me on that and not a bunch of dudes on YouTube. But I digress. This is where we are at. So.
What do you mean when you say you're like in an age gap marriage? What does that mean?
My husband is 23 years older than me, and then I get a lot of opinions on that because I'm young, I'm Latin, and then obviously it's creepy and I've been groomed even though I approached him when I was 25. So that's always a good time. That's always fun. And I think that infantilizes women. So, like, yeah, like the chat is like, oh my God.
So, sorry, just to understand. So you were 25 and he was 48?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He looked good to me though. Mm-hmm.
Are you worried about like raising children?
Am I worried about raising children? You mean like because I might outlive him?
Well, you might walk him. Like he'll be, what, into his 60s, I guess, when your kids are teens. Do you have like, are you worried that like, oh, like maybe I'm gonna have to take care of like him if something goes wrong medically and my children at the same time or something, or?
I've thought about a lot of these things because it bothered me at first. So when I was attracted to him, I had a lot of cognitive dissonance. I didn't know what to do, and I felt like it was just something that I should run from because I guess it's atypical these days. It is. Like, I know the red pill's like older men and younger women. It's like a match made in heaven. Like, it's an outlier. Okay, like, stop it. Right? But I think I would have really missed an opportunity at love, at a good quality love, if I had not taken it. But it does come with compromises, and I think women need to accept that they're going to have to make some compromises in dating. I compromised on age. It comes with some, responsibility, but you have to choose your hard. So have I thought about me having to take care of him in old age? Unless he has a genetic disease, I don't think that that's going to be a problem. He's very physically fit. Like, I didn't marry, like an average middle-aged man. I married a physically fit one, much stronger than me, more disciplined, and I think that it would be better to have a quality marriage with polarity, so somebody that I love and I'm attracted to. That I would rather have that and it be shorter than to have a longer marriage with somebody that's kind of like mediocre and I'm not really that into. Like, he's just that guy to me. So
I mean, I don't
made.
disagree. I mean, if you told me you were 16 when you met, I'd have way different feelings on it. But if you're
well,
25, yeah, I mean, if you're 25, the age gap is like a red flag, obviously, but like a red flag doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. But if you chose because you were looking for an age gap that big, I would say there's probably something bad going on there. But if it just happened to be the guy that you met and you love him and there just happens to be a big age gap, I mean, it's a big one, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, I don't think.
No, I've thought about it because he used to keep me up at night. It was like, this doesn't seem, logistically, it doesn't seem like a smart decision, but I think romantically, it is the right how
Sure. I mean, how long have you guys been together for?
We've been together, I think, 2.5 years, and then we'll be married for a year at the end of the month.
Gotcha. How old is your first child?
So that was a miscarriage that I had. So I've been pregnant twice. This is my second time. This is going to be our first child.
I thought when you said you'd been pregnant twice and I thought you had one child and one miscarriage. But you mean the pregnancy you have right now is your... Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very public about that just because I think it's important for women to understand, like, as much as we want to shield women from the biological burden of reproduction, bad things still happen anyway, and I think it's just better if we kind of accept it at times. But that's been an interesting journey where I'm like, is the medical sector helping me or hurting me this pregnancy? I can't decide.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, that was just something so that's what the red pill helped me with, right? Because I felt some type of way. I was like, he's older than me, I shouldn't do that. But then they explained, here's logically why an older man who has resources, who is physically fit, might be attractive to you. So that was one thing. The other thing was, I'm a big believer in pheromones and histocompatibility. I'll know if I'm right on this. I'm running kind of an experiment, but I found out that I'm a carrier for a very damaging recessive gene for like a bad disease. I'm not going to say what it is, but I think I'm married today too because I like how he smells. So he's getting tested for this same disease, and if he's not a carrier, I'm like, yes, like I won the histocompatibility lottery. So I'm excited about that to see how that goes. But you can ask like tons of questions about it because like I think there's some stuff in the chat. People think like red pill grooming. No, like he certainly didn't groom me. And my husband did show me the red pill, but it's because I was complaining about women to him, and I didn't know what to call it. I was frustrated. I thought that there was something wrong with me. I'm like, why can't I hold female friendships? And then I ended up realizing like, oh, well, maybe there is something culturally wrong with women. And then, aside from that, there's a lot I could get into. I think that women are lied to on so many things about this fake sisterhood. It's like, it's not a real thing. These girls are not your friends, in my opinion.
Are girls not friends with other girls, or?
I think girls are seasonal friends with other women for the most part. But I think I'm also at a disadvantage. I'm not trying to be mean, I think I'm smarter than a lot of women, and so I think it just makes it hard to socialize with them. I genuinely feel depressed when I talk to women who are not as smart as me, and I don't think that I would be smarter than you. I think that I don't know. My husband thinks I'm 115. I don't know. So, but it's very depressing to socialize with other women, and so I thought for a long time, oh well, like obviously it's me. He ends up showing me some red pill stuff. I knew what to call it, and it's just I have a lot of problem with unethical female behavior that occurs that there's excuses for. I think it's really damaging.
What's an example of unethical female behavior?
I think women get away with child abuse.
What is child abuse, man?
So there's 5 forms of child abuse: verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, and is it sexual abuse? I think that might be the last one. I think women get away with things that if fathers were to do them, they would be publicly admonished or put to jail.
Like, do you think that fathers don't engage in any of these, or do you think that they don't engage in them because you just don't parent as much, or what do you think?
I mean, I know men and women are capable of aggression to the same degree, except when it comes to like physical aggression, men actually hurt people. So women will physically aggress, but it's not, it's not that physically damaging, harmful, I would say. So we're both equally capable of aggression, but whenever we hear about child abuse, we only hear about it from like the male perpetrator side of things. That's usually the caricature that we see in academia. I think there's a big chunk of academia that isn't looking into female propagated child abuse, and I think that children don't even know what to call it. I think that they're just like, oh, my mom was strict. They don't think upon reflection, oh, my mom physically assaulted me, my mom emotionally neglected me, abused me, blah blah blah. But if it was their father, they'd be very quick and able to label that and address it. So I think like women get away with these things in this gynocentric social order, but I don't think it just happens with families. I think that women can also be abusive and what we would call abuse if a man did it. I think women do it to other women too in friendships. Does that make sense? Like verbal abuse or like verbal manipulation, emotional manipulation, stuff like
that. Okay. The problem is every time I ask you a question, we open up like there's like 52 different fucking doors to go down.
You can pick them. I'll follow your lead. It's all good.
Oh, okay. I need a drink for this, okay? Give me 1 second. Not like an alcoholic
Yeah,
drink.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time. Is he speechless in a good way or a bad way? I'm reading the chat. Also, it is so hot in here. My face is pink. What do we have? Alcohol. Yes, we go. We all need a drink. How am I cooking? You guys can ask me questions about my life. I'll answer it. Like, honest, look, if my life had been different, if my life had been easier, and I think I wouldn't question so many things. But I had a very hard life, and then I go to academia, and these people swear they know so much about low SES brown people. And so, I actually was a social work major. I had to leave the program because I felt like they weren't helping anybody. I literally felt like they weren't helping anybody, so I bounced. I ended up doing anthropology, but it's like. If you're born with a decent IQ in the ghetto, you make some observations and you're like, I feel like there's problems here, but academia can't address any of them because they're scared to look racist. And I'm like, you guys are making it worse. Y'all are making it worse. I'm like, please help. Social sciences are over 100 years old. What the hell have these people accomplished? What did I like about my husband? He was charming and direct. Successful, blue eyes. I think I have a thing for blue eyes. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to watch the chat. Oh gosh. Do you not think that your mindset be skewed from the machismo underlying the Puerto Rican community? So, I could see where you would think that, like the machismo part, but I grew up in a single mother home. So, when I think about there wasn't that much of a dominant male presence for me to have experience with machismo to the degree that you're saying. So I understand machismo. I can tell you about machismo how I see it now. So machismo, how I see it now, was when I was younger, the typical Latin thing is you come of age and you get slut-shamed, period, right? But, so I have a brother, he's very good with the girls. This kid can do whatever he wants. He can just have a new girlfriend every week. Not that he's doing that, but he can just do whatever he wants, right? So that point of machismo, because if we're gonna do Marianismo, which is Mother Mary, and then we're gonna do like machismo, you know, the sons kind of get treated like Jesus. They kind of get away with a lot more. So if you want to talk about machismo, that's how I've dealt with it. I think there was one instance where I did deal with negative, aggressive machismo from a man. Yeah, that was true, but that didn't last very long. So I wouldn't say that that's like skewed, that there's no way that that could skew me, because I don't think I had that much of a male influence. I think I had more of a like a gynocentric matriarchal influence. So, okay, what other questions do we have? Would you allow your husband a one-way open marriage? No. Why? I have respect for myself. Okay. Don't you think feminism tries to counter this machismo attitude? No. Here's the thing about feminism is like, feminism, from what I can tell, and this is my interpretation of it, feminism from my interpretation is, like, they think that men are inherently bad. And it's like, if y'all are trying to liberate low SES brown women, what's a way that an average education woman, I'm talking to your chat, I'm sorry, real quick, but what's a way that an average education woman could double her household income? Like effing marriage. But like, these feminists don't want to do that because that would make men look good. So I'm like, y'all either trying to liberate people or you're not. Like, don't play with me. All right, what's up?
Okay, can you give me 2 or 3 issues with men that aren't caused by feminism?
2 or 3 issues with men?
Like, what are 2 or 3 bad things about men that aren't caused by feminism?
No. I mean, I would blame it on biology, though. I don't know if that's allowed. It would be hard for me to think of like social stuff unless you propose some ideas. But biologically, I think men trend toward, culturally. Okay, we found one. They're proponents toward narcissism. That's really annoying. That's super annoying compared to a woman's proponents toward, you know, being borderline. Yeah. But the narcissism in men, if they have it, like, it's
okay. I don't know if that counted. Hold on, because it felt like you found a way to throw women under the bus at the same time. Like, men can be narcissists, but like, oof, at least they're not borderline. That's what women do on the other end of it.
No, I think they're equally bad.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say one is worse than the other. But I think there's people like that are capable of killing people on both sides.
Sure. Do you think when it comes to like destructive social order stuff, do you think that it's like mainly women that are involved, or do you think men and women share the blame, or do you think men and women share the blame, but it's all driven by feminism?
I think men and women share the blame.
Okay.
Yeah, because you know the manosphere, the red pill, they're like, men lead, women follow.
Sure.
I'm like, well, this
when
doesn't
you say,
seem to be
yeah,
going
when you
well.
say gynocentrism, what do you mean by that? Gynocentric society?
I think that women are put in a higher social status than men based on their sex, just in general, when it comes to politics and marketing, but I would tie marketing to economy.
So politics and marketing. So for politics, it's vastly overrepresented with men, isn't it? When we look at presidents, when we look at people in Congress, when we look at elected officials all over the country, right? And then I think for marketing, kind of, but like, is it fair when there's an artifact for why women are marketed to more, and isn't it because men tend to be working and then women are the ones that go out and do the shopping? So in a way, like, women are marketed more, but it's not because they have more opportunities or more money or they're preferred. It's just because they tend to be the ones that control the household budgets, because the men are the ones that are able to work and earn the money, and the woman has to just go and shop.
I don't disagree with you on that. Well, I mean, there's probably something to dig into that, but I want to go back to the politics.
Sure.
I mean, I understand that. Like, here's my thing. Like, if I had to think about an actual patriarchy that I think might exist, it would be the George Soros patriarchy, where, you know, the highest of high value men, just the ones that are running this whole globe. I think that they use women, and sometimes, you know, our emotional tendencies biologically, I think they want our dollar, and I think they want our vote. So you're talking about, like, yeah, well, you know, men are more represented in politics. Number one, I don't even think women want to be in politics like that. I think that's personality differences at the extremes. But well,
hold on, wait. I'm sorry, wait.
I
want to do a thing. Whenever I say something that you disagree with, you can stop me immediately. One of the reasons why the conversation is difficult for me is because you'll say 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 things that I all disagree with, building towards a part, and then it's hard for me to like step in and say anything. So what you just said there, that like, I don't even think women want to do politics, those are like extremes or whatever. I kind of agree with you broadly, but I would also say broadly, men don't even want to do politics. The reality is that the people doing politics are all at the edge, right? It's the edge of men and the edge of women.
Okay.
Right. So I agree with you that women broadly don't want to do politics, but I think that's the same as men who broadly don't want to do politics. I think there are some women that want to do politics. People like Hillary Clinton, AOC, Marjorie Greene Taylor, like that exists on both sides. Probably not as much as men. Even in my perfect liberal, progressive, egalitarian world or whatever, there'd probably still be more men in politics than women, but it'd be more equal than the representation we see now. The only reason I give this as an example, though, is because I think you said that you made it sound like women were overrepresented, had an advantage politically, and when it came to marketing. I think those are the two things you gave. So now you're telling me that women don't even want to do politics and seem to not be overrepresented politically, so I don't know what you meant when you said that. That's kind of that.
Well, because you were talking about politicians and you weren't talking about voters. So like we're voting for these men first and foremost, right? And I mean, granted, it's like all we have to choose. I think overwhelmingly when people run, it's usually men. So that's what you were saying, like, oh, there's a lack of representation. And in my eyes, there might not be because of the amount of female voters. Right, and I think that I just think that women don't necessarily want to. You said it too. You know, even at the extremely small 20% of people that like want to do politics. It's not a real number. I'm just going off of like Pareto principle. There's 20% of people that want to run for politics. Like there's probably less women than that. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm on that.
Okay. So I'm looking this up now because I should have known this, but I didn't know. I'm looking at gender gap in voting in the United States, and it seems like quite a few more women. Unless I'm misreading, it seems like quite a few more women vote than men in the United States.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. We outnumber men at the polls and for registration, so that would just be further to the point where we might actually live in a gynocentric social order where women make the overwhelming majority of political decisions.
Sure, but then I still don't know if I can say that gynocentric. But then if that is the case, that women are voting more often, this is oftentimes a talking point I'll give in response to like BLM advocates. Well, it's like, well, why isn't the criminal justice system changing? It's like, well, it changes at the local level, and at the local level, it tends to be older, affluent, white people that are voting. So the criminal justice system, these people don't care about the criminal justice because these people aren't getting arrested. They don't care. But if it is the case that women are massively and disproportionately showing up to the polls compared to men, then you'd expect people to appeal to them. Isn't that the system kind of working as intended?
You mean that if women are voting more than men, wouldn't we expect more female politicians?
No, not female politicians, but for politicians to appeal to them, right? Like if I'm in a city, yeah, I'm going to appeal to.
I think they do.
Yeah, but I think they should. That's the system working as intended, right?
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, I guess in my perfect world, I would say that you'd have to be a net paying taxpayer to have the right to vote. That's where I'm at. I think that would get rid of.
That get rid of like half the population, though. No.
I mean, you're gonna vote selfishly if you vote for a system that pays you. And I think that's like an actual problem. But I'm
maybe
maybe
it might be an actual problem that there are such disparities in societies between what people are able to offer society that we kind of need a system to like equalize it out. No. Like in any society, you need people that are going, not to be crass or anything, but like some people have to be janitors, some people have to be working at McDonald's. Like society doesn't work if everybody's only an engineer, right?
Yeah.
But if these people are necessary to the fundamental upkeep and function of society, right? I might be the biggest hotshot in the world, but at the end of the day, I want like a server to bring me food. I want somebody to keep my apartment building clean. Like I need these people. I don't think a world order works where I get to vote and they have no say in how the system is ran just because I happen to be doing a job that is more valued in society than they are when I need them to exist to do my job.
Yeah, but I think we're, kind of equating blue collar workers to not being net taxpayers.
Because blue collar workers are probably almost never net taxpayers. I think it's like the bottom.
Think?
I think that the bottom 50% of American society doesn't pay federal income tax. I think it's a net negative. I think for bottom 50%.
Okay, so can you? I don't know how you would look this up. So I know the median income for men is somewhere around 52,000. The median income for women is somewhere, I think, in the 43,000.
Wait, is that true? I thought median income for men was like 39,000. We can just look it up. We can look it up. Sorry.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to see, like, if that's true. Damn.
Our tax system is very, very, very top heavy, right?
I would be much more brutal than that, just because I grew up in a community that I feel like the children are paying for a lot of bad decisions from the parents because we have government bailouts.
Well, I mean, the children pay for bad decisions, but they also inherit like consequences of the good decisions as well, right? Like, yeah, we've got to deal with bailouts and shit, but we have like the internet, right?
Okay, if you're talking about on the whole, are things getting better? Yes, but we still have these like predisposed well, these children that are predisposed to kind of suck and never realize their full potential because, you know, mommy chose Uncle Sam over trying to figure out like love. But I mean, that's like not even necessarily women's fault. It's a Gen X mom and baby boomer mom problem. They suck.
Well, I feel like everybody's parents sucked, right? Isn't that kind of the point? Didn't everybody's parents have issues? Like we complain about some things, but I feel like everybody's. I feel like everybody had issues, right? And everybody's right.
No,
I don't think so.
So obviously everyone has issues, right? But if we're looking at the influence of SES and positive outcomes, then, you know, there is a big difference. Yeah, I've met rich people that have problems. They're different problems. But
oh, I'm sorry. When I said everyone sucks, I wasn't comparing class to class. I was just saying gender.
So I think every player that plays ranked league has experienced the tilt phenomena. The feeling where no matter what you do, you always have 4 losing teammates and you're against Faker himself in lane. Games are unwinnable and you wonder if you'll ever win a game again as you queue up after your 5th straight loss. This kind of gameplay pattern and its consistency among the player base has long been thought of as something that's been integrated into matchmaking. Community dub losers queue and inversely winners queue. It feels like the game just wants you to either win or lose, whether it's through underperforming teammates or maybe something else. In this Reddit post, this player presents his theory that Riot's matchmaking algorithm secretly passes damage buff/debuff to one team in certain games in an effort to nudge the game towards a desired outcome. To this, Riot Aubrawn had a pretty insightful response. In this wall of text, he says, "I laugh manically and twirl my mustache as I deliver 5 invisible HP to the team who's collectively been playing the game longer." Okay, we definitely don't do this, but there is one point I think I can help clarify a bit. Also, take into consideration what percentage of your ranked games are just complete stomps from beginning to end. That doesn't seem right considering matchmaking is supposed to be composing teams from a pool of players allegedly fairly equal in skill level. Teams of equal skill levels does not necessarily resolve in close long games. Snowball is really powerful in League. Take 2 teams who are equal skill, put one jungler on Elise and one on Kindred. If Elise decides to invade Kindred at level 1, coin flipping, stealing red and killing her, we've all seen those games where Kindred basically doesn't get to play anymore if her team didn't draft lanes with strong priority. Conversely, take the exact same teams in a meta where it's tank junglers and tops and scaling mage mids. A lot of people consider this boring by the way, which is why it doesn't stay often like this for long. And that game might be a 40-minute slow, quote-unquote close game. In both cases, the matchmaking would be the same, but most players would consider the second game to be a quote-unquote fairer one than the first. There are a lot of in-game factors that affect perception of fairness that aren't actually the matchmaking, or even out of game factors that can't or shouldn't be accounted for, like someone deciding to first time a champion or play while they're extremely tilted or exhausted. I think his response is good, but I also just don't know if I'm completely satisfied with there being no matchmaking bias at all. Some days it feels like I can't lose, and others it feels like I can't win. Surely it's part of the addiction algorithm to give you a perfect balance of being satisfied and not being bored with the game. But maybe I'm being overly skeptical. What are your thoughts on matchmaking? Let me know in the comments below, and for more League news, click the video on your screen. Bye!
Minions have spawned.
As the title would suggest, the popular manga Attack on Titan is a story with a lot of titans in it. But when did you notice that these titans were actually humans? The scene where Reiner just plainly says, "I'm the armor titan, and he's the colossal titan," was quite a shock for most readers. We find out later that there are 9 intelligent titans, including Reiner, who can transform at will, and that there are also normal, mindless titans, and these were all originally humans. At the beginning of the story, most readers assumed that titans were just titans and nothing more, but there were hints even then that they were really human. These were perfectly laid out, showing the genius of the author.
Strength build, Elden Lord look in general, Radon. That's nice. Good job, Luca. Okay, they fucking took our boy down, dude. The balloon is down. It appears that a missile fire from one of the F-22s is what was used to shoot down the Chinese high-altitude surveillance balloon. So, for all the speculation and all the conversations that we had, yes, you can still absolutely fucking blow up a balloon, okay? If you can track it on a radar, you can use a radar honing missile, okay? That's, from what I understand, you can definitely fucking, you could definitely blow up anything that you can basically track on a radar. Okay? I thought you weren't doing serious news today. Brother, this is not serious news. This is, I mean, this is sad news, but I wouldn't say that it's like super serious.
Oh, damn. Stop. The shot is going at it right now. Oh, shit. It's hit. It's going down. What?
So my question is this. What happened? All of a sudden, you're fine to blow it up? You fucking liars. For the past couple of days, you're like, oh, we can't blow up the balloon because, like, what if there's, you know, collateral damage? What if the fucking pieces of the balloon fall on top of civilians? Like, what's up? If it's Myrtle Beach, you don't give a shit. It went over the Atlantic. That's why. I mean, if that was the case, they would have fucking shot it over. You know, they would have shot it over Antarctica when it first fucking came into U.S. territory. They've been tracking it for days. They were like, it's Florida. Who gives a fuck? You might say it's because it's over the Atlantic, but I like to think that they wanted to shoot it over Florida because they don't care. Did I say Antarctica? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, Alaska. I am so fucking... Dude, I gotta take a day off, man. I'm fucking... My brain is not working. Okay. Wrong poll. So it was only above America for 2 days, and they claim it was for spying? Yeah. Okay. So, couple different things here. I know the Pentagon has said, like, this is a surveillance equipment. This is surveillance equipment. This is surveillance equipment. This is definitely like a Chinese spy balloon. I'm a little iffy on that. I still don't fully believe that narrative. I think, like... Do I think it was like a weather balloon gone awry? Maybe not. But it just like kind of doesn't make sense as to why they would just like use balloon surveillance when balloon warfare, as we talked about already, has a long history in the United States of America, including you know, the Japanese balloons that would firebomb American cities, which during World War II, which actually ended up killing 6 U.S. civilians, which the government at the time stopped the dissemination of information on. They basically you know, hid the truth about balloon warfare back then. But I am not. I just don't believe that like a balloon can fucking own our defenses. Okay? I just don't think that a balloon can own the entire U.S. military. I think it's just like, it's a double whammy, right? I mean, as you can see, they very clearly blew it up. I think that it's a double whammy. One, it whips up the fucking battle drums against China, right? Well, China is spying on us. China's spying on us. Of course they're spying on us. They spy on us all the fucking time. We spy on them all the time. We use balloons overseas for surveillance. We also use, and this is a much better way to do surveillance, like on the ground surveillance outside of satellite imagery, Cessna planes. Why the fuck would you like put an expensive piece of machinery like that on a balloon and then float it over when you have very limited movement, when you could just like, you know, literally put it on the ass cheeks of any kind of surveillance equipment on the ass cheeks of a plane, any kind of surveillance equipment on a Cessna. We use it all the time, right? Like, we have many different ways of doing surveillance. China has many different ways of doing surveillance. It just like kind of doesn't make sense to do it on a balloon because of the limitations. You know, there's just like genuine limitations with movement when it comes down to using a balloon. So I think they just wanted to, you know, bang the war drums a bit, right? They're like, oh, dude, China's making fun of us. They're laughing at us. They're sending balloons over our border in our airspace. No limitation when you control the weather. Oh, shit, you're right. Actually, that's a big 5-head take right there. China controls the weather. Therefore, they control the wind currents. Therefore, the balloon that they sent over our borders was full of fentanyl. And on top of that, they control the weather, so they control wherever the fuck they want the balloon to go. And they're making the frogs gay. Anyway, so yeah, there's a video footage of it. We'll watch it in a second. But I think there's a second balloon in Latin America too. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But, you know, they said it was like, you know, they said that this balloon was not gathering any intel that like they couldn't get over satellites or conventional methods that they already have, which is true. Which is why I always thought like it was strange that, you know, the balloon became like a bigger deal. And, you know, they have shit like this happens all the time. From just 8 months ago. They're actually doing to others what they claim is being done to them is they cry airspace like little babies with sheer entitlement and delusional belief that they own the world and do whatever they want to so gross and depraved. The Chinese spy balloon hysteria really revealed the deepest recesses of the unhinged paranoid U.S. imperialist psyche. They were so offended and scared that a random object was flying over their land, something they inflict on the world the entire... This is so true. This part is so real. Like... This is a very real...
a dead body on my property.
Can you tell if it's
I know,
male or
it's freaking out.
female?
It's a female. I can see her hair. Well, I think it's that girl who's posted all over town.
Do you know she probably died miserably here? Like out in the field somewhere with a couple goddamn logs on her?
She was, I mean, if she's not super hot or something like that, I don't pay attention. I'm shallow a little bit, I won't lie. I don't remember ever doing anything like that. This is about to make me have a panic attack. Like, and then I'm literally feeling myself sweat, and I'll just start crying and passing out. Shoot me right now, and I wouldn't give it. Okay.
You see my point right now, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, but you went out and lived your life.
Yes, I did.
Now you're smirking.
I did stupid.
Smirking right now.
I'm not smirking.
You were.
Because that's hilarious.
It's not. None of this is hilarious.
This man is 27-year-old Daniel Clay. He's no stranger to the judicial system, having been in and out of jail multiple times for crimes involving drugs, larceny, fraud, and breaking and entering. However, this time the charge against him is far more serious, as he's a suspect in the disappearance and murder of 22-year-old Chelsea Bruck.
Look at poor Chelsea. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
And
I literally feel like I'm about to pass out.
On October 25th, 2014, 22-year-old Chelsea Bruck donned a purple wig and her homemade leaf motif dress to complete her ensemble as Batman's evil villainess, Poison Ivy. She tells her mother she will return the following morning, then sets off with her friend Laura Taylor from her hometown of Maybe, Michigan, to the rural community of Frenchtown Township, located approximately 10 miles away. The plan was to meet additional friends and celebrate All Hallows Eve a little early at an outdoor Halloween party. At the party, hundreds of celebrants were drinking and enjoying live music, dressed as all manner of fantasy characters, pop culture icons, strange beasts, and evil creatures. Little did Chelsea know that this night she would encounter a real monster. She and her friends met up and enjoyed the festivities. Eventually, Laura and Chelsea's other friends were ready to leave the party, but Chelsea insisted on staying. They tried to get her to take her phone and purse out of Laura's car, but she refused. As a last resort, her friend Becky tried to take the items to Chelsea, but at that point, she couldn't find her. With no other options, they eventually gave up and left. Chelsea continued to enjoy herself, partying until the wee hours of the next morning, drinking heavily in the chill night air. At one point after midnight, she stumbled into a post, lacerating her nose, but still, she didn't let that stop her from having a good time. Around 3 a.m., she suddenly decided it was time to leave. As she had no phone or ride, she began to borrow phones from strangers to try to contact her friends. In frustration, she began to cry, smearing her makeup. A witness spoke to her by the party bonfire, complimenting her on her costume. He noticed that she was highly intoxicated, and there was a man with her, seemingly serving as her caretaker. As they finished their conversation, the man led Chelsea toward the parking lot and out of sight. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. 6 months later, on April 24th, 2015, John Markin was transferring leftover...
This video is sponsored by Perpetual Motion Machine, a strange fictional device that will never be built, let alone work. But what if some advanced civilizations don't think so? Perhaps right now, alien engineers are building their Dyson spheres, accumulating the incredible star energy, and in the end, using it for their space mega projects. And what's more, we can see traces of all this in the sky even now, especially with the new James Webb Space Telescope. So, where could astronomers know that these clear traces of working Dyson challenging to hide from prying eyes. After all, only the first type of civilization, according to the Kardashev scale, can work on this project. That is, the beings have already mastered all the resources of their planet and now want to rise up one step higher to get the energy of their native star and become the second type advanced civilization. But the price of this upgrade is hefty. To build the smallest Dyson sphere in our solar system, that is, inside Mercury's orbit, and only 1 meter thick, we'll need to get a lot of heavy-duty building materials, and they weigh like 40 Earths. Well, for a structure as wide as Earth's orbit, we'll need 7 times more. That's almost the mass of Jupiter. All this raw material will be picked up by an armada of self-replicating probes that will gradually build the sphere piece by piece. So can it be that someone has already solved this engineering problem not far from Earth? The star Fomalhaut is only 25 light years away from us. This blue giant is 15 times brighter than the sun, and its light showed something very unusual. With the help of Hubble, scientists were able to make a unique optical image of a massive planet in the far orbit of Fomalhaut. The first calculation showed that the celestial body Fomalhaut B is almost twice as heavy as Jupiter, or so it was. Astronomers couldn't believe their eyes. In just a few years of observation, the giant planet had evaporated. Of course, there's no way that could happen, so we had urgently changed the theory. Supposedly, it wasn't a planet that revolved around Fomalhaut, but just a massive cloud of dust, which, for some unknown reason, suddenly dissolved. But it never occurred to anyone to calculate that about 2 masses of Jupiter is just the right amount of raw material for a Dyson sphere around a giant star like Fomalhaut. Perhaps we were lucky enough to catch the moment when a swarm of robots of an advanced civilization dismantled the planet for building materials and was about to start assembling a stellar generator. Right now, we can see something very similar to this process in another corner of space. Tabby's star, almost 1,500 light years from Earth, behaves so mysteriously that astronomers have given it another nickname, WTF star. At first glance, this is a most common yellow dwarf, about 1.5 times more massive than our sun. Such stars usually radiate energy in a very stable and predictable manner. But there's one problem. From the beginning of the 2010s, the brightness of Tabby's star started to decrease suddenly and strongly, up to 1/4 of the norm. At first, astronomers thought an exoplanet obscured the star from us every now and then. However, according to all calculations, such a celestial body should be 10 times larger than Jupiter. That is, in fact, another invisible star. And then, Tabby's star went berserk and started acting just like a broken light bulb in your basement. These irregular and huge light fluctuations are simply impossible from the perspective of physics. That means the reason is definitely not the star itself. So, what is it then? To explain Tabby's anomalies, scientists have imagined an asymmetric dust cloud, dozens of comet swarms, and even an exoplanet colliding with a giant killer asteroid that split it apart. But each of these hypotheses also fell apart during the next dimming of Tabby's star, and only a few scientists cautiously suggested that only a gradual overlap of the star with freely drifting segments of a Dyson sphere would give such a picture. It looks like it's being assembled right now. And even if Tabby's luminosity subsides even stronger and more chaotic in the coming years, this will become a decisive argument in favor of the fact that we are observing nothing more than a construction site of an advanced civilization. But what does an already completed stellar generator look like? Distinguishing traces of alien Dyson spheres' work is challenging, but we already have some leads. In his legendary article in 1960, the author of the original idea himself, mathematician Freeman Dyson, didn't talk about the construction of these megastructures at all, at least how we can see them. Dyson pointed out that such an object, when collecting and transforming stellar energy, would inevitably begin to release heat. Its temperature would be about 300 kelvins, that is, like beer left in a heat. For space, this is very hot. At the same time, the Dyson sphere will be larger and more massive than any natural cosmic body with such thermal radiation. After all, an entire star is inside of it. What Dyson didn't think of was how the stellar generator would deliver its power. After all, it's simply impossible to stretch a cable through space from a sphere to a planet. NASA's space-based solar power project since the late 70s gives us one crucial hint. It's basically a very minimalistic version of a Dyson sphere. Scientists have concluded they'll need a repeater to deliver space energy to Earth. Solar collectors will fire high-energy lasers at it every now and then. And from there, beams of microwaves will be sent to Earth's surface. This means a real working Dyson sphere should radiate in several ranges simultaneously. And we've already spotted something similar. Brown dwarfs are mysterious objects that weigh too much to be normal planets, but are too small to be stars. They have a mass of between 10 to 80 Jupiters, which supports barely smoldering nuclear reactions. As a result, typical brown dwarfs emit infrared radiation with temperatures up to 1,000 kelvins. This is at least 3 times hotter than a working Dyson sphere. But there is a unique exception. Astronomers stumbled upon this mysterious object in old Spitzer infrared data from the early 2010s. According to them, this barely discernible dot can only be an anomalously cold brown dwarf with infrared radiation at a level of only 260 Kelvin. And what's even more intriguing is that the mass of the object could not be accurately estimated because it drifts 7.5 light years from Earth all alone. Because of this, the true strength of its gravity is tough to calculate. Astronomers only assume that the object has between 3 and 10 Jupiter's masses, but that's only because they consider it only as a brown dwarf. But it may also be a star, a red dwarf inside a small Dyson sphere, and it releases only the residual working heat outside, just in the range that Freeman Dyson predicted. That is, from Earth, such a Dyson sphere would look just the same, a faded, blurry point of an unknown mass. Until now, NASA has found only 24 really cool brown dwarfs, and there may well be several more stellar generators hiding among them. Although, according to Freeman Dyson himself, even an advanced civilization would hardly spend money on a full sphere around a star. They would rather use a more budget-friendly option of a swarm of collector probes in orbit. And oddly enough, they should be more visible. A Dyson swarm similarly radiates heat when working, but it doesn't hide all the star's light from us. Instead, it adds an anomalous peak to its infrared spectrum. And in 2022, a team of American astronomers used data from the Gaia Space Observatory to analyze 260,000 stars in our galaxy for such infrared anomalies. The result exceeded all expectations. Among the studied stars, from 20 to 200 Dyson swarms of various configurations could be operating right now. And although there are natural explanations for most of the anomalies, such as gas and dust clouds, isn't this precisely the reason to examine suspicious stars using James Webb's excellent infrared sensors? Alas, NASA doesn't think so, because Dyson spheres and swarms are still considered too fantastic to exist in reality. If the James Webb is never tasked with searching for alien stellar generators, the rest of the accompanying evidence could theoretically confirm the sensational findings. For example, those laser and microwave energy transfers from stellar collectors to the home planet of another civilization. But here's the problem. These rays scatter so quickly that they're indistinguishable from background noise, even for the most advanced terrestrial telescopes. It seems that at this point, we can only shrug and get desperate. But I suggest we go further than even the most open-minded scientists. If we unravel the real purpose of Dyson spheres and swarms, we'll find that they've already unambiguously shown themselves. Judge for yourselves. If we acquired such a stellar generator, we would have at our disposal at least 400 septillion watts of energy for millions or billions of years to come. This is almost 60 trillion times more than all Earth's power plants produce today. That amount of energy is even too much for mundane tasks like heating homes and charging gadgets. But what's the point of using it then? Having built its sphere or Dyson swarm, civilization will soon reach the second level on the Kardashev scale and begin to gradually move towards the third. That is, to colonize the whole galaxy, to use all of its resources. This means that such a civilization will sooner or later have to solve the problem of interstellar travel, and it's just the Dyson sphere or swarm that will help it with this. A few years ago, the Hubble Space Telescope spotted an unprecedented anomaly. Some invisible object passed in front of a distant star and distorted its light with the effect of gravitational lensing. More precisely, it's microlensing. After all, the object turned out to be surprisingly tiny. According to astronomers, Hubble had seen a lone black hole wandering through space for the first time in history. But as with an isolated brown dwarf, it's impossible to accurately determine its mass. It's from 1.5 to 7.5 suns. So for now, this black hole is officially considered unconfirmed. That means it could be something completely different. After all, a ship with a warp drive could produce the same microlensing effect. It distorts the very space-time around itself to accelerate to enormous speed, up to the speed of light. And that's not fiction at all. Now, physicists worldwide are trying to calculate the exact parameters for creating and maintaining a warp bubble. And in the future, NASA plans to build a prototype ship based on the best theory. But today, one thing is already clear. The warp drive will need an incredible amount of energy that humanity just doesn't have. What would undoubtedly be able to provide it is a sufficiently powerful Dyson sphere or swarm. The energy of the stellar generator would first have to be accumulated and only then immediately used for warp ignition. Isn't this the ship we accidentally saw among the stars? For a noticeable microlensing effect, it doesn't need to be gigantic. According to the theory of relativity, the warp bubble's colossal energy will give the ship the illusion of an enormous mass, as if it were a black hole. But what if this process of hypercharging from the Dyson swarm suddenly gets a bug? Astronomers call these mysterious bursts of energy that last a matter of milliseconds fast radio bursts. They get to Earth from all directions from very distant galaxies. And this means the energy of radio bursts is massive, comparable to the energy output of the sun for many months at once. But the most exciting thing is that astronomers have no idea what produces such bursts. And out of desperation, scientists embark on theories that were previously considered taboo. So, in 2017, researchers at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics hypothesized that fast radio bursts are nothing more than a concentrated beam of energy from a Dyson sphere or swarm that for some reason missed an interstellar ship. And for millions of light years, this charge did not dissipate but simply lost most of its energy, turning into radio waves. According to another version, fast radio bursts may be fragments of interstellar communications, and only a Dyson sphere or swarm is realistically capable of powering such a cosmic internet. Finally, the mysterious radio flares could be emergency reset exhausts on stellar generators. It's kind of like a fuse. After all, if it accumulates too much energy. In the very center of the Milky Way, astronomers have found a small star whose past hides a cataclysm of incredible power. It doesn't have a name, but its speed is legendary. This star hurtles through space at a record 24,000 kilometers per second. That's 8% of the speed of light. Such a frantic impulse could not come from nowhere. According to astronomers, this star was once part of a binary system, but eventually its partner went supernova. This powerful explosion pushed the star to the galaxy's center with great speed. But what if we actually see the echo of a terrible accident on a Dyson sphere or swarm? For some reason, its energy storage was overloaded, and its uncontrolled release blew the megastructure apart, simultaneously shooting the star out with incredible force. Too unreal? Not at all. Sometimes astronomers detect anomalously powerful supernovae that leave nothing of the star, not even a black hole. To explain this, we have to develop extreme physical theories. But perhaps everything is quite simple, and every now and then, oblivious, we observe incidents with Dyson spheres. However, sooner or later, an advanced civilization must learn from its mistakes and move to a new level of exploitation of its generators. We could be surrounded not even by single spheres or swarms, but by the whole Dyson energy system. A very advanced civilization that reaches the third galactic level on the Kardashev scale will immediately begin to think about the fourth level. That is, control over entire clusters of galaxies and ultimately the entire universe. To satisfy its needs, such a civilization won't only have to build many Dyson spheres or swarms around the brightest stars, but also find a way to quickly transfer their power over vast interstellar distances. Not just faster than the speed of light, but virtually instantaneous. For the needs of such a network, slowly getting energy out of a star over millions and billions of years would be too slow. All this means that civilizations of the third or fourth types on the Kardashev scale will have to develop fantastic technologies to overcome natural limitations. Their work will be practically magic for us, and almost magical transformations are happening in the universe right now. This young red dwarf, 460 light years from Earth, behaves even more mysteriously than Tabby's star. Its luminosity dips 3 times as much, 2/3, and even more, and then suddenly recovers as if nothing had happened. So far, such dimming of the star is entirely inexplicable. Astronomers have calculated that a swarm of 600,000 giant comets would be needed for such an effect, which is absolutely implausible. Therefore, the best version of scientists is an asymmetric protoplanetary disk of a bizarre shape. But no one has the slightest idea why it's just like that. And if even the official hypothesis sounds fantastic, why should we ignore even more logical ones? This star may well be the victim of a super advanced civilization that doesn't even need to build full Dyson spheres or swarms for its own purposes. A ring or other small form is enough. That's all because alien engineers have mastered the technology of quickly extracting energy from stars. Basically, they're doing stellar vampirism to fuel their Dyson network. The fact that unfortunate stars fade away in a matter of decades doesn't bother them, just like we don't care about the fate of the poor oil reservoirs somewhere underground. But entire stars can't just disappear without a trace, or can they? This dwarf galaxy, 75 million light years from Earth, has a blue supergiant at its core, 2.5 million times brighter than the sun. Or rather, it was definitely there back in 2011. But judging by the observations of 2019, there's no longer any star in this place at all. Scientists thought that they had simply missed the supernova that tore apart the blue giant. However, there are no signs of an explosion nearby, and astronomers, as usual, took up complex theories about giant stars' spontaneous and traceless collapse. We've already been through this. But after all, the one that put out the light on the brightest object in the galaxy could also be an independent super civilization using a super efficient Dyson device. Moreover, such mysterious disappearances occur not only somewhere in deep, faraway space. Recently, astronomers compared old photographs of the starry sky of the 1950s with new modern ones. They expected that modern telescopes would see many more stars, but it turned out quite the opposite. Some of the stars from the old catalogs seem to have vanished. In total, astronomers have identified about 800 cases of mysterious disappearances, and all of this is nearby in our galaxy. And that's only what we know. No processes known to us can explain such behavior of entirely different stars. It's literally space magic. Or someone really powerful installed their Dyson devices on these stars and sucked each one without a trace in a matter of decades. But the main question remains open. How does a Star Eater civilization manage to instantly transport energy to other corners of space? Perhaps the answer is the so-called Hogs object. This is an extremely unusual ring galaxy with a mass of up to 700 billion stars that is much heavier than the Milky Way. And for half a century, cosmologists have been thinking about why it has such an unnatural shape. What forces push the stars around to their edges? Some scientists suggest that a giant wormhole could exist in the center of this galaxy. This is the spatial tunnel predicted by Einstein, which allows you to instantly move between the distant corners of the universe. Calculations show that the alleged wormhole at the center of Hoag's object should have had tremendous energy, comparable to the energy of many tens or even hundreds of stars. And at the same time, it turned out to be extremely unstable. Its explosion of eerie power must have scattered the stars in the form of a ring. According to scientists, such an event could occur only shortly after the Big Bang, when tremendous energies were raging in the universe. However, wormholes would also be perfect for a modern super civilization for instantaneous energy transfer across the galactic network, and Dyson devices would just provide the right amount of power, comparable to tens and hundreds of stars. Who knows? Maybe a tragic accident on one of the systems led to the appearance of Hoag's object, destroying the entire network and its creators. However, the indisputable proof for the existence of Dyson spheres may be even more apparent and closer than we imagine. This is the so-called Matryoshka brain, a hypothetical supercomputer the size of a planet. Only a Dyson sphere could supply it with energy. Even the second-type civilization on the Kardashev scale could theoretically build such a calculator. But for what purpose? To find the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and all that? Not necessarily. Just look around. If such a supercomputer exists, all these amazing graphics and special effects around you are provided by a quietly humming Dyson sphere somewhere in the real world. What civilization do you think could create a simulation of humanity, or even the entire universe? And most importantly, why? If we truly live in a simulation, it's somehow put us in the middle of historically difficult times. Times that Masterworks has helped over 600,000 people adapt through, including...
Have you ever asked somebody how to get good at League of Legends and they tell you to just get good, but you have no idea what the hell? Cheat code and legal fundamentals here out right now. Yeah, it might be. It might be one of those things where it's better to just play top, low, elo, jungle, high, elo. But even I don't even know if jungle, high, elo is the answer. Maybe it is. Doesn't not hit that. And meanwhile, in the jungle, you're like perfectly fucking clearing your camps Like perfectly kiting from camp to camp, like checking all the lanes. Gotta have Ignite now. I used to say it's a PvE role, but right now it's definitely not a PvE role. A fucking ball torture simulator. My god, kill me now.
Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage.
Probably be the messier type, but it's like your man is not necessarily supposed to add to your plate or your stress, where he's just, well, I'm not doing anything, I'm making all these dishes and throwing my clothes on the floor. No, he would appreciate that you stay home and try not to add to your plate. That's like a respect for a role, right? So I get what you're saying, but it sounds like a lot of women are just dating straight up losers. Like, how the hell you don't know how to clean your house?
Well,
like, you
yeah,
don't know
but
how to
that's
cook either?
sure, but that's my right? That's where I'm saying, like, this is like I think what a lot of women are running into is a lot of men don't get that house training because they don't need to, because like their their mom and dad don't train them because that's what the daughters learn, because guys are just supposed to marry a woman that takes care of all of that for them, and then guys end up not even being able to do like basic fucking necessities.
I think that might be more of you just having a conservative upbringing. I mean, I see it too. Like in the Latin community, there's some chores that are for boys and there's some chores that are for girls. But at the end of the day, if you're raising a useless child, you're raising a useless child. Like, men need to know how to cook and men need to know how to clean. That's bad parenting.
Sure, but I mean, like,
and
even
I get that the red pill is like, oh, that's not, like, it's not cute if a man does a dish. It's like, okay, so if we're talking about like traditional, if your girl is in her first trimester, you acting like you're not going to do some dishes even if you're working 40+ hours a week, right? That's a tough time. That's what you're there for, is to lean on each other. What I will say is that women cap, on the feminist side of things, talking about it's foreplay when he does dishes. And now, unless it's like an acts of service thing and that's her love language, I'm just like, y'all are just trying not to clean the house. That's what I think. I think just trying to make men do things.
I don't know. I feel like having a person that can like take care of the house and clean shit up, I think for a lot of women, I think that is, it's not gonna be like, oh my god, like my panties are dripping, but it's like being with another adult that's capable of like keeping shit clean, I think is a very attractive quality. Like, I think that as an older man, I think that's one of the big advantages that I have over younger men. That if I were to bring like a 23-year-old girl over to my fucking apartment, that like, oh look, like I have like a full bed, like my shit is relatively put together, like I don't have a bunch of fucking like Pepsi cans like littered all over my fucking desk, and my carpet isn't fucking destroyed, right? That like having these like basic things down gives you a huge edge on other men in the dating market.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I was attracted to my husband.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be like personal, because you can attack, I'm not even attacking you, but I'm saying like, yeah, because for you, like, it seems like, because you're saying that like, oh yeah, like men aren't all losers and have problems. It's like, but fuck, you had to find a guy that was like 48 years old to be like good enough for you, and you're like 24, right?
No. That's fine. You can say that.
Sure. And that's not a knock on you. I think that's an issue where like a lot of men aren't getting the training that they need. Like people say like, oh, like women prefer older men, and then they try to do like some medieval psychic thing. And I think the reality is just like, I think that women are taught and develop a lot more than men, such that men need like so many more years to even like catch up to like where they should be to be like a functional adult. That's what feeling that I have.
Yeah, but if you're going to take that position, then it kind of gets into, women probably are actually more ready than we're willing to say to have to start a family at 17 or 18, but we just have a mismatch of society. So if we're going to take that tip, like I would agree with you, but it is sexy if a man knows how to keep a house clean. Who the hell wants to be with a dirty bum? Like, I'm sorry. Like, so the reason why I clean my house, number one, it makes me happy. It gives me fulfillment. Worry about it, and he seems to be happy. I used to think that the stuff about cooking for a man, I thought it was made up, and then I started doing it, and it's almost like an entire game changer. But that's for the couple to decide within the marriage. For sure. The problem is, though, is that we have a lot of women that are indoctrinated by feminism to never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. And that's not fair, because what if you would like for him to do some things for the express pleasure of you, right? We need to be fair and see what we're willing to do for the other partner. But my husband took care of me while I was in my first trimester. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to cook and clean to the same way, just because that takes a lot out of you. But yeah, if young men are not being taught these skills, that's just poor parenting, and I would argue it's poor mothering. Because when I've seen it, because I've dated as well, it's like the mom is crippling the son by doing everything for him.
Sure, but like, isn't this even an issue, and doesn't this kind of come up in Hispanic communities, where you have like the girls are kind of like taught from a pretty early age that they need to be like doing the cooking and cleaning, and that like the little boys are kind of like the kings of the household, and they're kind of like taught that like they need to go and get jobs and like find women, and like that's just kind of like the expected roles like early on.
So, yeah, that's the problem with Marianismo and Machismo, because we talked about the mom being like Holy Mother Mary, and then we have to look at, okay, well, what's the Machismo side? It's like the son is almost like Jesus, and it creates a problem in modern dating. I dated a Latino man, and that was literally my textbook experience. He had the most disgusting room ever. But another man I dated, or I was in a long-term relationship with him, he came from a single mother home, and his mom was messy, and he was just a gross individual. So is it something that I think comes with age? I don't know. I think it's a parenting problem, but that would be... Here's the thing. So when we talk about modern dating and the problems, right? Women are statistically the primary caregivers, and I do think that we're culture makers. So when we complain about modern men, I think we need to be looking at mothers, right? But if I'm a mom and I don't have much, I don't know. It's complicated because you can go the single mother route, but of course you can but I'm with you. I'm not here for the dirty guys. But the red pill tells you to clean your damn house. It does tell you to do that. Ryan Stone, he actually just wrote this pretty basic book. It's called Frame. He literally tells men to shower because they do need to be told to shower.
But like, could you imagine? Hold on, but just think about that. Look at the goddamn state of men. Okay? Can you imagine me saying some shit about like you should watch this woman content creator? She's so good. Like she tells women that if you want to get laid, it's important to clean your ass. Right? You never hear a woman content creator, but for men, that you have to say that. Like, hey, it's not gay to clean your butthole. Like, what the like? You have to say that to men. I feel like the differences in advice are like there's not a bunch of female content creators like, woman, it's really important that you like go to the gym and you look okay. Like women learn that at age 8. They're putting on their mom's makeup already. But for men who are like 27 years old, it's like, listen, bro, okay, let's go for like 320 next year, okay? Instead of being...
His channel is failing. He has lost thousands of subscribers in the past month alone, and his view count is like less than a third of what it was in the past, getting close to 1/10 of what it used to be. Ever since he moved to Korea to start his climb, everyone has been seeing him for the fraud he is. He's getting less books, he's getting less views, he's getting less subscribers, he's actually losing subscribers. And this just shows that his fans are catching on to who he is at his core. Okay, I'm gonna start this video off with just the statistics and the proof of what actually is going on with Mason. This is just his YouTube channel, one of his primary sources of revenue and sources of content creation. I mean, pretty much everyone who watches him watches them on YouTube. He obviously streams on Facebook, he has to deal with Facebook, but he plans to eventually switch to YouTube, I believe, and this is his YouTube stats, and they're horrible for what they used to be. He was getting over 1 million video views weekly in like February and around then, but then look at this. Look at this decline. It's just massive in the past year. He's now getting 130 video views weekly. 130k video views. Well, obviously that's not that small, but for someone that's Neeson's size, it's not that impressive. When you compare it to what he used to have, he's also losing subscribers. So if someone is losing subscribers, you know that's horrible. Because, yeah, you're not even able to break even. He's lost 4k subscribers in the past 30 days alone. And then something I really wanted to point out is his revenue. He could be making as little as $151 is estimated. That is nothing for someone who has all these expenses that... I don't know, actually it's a lot less than I thought it would be. But his YouTube channel is failing. I'm also going to go over the YouTube videos he's made. Some of the copium pounding. But I think we are really in the downfall of... Okay, and if you look at all of these videos, the only ones that are actually getting views are the ones that are about him being platinum or about his sales. Those ones aren't even getting that much. And if you look at this, he's coping so hard. The ladder is a joke. Look at him. He's insulting his teammates. He's saying he's not happy in platinum and that it's his team's fault. I'm dealing with this every game. And that is one of the main reasons he's getting less views. Before, he used to really market himself as an experienced, no-nonsense, like, tough coach. And that was something that people liked to hear. They like to do that, but now he's lost the whole facade. He looks like a drug addicted, like, narcissistic, crazy guy who's just making excuses and being stuck in low elo. Let me look at his account right now. Okay, and he's barely Platinum 1 right now with a under 43% win rate after 210 games. In Platinum, that's disgusting for a Challenger player. Like, literally disgusting. And he's coping so hard. I don't even know how people book him for coaching anymore. His whole facade has failed. And that is why he's getting less views. Like, literally look at all these videos. They're all coping. Even some of them that might seem like, oh, he's admitting he can't jungle here. He's not. He's saying that his teams are the fault. And he's continued to play jungle after that. And he's just coping insanely hard. And every video that he's not coping, he's narcissistically egoing and talking about how good he is. Like, this video, I am a god. And I just don't think that we can see a revitalization of Nice as it stands, because his entire image has been demolished. It's just been thrown in the trash can, lit on fire. I don't think it will ever come back to what it once was. It's just impossible. And he has faked his challenger too. Okay, and this is an example of fake challenger screenshot. Of course, I've showed it before, but I just want to show it again so that everyone can know. He has lied about this, and he is not taking responsibility for it. Like, in the comments of this video, he is saying, watch my vid tomorrow. I have a vid of me playing 500 plus Super Challenger back. That screen was real. I don't know why it looks so shit. Also, ran through for photo forensics. The thing is, this is not true. There's literally pretty much proof using like the website that can show like ladder data that he was not ever challenger. He has no evidence he was challenger. It's really convenient that he also sold his account to someone in China. It's pretty much a fact that he did not hit challenger, and now he's lying about it. And this is again another example of him lying about who he is and what he can accomplish. It's just embarrassing. And I mean, obviously the coping and the lying is bad enough, but when you can't at least have decent like level of play, it's just horrible. No one's gonna watch you. It's just fun. His stats are abysmal, below average. Like, I mean, you can look at the average platinum Korean player here. He's averaging under the average platinum Korean jungle, and he thinks he a challenger jungle or challenger in every multi. That's just not true. If you're getting gapped in 45% win rate jungle, a lot lower in other roles win rate, it's just proof that you're not actually a challenger. And he only hit challenger when he was boosted and hit it in lane. He hit it in a server of quote unquote, this is his words, unintelligent poor people, because that's what he called people from land. So now he's trying to hit it in Korea, and he can't. It's just disgusting. His entire image is imploding before our eyes. I expect Nice to like get no coachings eventually in the future, because his viewer base is just the same diluted cult-like people, and he's not gaining any new following. Like, to grow and get new coachings, you have to get new following eventually. You're sure a small following can help you a little bit, but he's going to have to need to get new followers, and not like hate watchers, people that know who he actually is. And that's just not going to happen. We're witnessing the downfall of Nice. His channel is dying before our eyes. He's losing subscribers, and he's just making almost no money off of YouTube. And soon he'll be making probably no money off of coaching and very little off of streaming. We could see this man go homeless to the future and have the savings from making like so much earlier. Yeah, he's really back to square one, and I don't know how he's able to revitalize his image. If he really wants to revitalize his image, he's gonna have to do two things. I do love it. Possible, okay? So pretty much the new time from the career start going back to who he was before and start working harder on that image, posting more, streaming more. And even then, if either of those works, it's not going to be as good as it was before for him. It's a career-ending challenge, like truly. Anyway, just let me know about your thoughts on these things. Do you think he's gonna like end up living in a cardboard box on the street? I think it actually could be possible when you look at the channel statistics, his League of Legends gameplay. Everyone knows what he is at this point, and that is a fake. But yeah, I want to hear your thoughts down in the comments.
It's crazy even just looking at your CS. I don't see any laners you play with hitting near 100 CS. Yeah, even though it's easy as fuck to do. Do you see what I mean though? Like, okay, you guys may think that I'm exaggerating, but like real quick, like my farm is really high a lot of these games, but like it's easy to do. You just push and get the farm, like, but they won't do it. But as a jungler, you can never take it, because if you take it, you don't get anything from it. All I can think in my head right now is that maybe that was like this, maybe that's like the secret of it. And once the XP buff goes through, it's like you can farm, and then maybe I should just slide off to like side lanes and just like cheese and get a bunch of extra XP gold or something.
Hey guys, so Riot recently made some insane changes to everyday items that Rengar builds, so let's go over some of the changes and what I think. Essence Reaver is now 100 more gold, but it gives 10 more AD. This is a pretty nice buff to an already strong item for Rengar. IE now requires 40% crit rather than 60 for the crit damage bonus. This is absolutely game changing since now you can rush IE immediately after Essence Reaver. I'm pretty sure this will be one of the best patches for Rengar that I can remember. Rengar will be absolutely bonkers with these changes, and he's already in a decent spot. Riot also buffed Black Cleaver, giving it 5 more AD and 50 more HP, which is pretty nice. Another important change to talk about is the Eclipse rework. They removed the Omnivamp and lowered the cooldown of the proc, while also giving the item cooldown reduction. This is a massive buff for Rengar, since you ordinarily didn't want to build Eclipse due to the fact that it had no cooldown reduction, and the build path was shit, but now it builds out of Dirk and Caulfields, which makes it a perfect item to build if the enemy is on the tankier side. One thing I've been experimenting lately is rushing Eclipse and Essence Reaver while taking the Ingenious Hunter rune. This rune will lower the cooldown of both items, which makes you insanely strong for early and mid-game skirmishes. I'll build Eclipse if the enemy is melee heavy and they only have like one ranged squishy that I can one-shot. I try and find ways to build Duskblade normally, but if the enemy is melee bruiser heavy, then I'll go Eclipse. So my standard build lately is Duskblade Rush, and then Essence Reaver second, Infinity Edge third, and then Lord Dominic's fourth. And your last item can either be Bloodthirster, Collector, or Phantom Dancer. It really just depends on how much gold you have and how strong you are. If the enemy is stacking a ton of armor, then you can consider going Eclipse into Black Cleaver and Essence Reaver third, IE fourth. Eclipse and Black Cleaver alone will help you melt tanks while still being able to one-shot squishies with Essence Reaver and IE. Also, if you're wondering why I'm taking First Strike on my streams, it's because I changed my mind about the rune. I think it's good in high elo where there isn't much fighting early, or I think I can snowball without the combat rune. However, I still recommend everyone in lower elo to take Conqueror because there's so much fighting happening that you'll really want a combat rune.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. destroyed a turret. is respawning soon. spawned.
Riot is buffing Kayn. To be more specific, Riot is buffing Assassin Kayn. Kale is also getting some buffs, but I'll get into that at the end of the video. We're also so close to 200k subs and 76% of you guys aren't subscribed, so if you want to join the under 200k gang, make sure to scroll down and hit subscribe. Kayn's Assassin passive extra damage is getting a buff at all levels, going from 13 to 40% to 15 to 45%. His Q's non-Ras damage is also getting adjusted, going from 75, 95, 115, 135, 155 and 65% of bonus AD to 70, 90, 110, 130, 150 and plus 80% of your bonus AD. Next up, we have the Kale buffs. Her passive move speed is being increased by 2%, going from 8% to 10%. Her E is also getting buffed. The passive on hit AP ratio is being increased by 5%, going from 20 to 25%. And the target missing HP damage is also being increased, going from 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10 to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12%. Let me know what you think of these changes in the comments below, and to see Irelia installs new Easter egg, click the video on your screen.
An enemy has been slain.
You hear me? Are you so
Yeah,
fucking
'cause you
excited,
try to
jerking off the
smack
pictures
the
of my
fuck up.
fucking wife?
Bro,
Jesus
that's your
Christ.
wife? You guys wear a condom every night. Keep it a thousand.
Yo, maybe you shouldn't talk about the homie's mom if you're so sensitive about your fucking wife.
I'm not. Notice I'm not driving out to fucking shoot you over shit talking shit about my wife because I actually have a life that's worth living for. Okay.
We never said we were gonna do that either. We were just talking shit about this dude who's talking shit and being insensitive about our homies. That's why we're talking shit. And you join trying to argue about your fucking about your stance. Like, oh, I'm able to do this. I'm able to go ahead and do it. We're gonna call you a fucking retard.
Well, I'm gonna call you guys fucking retard champions. Welcome to the internet. You figured it out. Good job. I'm glad. Do you need any more education? Do you need any teaching? As a 34-year-old guy, what do you guys like 50? You guys need me to teach you anything else while I'm in here? Or while I'm here? Free education.
No. In all seriousness, I do want you to teach me how you are okay with just letting your bitch get ran for you. I really want you to teach me.
Okay, step one, try to find any girl ever. Okay, that's the first part. Okay, try to find any girl ever, and then once you figure that out, I can help you from there. Okay, so like, do you have anything else except are you really good to talk about? Are you ready to talk about anything besides my wife? Like, what am I even supposed to say? If you want a Discord call with her, maybe I can set you up. But like, I'm not here to talk for horror.
I think we can find her number easy.
Yeah, I'm sure you could, dude. I'm sure you could.
Well, anyway, why did you join? Because, like I said, we're just gonna talk shit about it because you remain to be insensitive. You remain to like.
Is that what you're here to cry about? About me being insensitive? While you're talking about railing my wife, dude? Are you fucking serious right now?
No, we're not talking about railing your wife. We're talking about everyone else doing it.
You are this fucking
We're
fragile.
talking about everyone else doing it, not us. We're good.
This is what fragility looks like. That's what you guys are right now.
No, it's what prostitution looks like. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm the one that's in it right now. You guys have made how many comments on my fucking wife? Holy shit. You're gonna cry about
It's not our fault. Exactly. It's not our fault that she got more miles in a used car. It's not our fault. Like, check her shit. Like, check her shit, bro. That's not our fault. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
How often do you fantasize about it? Yeah. How much do you think about it?
We actually didn't hear about her till today. We actually didn't hear about her till today.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Anything else you want to talk about?
We don't want nothing to do about that.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah,
listen, I'm glad.
What about hold on? Yo, Destiny, honestly, what about the Savage comment about all that? Did you see Flacco's video about the other clip you had made? You were referring to all the people around Adam being crazy people, savages, all that stuff. Where are you coming from when you're making comments like that?
Savage behavior to go to blows over people talking shit to each other. That is savage behavior. You disagree?
It didn't go to blows.
What do you mean? He literally threw a drink at him. The only reason it didn't go to blows is because Adam backed off. What are you talking about?
Bro, we were there. Like, are you fucking telling niggas that we're there?
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up,
hold on. Did he throw something at him?
Okay, that's not a blow.
So Destiny,
if you weren't a person, the split guy is fucking retarded. Okay, I'm talking to Harmonious. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Destiny, if your mother had just passed away and one of your close friends being insensitive to you about it, would you try to debate him, or you can just punch him in the face and he's gonna fuck?
I'd probably be a fucking adult fucking man, and I would tell the guy, hey, don't talk about my mom like that. I don't appreciate it. That's what you do, right?
Bro, why do you say, like, why do you talk like that? Like,
because you're acting, because you're talking like a 9-year-old.
What's wrong with this nigga, bro?
I'd slap that dude up the face. I would slap that guy. Like, come on, dude, are you fucking serious?
You come from a privileged background. You come from a privileged background.
Come from a privileged background. What are you talking about? Dude, you don't, first of all, you don't know what the fuck my background is, number one. Okay? Number two,
well, we can, for one, we could probably say it's prostitution because it's taking on your wife. You say that.
Like, oh, who's gonna talk shit about my dead mom and I'm not gonna punch her in the face? Like, you have to be from an incredibly suburban area with no hardship. You have like, not suburban, I mean like, cul-de-sac area, no hardship, rich parents.
Or maybe I just have, you have no idea what my background is. It's obvious, which is fine. That's
and
cute.
That's why I was asking that
but number.
to man's arrogance. It's a city of 5 million that should not exist. An endless sea of concrete, asphalt and single-family homes in the desert, briefly interrupted by a small group of skyscrapers. Temperatures during summer normally reach above 40 degrees Celsius with 330 days of sunshine each year. Despite the dry, hellish desert climate, the lawns are lush and green, nearly every house has a swimming pool, and the city is dotted with large, verdant golf courses. All this in the wake of a historic drought and accelerating climate change. Phoenix has been called the least sustainable city in the world, for good reason. Climate change plus 5 million strong desert cities do not go well together, to put it mildly. And what's this? Uh-oh.
At Telosa, we're on a mission to create a more equitable and sustainable future. By starting with a clean slate, we have this really unique opportunity to focus on what's most important. We're not just building a new city. This is a new model for society.
We will create a 15-minute city that promotes active and sustainable modes of transportation, mixed-use districts that ensure all daily needs are within a 5-minute walk from your house.
We're going to create efficient buildings. We're going to have a diverse source of renewable energy supply to generate more energy than we consume. The same thing with water. Generating enough water to supply the future of Telosa and potentially even other communities through efficiency, recycling, and technology.
We'll start with 50,000 people, a really diverse group, and from that seed, grow into this incredible city of 5 million people.
Telosa will be the city that loves you, actively listens to you. Doesn't matter who you are, we want to see you, we want for you to experience Telosa, for you to be a part of it.
A sustainable desert city, envisioned and spearheaded by Joe Rogan's secret brother, former Walmart CEO and billionaire Mark Lohr. So what is wrong with this project? What is wrong with building a 5 million inhabitant techno-fever dream city in the middle of the desert? I like how they already have shiny CGI of the whole thing, but they don't yet know where the city will be even. Detailed plans and visualizations usually come after you've secured the location, completed surveys, geodetic studies and so on. Anyway, so Telosa would start with 50,000 inhabitants and then gradually grow to 5 million. And my first question is, why? Why would anyone want to live there in the middle of nowhere? Even an accursed place like Phoenix had a reason to exist originally. The land was arable and local farms could sell their produce to a nearby mining town. Telosa is not being built for any practical reason. It's not like they found a great place somewhere in the US and said, wow, this would be a good place for a sustainable city. No, instead a billionaire decided he wants a sustainable city, then started looking for a place to put it in the desert. The good thing about building a giant city in a remote desert is that land is cheap. The bad thing about building a giant city in a remote desert is that you're building a giant city in a remote desert. In order to sustain a 5 million city, you need a lot of water. And I mean a lot. Where would you get it from? Even if you find a location with a water source, slapping a 5 million city on top of it would absolutely destroy it by sucking everything dry. And water reclamation alone isn't enough to solve this. Water is constantly evaporating and you have to keep replacing it. That replacement usually occurs naturally via rain, but not in the desert, obviously. You would need to find a place with ample water, but chances are land won't be cheap there, because it is likely being used by others. We already have enough problems with NIMBYs when trying to build a rail line, let's say. All the lawsuits, delays, protests, obstructionism, enough to turn planners' hair grey. Now imagine trying to build a city of 5 million there. Humanity would go extinct before you would even get through the first round of lawsuits. In the empty desert, you don't have such issues, but you would need to pipe in water from somewhere else, which means costly and complex pipes and pump infrastructure spanning potentially hundreds of kilometers. So yeah. Now let's talk about how Telosa could be powered. And oh my god, did they seriously put windmills in the middle of the city? These might look nice and futuristic if you know nothing about windmills, but they produce noise that would drive people mad over time, vibrations that would damage surrounding buildings, not to mention, cities tend to have erratic wind patterns for a variety of reasons. Putting windmills in the middle of your city is the equivalent of putting your solar panels in the living room by the window instead of your roof. Otherwise, they plan on supplying the entire city with renewables, as advertised by this page from their website, which might actually break the world record for number of buzzwords per line. Distributed, flexible and expendable carbon-neutral energy system, redundant neighborhood microgrids, reliable and resilient energy, and I mean, that's great, but you also need to store surpluses so you can use them during shortages. In the real world, energy storage is most often done by pumped hydro storage, the most efficient and eco-friendly way by far. You basically have two reservoirs at different elevations where you use surplus energy to pump the water to the upper reservoir, while during shortages, you let the water down through a turbine, gaining back electricity when needed. side. Needless to say, there is no mention of any such solutions from Telosa. It's just multiple storage technologies, which is the equivalent of, yeah bro, we'll have like stuff to store the energy in, lol. Very promising. Another aspect of this project is sociological. Who will buy apartments in the high-tech desert city of the future? Well, if every single one of their promotional pictures are a clue, it's the urban upper middle class. This is despite all their claims of inclusivity and equality. People living in impoverished areas usually can't even afford to move within their own city, much less to a brand new, shiny future city in the desert. So even if Telosa was feasible at all, it would quickly become a sort of eco-apartheid city-state for the affluent, leaving the rest of us to fend for ourselves. Case in point, about that world-class education they promise, where every student has access to the best teachers and resources. How? How will you organize and finance this? Also, if you want to get the best teachers, for a 5 million city you would need about 50,000. That means 50,000 good teachers subtracted from the US education system for the sake of your desert Hunger Games capital. And this applies to all other essential services. It's like when the Egyptian dictator decided to build a new capital city in the desert for the Egyptian upper classes. He can build Egypt's largest and most advanced hospital there with the best doctors, but those doctors are then subtracted from the Egyptian healthcare system. So a rich Egyptian will be able to quickly have their tennis ankle treated, while a regular Egyptian will have to wait 6 months for a vital surgery to be performed in a rundown hospital by overworked doctors with obsolete equipment. We also need to talk about another aspect of Telosa: transportation. So, is Telosa going to have an efficient, environmentally friendly public transit system? Well, an architect firm is designing road, air, and hyperloop-capable autonomous pods for Telosa. I'm about to have a stroke. According to their vision, these would be pods to which you can attach road wheels or rotors, thereby being able to function as a self-driving car, a hyperloop pod, and a helicopter, and as a cable car. Now, I've already made videos about why autonomous cars and the hyperloop are terrible ideas. You can go check those out for an in-depth look. As for the helicopter idea, this is flying cars all over again. Think of how loud the average drone is. Now make the drone 30 times bigger. Yeah. Not to mention the risk of crashes. Also on the renders, there doesn't seem to be an engine or a battery. It's just a CG ski lift cabin with 4 chrome propellers. You might notice that all of Telosa's transit solutions are individual. There is no proper mass transit, only small pods carrying a handful of people. And that kind of transit is fundamentally unsustainable. Think of US traffic jams and the pollution they cause, the space they take up inside cities, and so on. And I'm glad they have 15-minute walkable neighborhoods, but that's about the only sound idea of this project. All in all, Telosa is a great example as to why billionaires shouldn't be allowed to design our cities. They are victims of a phenomenon called elite projection, a term coined by transit planner Janet Walker. Elite projection is the belief among relatively fortunate and influential people that what those people find convenient or attractive is good for society as a whole. Billionaires are used to living in remote, high-class, affluent areas, so naturally it would be good for everyone. They have access to the best possible healthcare and education, so everyone else in their utopia should. Damn the consequences for the rest of society. They've never set foot on public transportation, so naturally individual pods are the way to go, and so on. In its current form, Telosa has a ton of problems. So how do we fix them? Easy. If Mark Lohr wants to create sustainable places to live in the US, he should start somewhere else. Places where lots of people want to live and where there is plenty of space to build. Namely, the downtowns of most American cities. Pictured here is the center of Detroit, where most space is occupied not by buildings, but by urban freeways and surface parking lots. Why not lobby for zoning law changes and help densify the area with sustainable housing? Or if you find downtown land prices too high, I have good news for you. Just outside the center, there is a plethora of cheap, rundown, half-abandoned single-family home areas just waiting to be bought and redeveloped. Just imagine what you could do there with some eco-friendly mid-rise housing. And Detroit doesn't have a drought problem either. Why insist on a desert city in the middle of nowhere? Why not just fix existing US cities instead? Actually, I know exactly why. You see, around the time I made my video about Neon, the Saudi Line City bullshit project, one of its hired consultants reached out to me. We had a conversation where he explained the true extent of the idiocy behind the scenes. Obviously, I cannot share his name, picture, or even recorded voice for fear of prison or execution, but I will summarize what he told me. Basically, these projects begin with a billionaire dictator having a stupid, megalomaniac idea. They then hire consultants from a consultancy firm to visualize said idea, basically to create a metric ton of CGI. Then comes the private presentation, where you have 5 minutes to sell your proposal to them, as these people have very short attention spans. On the other hand, they are very easily bamboozled by shiny CGI and wild tech ideas, so if you cram your 5 minutes full of those, they will listen and likely approve your proposal. Don't even try to get into the details of the project, as in feasibility, security, infrastructure planning, sociological surveys, and so on, because they will fall asleep. They don't care. They just want to see something shiny and bombastic to bamboozle them and boost their ego. This is how you get Neom in the Saudi desert, Dubai in the Emirati desert, the new administrative capital in the Egyptian desert, and now Telosa in the American desert. They are all different, yet they're all the same. Mark Lord tries to ape Middle Eastern dictators to bring about the utopia he thinks is best for you. However, he will likely not succeed, because, as we all know by now, smooth brain dictator plus construction project equals dumb shit. So, this was Telosa, the Desert Hunger Games capital, or I guess in this case Thirst Games, and I thank you for watching. If you wish to support me making content like this, please consider subscribing to my Patreon, and I'll be seeing you next time.
I got support again. So you're telling me that I got support again, and my ABC says Arfield pref mid and top. So not only does he prefer mid, he also prefers top lane as well. Okay, chat, what do you do when you play League of Legends? You go into a lobby, you get autofilled, and then you see this. Autofilled? Autofilled? Autofilled. Dude, like what the f is going on, man? Like this game is broken. I don't understand. Is the Lord of Q times? No, okay, listen guys. I've said it before, but would you rather wait a little bit extra and get your role guaranteed, or would you rather have shorter Q times and get autofill potential? Because let's be honest, every League of Legends PC player is a fucking loser and gaming nerd anyways. They're gonna sit on a computer for 10 hours a day. Who cares, man? They don't need short Q times. They're just gonna play other games anyways. I got support again. So you're telling me that I got support?
So, I think tomorrow will be a little less.
Fucking boss. Hate these fucking kids, dude. How you playing with them? Alright, let's report this kid. This community of League kids is losers! By the way, in typical niche fashion, I would like to point out that Jax plays completely normal. Gets into my game, Essence Reaver Shield Bow. He plays completely normal usually.
You're implying that he's out to end
It's
you?
a Nice's game, so time to fuck his game.
Nice has finally went off of the deep end. He has started to become full conspiracy theory and given to ideas that he once thought were crazy. He thinks that the whole Korean server is out to get him. He thinks that all of the coaching roles and climbing roles he has learned throughout the years don't apply to him because he's above them and because his training is completely different. I'm just going to go over why his mental is grief at this point and how much he has evolved to become a pretty much a completely mentally deranged conspiracy theorist who believes that he's getting inted and that no matter what he does, he is going to lose. Okay, and something I wanted to point out is Nice has said stuff like, and you guys still think I don't have some kind of conspiratorial type bullshit on my team. And I couldn't actually find a clip of that. I looked for it, but he has literally said that there is some kind of conspiracy going on between, I don't know, like Koreans, and they're just out to int him. He has also just went out and got mad at his viewers, clear signs of paranoid schizophrenia in my opinion. But
people were trying to tell you last night during Valor, but your mods are too goated. My personal news part of the broadcast is over. I'm just personally trying to comprehend what the hell's going on the planet now. I don't understand it because Twitter sucks now and thinks we're interested in these tweets instead. Yeah, my entire Twitter timeline is now dude. Okay. My entire Twitter timeline is like dumb like this, okay? Like, I don't want to see... Give a white man money and he buys property. Give an Asian man money, he starts a business. Give a black man money, he buys an iced out chain. Like, you're just racist, man. You're just racist. We need to put fathers back in the homes of black America, raise our young men to be successful. Rappers raise this generation. I don't want to see like this. It's like the opposite. I had to block weird Republicans because that's all been pumped towards me since the takeover. My entire Twitter feed is just like cat turd and this dumb. Okay, I want to know what's going on in the world. My news aggregation was so solid on Twitter. My news aggregation was so good on Twitter. It was like all my journalist friends I follow constantly posting up to date. And now it's all like dumb Republican tweets that I never want to see. Or the other thing is like I see a lot of tweets from my friends like that are not political. You know what I mean? That are not doing news and shit. And it's like I don't want to see that. You know what I mean? I don't want to see that. I don't want to see like just influencers posting. Like, why has this turned into Instagram? And if I ever see politics, it is just straight up. If I ever see politics on Instagram, on my Twitter timeline, it's just straight up right-wing propaganda. It's so strange. For you tabs. The thing is, like, I feel like Elon Musk thinks this is what Twitter should be. He's just tailoring the entire platform used by so many people to what he wants personally. I think I'm basically gonna have to do like lists and shit. Yeah, I need to do follow lists. Or what is it called? Like there's like lists, right? You can make like, he's trying to enforce an echo chamber to support himself. I don't know, it just sucks. And I don't want to do that. Like I don't want to like curate my own goddamn timeline personally. And you know, it's just, but I feel like I'm gonna have to do that. The trending tab is just busted. It's just so busted. The trending tab is it has nothing. I've never seen a trending tab that is like less useful. The thing is like, I don't give a shit if I hear right-wing news as well, but I want news. You know what I mean? I don't want just like Laverne Spicer being a racist piece of, and unfortunately Twitter thinks Laverne Spicer being a racist piece is the only thing I want to see. I don't know what to say. People talk about Twitter not being real life, which is true, but then you talk to an extremely offline people and they tell you how their brothers, friends, co-workers saw a panhandler get into a 2023 Cadillac and drive off, and you realize offline info exchanges are also not real. Yeah. I had to listen to a few co-workers this morning complain about how the government's handing 500K houses to any homes for people who sign up for it, and I honestly don't know how to even compete with a disinformation apparatus that so easily churns out that kind of credulous rube. Heard people at my barbershop the other day saying the most ridiculous things I'd ever heard about homeless people. When you mentioned it, I went to a random barbershop near me in a pinch the other day, and the 65-year-old woman who cut my hair was an outright fascist rambling about Soros and trans people. And I just gotta say, it's all brain rot. Online, offline, doesn't matter. Also, there's an increasing number of people who are offline that get their from online. That's the other part. We consider online to be extremely online to be like Twitter, right? It varies by age. It varies by demographic. All the way from like, you know, older millennials down to Zoomers, like not Zoomers entirely, but like Generation A and Zoomers are on TikTok. That's what they mean when they say you're extremely online. A lot of millennials are on Twitter. Boomers, on the other hand, are on Facebook. So no one is actually offline. They're just getting misinformation from a different propaganda apparatus. And it doesn't matter. It's like they're lying. The ideology that is leading this conversation is still the same, whether it's online, whether it's offline. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? That's actually a really good point. We're all extremely online at different sources, and even when I try to avoid being online, I'm still forced to see it and hear it. Yeah. Put my account on private because apparently that's the only way people see your tweets. People who lock their accounts can no longer engage with my followers. My quote tweets are all breaking and retweets disappearing, so I just unfollowed y'all. I'm gonna start unfollowing anyone who locked their account. Okay, since everyone else is trying this account locking technique to see if it improves engagement, I'll give it a whirl. Let me know if you've seen my tweets again, if they've been hidden over the past few weeks. Ben, I can't retweet you now. Yeah, no shit. He made it private, dog. For someone who spent so many waking hours on Twitter, it is pretty hilarious that this boomer doesn't understand like how this process works. Also, Elon Musk went private yesterday to like, I guess, figure out this process to understand what's going on. Now, I find that particularly funny because like he owns the platform, and like if he hadn't fired every single person that knows what's going on, he could perhaps, instead of doing this insane thing, in front of everybody else, he could perhaps just go and ask someone. Maybe this problem would not even persist, but such is the way of Elon Musk. Imagine buying a McDonald's, firing the whole crew, and then having eventually learn how to work with these fryers. Things like that, yeah. Watching the stream from a laptop I just bought from Anya Taylor-Joy. So cool. There is 0% chance that Anya Taylor-Joy is out there selling laptops. Oh yeah, here, I'm selling my used laptop. Okay, bro. Her Twitter got hacked and is being used for scams. Oh, I think Twitter just straight up doesn't have a support team anymore. A-list celebrities account being hacked and used to fish payment from fans isn't something that used to just stay unresolved for 24 hours. What? 4 sold so far, 6 more left. So here's what I'll do. If you buy 2 at once, I'll let it go for $1,000 total. Damn. Yo, Anya Taylor-Joy is falling on hard times, dude. What? She needs this money. I know you guys love me, but when you message me with no intent.
Really dying. Oh God. Okay, first off, I honestly don't really want to make this video, mainly because it's kind of a gloomy topic and I'm not a fan of negativity. Also, I never thought I'd actually need to make this specific video, mostly because I never thought the game was actually dying. Sure, Riot have made their fair share of mistakes in the past, some big mistakes, but I never thought they were bad enough to the point it actually threatened the existence of the game. Until now. Anyways, feel free to sit back and relax because this is going to be a long one, and welcome to League of Legends 2023. Let's get into things. Now, I know I'm a bit late to the party here as multiple content creators have already made videos about this topic, and if you haven't already seen them yet, you should go check them out. But like them, I actually originally was going to post a similar video right after I saw the new 2023 cinematic, or more specifically, lack of a cinematic. However, because some of the other content creators also had the same idea and got the videos out ridiculously fast, I decided to instead hold off a bit, take a breather, and just observe things for the next few days, which I'm glad I did because a lot has changed since then. Anyways, I want to go over as much as possible in detail on the state of League of Legends, go over some of the new updates, and give some of my thoughts on the whole situation as well. To start, I want to be as transparent as possible, so let's start off with the actual numbers and statistics. Currently on paper, League of Legends is not dying by any means. Average monthly players is about the same it's been and really hasn't changed much, and the pro scene viewership was significantly up at Worlds. So if viewership is up and the player base is normal, then what's the problem? Well, to start, Worlds viewership, in my opinion, was a complete anomaly. The only reason viewership was up this year was because of the incredible games that took place and the storybook backstory behind it. Without the story of Depth and Faker, and without so many incredible matches, viewership, at least in my opinion, would have been significantly lower than normal. Basically, everything that could have happened to make Worlds as exciting as possible happened just by chance, and it's not something that should be banked on happening every year. I mean, honestly, what would 2022 have looked like for League if nothing exciting were to have happened at Worlds? As far as the player base goes, yes, they seem fine now, but there's no way things stay that way with the direction we're headed in now. Because honestly, we've kind of put up with a lot of stuff these last few years. This last year especially. Believe it or not, and this may come as a shock to you, League players are abnormally stubborn. And by that, I mean we have a pretty big threshold on what it takes for us to quit this game. Which is good for Riot. It's actually great for Riot, but it doesn't mean that threshold is unlimited. And recently, it seems like they've been constantly poking us with a stick, seeing how far we can be pushed. I mean, this last year, we received no new game modes. Riot basically encouraged players to only grind rank. Riot released over 140 skins for a money grab. No new maps were released. Not that we were super hopeful in the first place. Almost no new lore was released. Riot changed LCS times to a time that was inconvenient for almost everyone and prioritized Valorant instead, which in their defense they did recently change, so that was good on them. But bots were being used at an all-time high. People were cheating in rank, people were gambling in rank, and to wrap it all up, at the start of the 2023 season, they released a knockoff version of the introduction to Avatar: The Last Airbender as the cinematic.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. But I believe Aang can save the world.
It honestly works a little too well. Now, the cinematic being doo-doo may not seem like a big deal, and it really isn't in the long run, but it definitely was the perfect catalyst to throw the entire League of Legends community over the edge. After enduring an entire year of feeling like Riot just didn't care anymore, they essentially confirmed this fact by dropping the ball on something we all thought was immune from the corruption. I mean, the joke for years in the League community has always been, well, it kind of sucks Riot did X, Y, or Z, but at least their animations never disappoint. And unfortunately, here we are in 2023 where even that's no longer the case. Now, I just gotta say that it takes effort to kill a game this big. Even if Riot drops the ball on a few things, people will still play the game because we like the game, and even if we say we hate it, it's still fun and we're addicted. Hell, even if multiple issues pop up at the same time, we'll complain about it, but we'll still probably suck it up and keep playing anyways. However, what's different about this time around is that it felt like someone at Riot was actively trying to kill the game. I just logically can't think of any other explanation for it. Now, to touch on some of my points above, over 140 skins is a lot of skins, and for perspective, they earn an estimated $10 million per skin every year. It's a pretty good little chunk of change, and honestly, the fact they released so many doesn't really bug me. It's more the fact that they seem to pour the majority of their resources into mainly making new skins for a money grab while seemingly using none of that money to improve League elsewhere. Now, obviously, I don't know the actual numbers and where exactly funds are being allocated, but what I do know is that League hasn't received any fun updates in years. On top of that, it just seems that Riot's investing way more time and money into their newer games like Valorant or Wild Rift, or even some of their other upcoming projects, which is great. I'm honestly happy they're expanding so much, and I'm actually really excited for everything they got in store for us. But it shouldn't come at the cost of neglecting the League community completely. I mean, in their latest response video, they even confirmed that this had been the case, saying they turned the League Game Modes team into the TFT team.
League used to have a Game Modes team, and I think a pretty good one. And we ended up using that team as the foundation for the development of Teamfight Tactics and the ongoing development of it. That was great for Teamfight Tactics as an experience, but at a cost to League.
And this honestly makes so much more sense now, because the launch of TFT really was about the time we started seeing a huge drop off in new game modes. Anyways, it just sucks that this decision was made, because when you think about it, we as the League community are kind of the reason they're able to do all of this in the first place. Now, my main issue with all of this is that Riot just doesn't seem to care anymore, and it sucks. Take the winter map, for example. This is something the League community has been wanting back for years now, and their first excuse for them not doing this was they wanted to focus on more immersive environments that players got to experience for longer periods of time, like Nexus splits, which first of all, I gotta be honest, I think that in itself is kind of a poor excuse, and there shouldn't be any reason they couldn't just do both. But even if we did humor this idea of them just focusing on Nexus splits, they eventually just dropped the whole game mode anyways. And as far as their second excuse goes, I kid you not, this is what they said. When asked why they couldn't just reuse the winter map from previous years, their excuse was, and I quote, "It would take some time." Yes, they literally said that, and not only that, but they also even admitted that it's not technically challenging to do, but they just didn't want to take some time to do it. It's honestly stuff like this that's most frustrating, and it makes it hard to continue believing in a company that doesn't care enough to make admittedly small changes like this, not for profit, not for money, but for the community. Now, some of you may not know this because a lot of people who play today are actually newer to the game, but years ago, Riot used to actually add in tons of fun events, Easter eggs, and game modes before. I mean, hell, they'd even do special events for the Winter Olympics. And while I know times have definitely changed since then and the community has grown substantially, small acts like adding a winter map or adding a fun game mode every so often would go a long way. What's crazy is that all of the points above are just touching the surface of things that are wrong with League right now. I mean, take the start of the 2023 season, for instance. No one even knew exactly when the new season was starting, and in order to figure it out, you literally had to go to one of the Rioters' Twitter pages to find out. I mean, their Instagram story page had a countdown, but even then, I'm pretty sure their timer was actually a day early. And even then, once the season did start, it was pretty freaking underwhelming. It was like that same feeling you get when counting down to the new year in anticipation, only to realize that once the clock actually strikes midnight, nothing actually changes. But screw that, this isn't New Year's, this is League of Legends. Where the f is my Fortnite Marshmallow concert? Or whatever artist they feature these days. But seriously, there was literally nothing special with the transition from the preseason to the new season. No big event, no huge update, and now not even a cinematic. And at least for me, this is the first time in a long time that I really felt like the game just felt boring. Anyways, fast forward a few days after the cinematic, and we got a response from Riot about both the cinematic and the state of League of Legends. So let's talk about it. To summarize the response to the cinematic, it sounds like they were originally actually planning on releasing a normal champion cinematic with Aatrox starring in it. But they said, and I quote, "There are some unprecedented circumstances that had us choose an alternative approach to the season 2023 video." Now, what that issue was specifically was never specified, which is honestly a little bit suspicious. Right, Medler did post this comment on Reddit saying it was planned, scripted, and even partway through development, but again wasn't able to give the reasoning behind why they didn't go through with it. While I want to believe the reason was due to something completely out of their control, it's hard because the reasoning could also easily be that they wanted to save funding for a different project. Either way, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here and assume it was for a fair reason. And if that's the case, all Riot had to do was just communicate this to us from the beginning, and the League community would have been a lot more understanding, which even Riot themselves agreed with. Now let's talk about their response video. I have mixed feelings with this. First off, I do want to commend them for stepping up and finally taking taking some responsibility. I mean, this is the first time in a long time where they seem to actually do that. Now, with that being said, I have some concerns with this as well. It could just be me, but I just can't brush off the feeling that they seem to be more sorry the community has finally cracked rather than sorry for neglecting the community all these years. It gives off a bit of I'm sorry for getting caught vibes rather than sorry for actually ignoring you. Like, why are they suddenly addressing all of these unrelated issues now, and coincidentally when the community just got pushed over the edge with the lack of the cinematic? Why weren't we getting some of these videos or changes 4 years ago? I honestly theorize that this new 2v2v2v2 game mode they announced wasn't even in discussion until this whole debacle with the cinematic happened, and it's hard not to assume that this is just being used as a deterrent to help cool things down. That, or at the very least, the priority of adding in the game mode got significantly bumped up when they realized how upset the community really was. Another reason I think this was a last-ditch effort was because otherwise, why wouldn't you highlight this in your preseason announcements, or at least hype it up in some way for the new season? Like, this is a big deal. Riot hasn't released a new game mode for years, and they've clearly been aware that people weren't happy with the lack of effort, so even a small mention at the start of the year would have gotten people extremely hyped. In other words, that's why I don't think they were originally rolling this out, at least this year. Now, don't get me wrong, I am extremely grateful and happy Riot is in fact adding in a new game mode for us to play. I think it sounds sick, and I'll definitely be trying this out when it's released, but that doesn't hide the fact that we as a community needed to get this upset for changes to really happen. We shouldn't have to wait years and have a significant catalyst for us to be heard. Now, in their defense, even if it was being used as a method of cooling down the community, I understand that they had to start somewhere. So I don't want to criticize their actions too much because, again, I'm extremely grateful they're taking this step forward. I just think it's still important to shine light on the subject. And hey, I could be wrong about all of this, and for all I know, they were planning on implementing this game mode for months already. But even if that is the case, they really should probably look into improving their communication at the start of the year. People honestly would have received this news so well and probably would have cooled things down a lot in itself. At the very least, it would have shown that Riot cares a bit. Speaking of communication, in their video, they also mentioned how they wanted to improve that too, whether it be with videos, blogs, or whatever it may be. Personally, I think both are great ideas. It would be awesome if we had weekly videos or even monthly videos like this talking about upcoming changes, updates, or even just the direction they're planning on heading. Just maybe we actually talk about new upcoming things rather than stuff we've already known about for months now. Anyways, this idea would give an opportunity for the community to give feedback on what they may or may not like about their future plans, or just give suggestions. They also mentioned that they're working on changes to their technology, which is actually pretty great to hear. I don't know much about game design and coding, but I do know enough to understand that League of Legends was built on the ultimate spaghetti code, and sometimes it can just suck to update and redesign things because of that. Mostly because the game is so old and they've just been adding pieces to it instead of actually redoing it. If they actually took the time to properly redesign some of their technology, this could be a game changer, and I feel like we could easily see more frequent and better updates come out of it. Now, in the comments of the Twitter post, we also learned that 2024 will be confirmed to have a champion-led cinematic, which is really great to hear, and honestly not just good for us, but them too. One, people will actually be happy, but also this thing has the potential to bring in thousands of new players. The 2022 cinematic received 144 million views on YouTube. That is a lot of potential people signing up to play League. Anyways, even though I gave some pretty harsh feedback, I really do want to emphasize once again that I think it's great they made this video, and it does start to show that they care a bit more. In the end of their video, they even mentioned how they're planning on finally listening to the community. However, we've also heard of broken promises like these before, so it's definitely a trust that will need to be earned back from the community over time. With that being said, there are still a lot of unanswered questions, like what about lore? What about stories? What about dealing with bots or even cheaters? I mean, the list kind of goes on, but nevertheless, it's a good first start and a good first step in the right direction. Change has to start somewhere, so I'm going to put my faith in them and hope that the beginning to change is now. Now, before the video ends, I do actually want to try to help give some positive feedback on what I think could actually improve things instead of just complaining about things the whole time. I really think we need a PvE game mode. Odyssey, for instance, was actually so freaking fun, and I believe Necra even mentioned this in one of his videos as well. If they just adjusted it a bit to make it more repeatable, it would be amazing. Other game modes are obviously encouraged as well. On top of that, it'd be really cool if we could have customizable Summoner's Rift maps that we could use kind of like TFT. Plus, they'd be able to make money off of it, so it's kind of a win-win for everyone. Honestly, if we could just have some options to make the game feel less sweaty and try hard, I think the community would greatly appreciate it. On a separate note, another way we could improve communication like we talked about earlier is through content creators, specifically with the League Partner Program. I understand that the League community is massive and it's literally impossible to hear feedback from everyone, but we as content creators can help be those bridges of communication. If you're familiar at all with the program, they do of course have some fun perks like the ability to give skins and unlock skins and whatnot, which I'm not gonna lie would be really cool, especially because a lot of the time I need a specific skin for a video. But the thing I'm really interested in is the dev access and early access previews. It provides the opportunity to help give useful feedback to Riot. The problem is that the League Partner Program hasn't been reopened for years, even though they specifically said they would reopen it in the first half of 2022. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I would love to be a part of something like this and help give my insight and feedback, and I'm definitely willing if Riot offered me the luxury. But the reality is there are a number of content creators writers that have popped up these last few years that are equally and more deserving than myself to be a part of this program that could really help benefit the community. So I'm not just speaking on behalf of myself, but all League of Legends content creators. And honestly, no hate to some of the current League partners, but the list is so old that some of them don't even play League anymore, and some aren't even making content now. I'm not saying anyone should be removed, but it would be nice if we could update the list a little. Also, let's be honest, it'd be pretty cool to be able to hand you guys free skins. Anyways, with that being said, I do want to mention, even throughout their mistakes, Riot has still done a lot of good work this year. The chat restriction system is a lot better. Games are honestly way less toxic in my opinion, and it's really great to see. The durability update was really good for the game. Smurfs have seemed to gone down a bit. The AFK system is good, but still needs a bit of work because when I wait in lane for minions, I still get a warning. But overall, a lot of good has been done this year too. It is also extremely important to mention that a strong majority of the rioters and Riot employees have nothing to do with the mistakes made, and the majority of problems lie completely at the top. Almost all of them are just as upset as you and I about this whole situation. And I know recently a few of them have even been receiving death threats because of everything that's happened. Honestly, that's just up. Even if they are responsible, which again the majority of them aren't, making death threats is just ridiculous. Like, if you're gonna do that, you need to really look in a mirror and grow up a little. Just understand that most of the rioters out there don't deserve the hate they're getting right now, and those who are responsible deserve a more humane approach than death threats. On that note, I have to emphasize once again that I honestly hate making these types of videos because I just don't like to be negative, and I literally spent all week going back and forth on deciding whether or not I should post this in the first place. But in a way, I really do feel obligated to do so since you've all given me this platform and voice, and honestly, I'm happy to do it in that case. I do want to clarify though that this video is not meant to be hateful in any way. It's just more of a passionate response to hopefully help the future of League of Legends, because I actually care about this game and hope to see it continue to succeed. Anyways, hopefully 2022 was just an economy round and League will really take off in 2023. And hopefully this video will reach some of the rioters higher up too. I gotta say, after their feedback and response, I'm actually excited for 2023 again, so hopefully Riot will live up to their promises and expectations. It seems we as a community ironically seem to have made our mark, not in the way Riot probably intended, but definitely for the better. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, share this to a rioter if you know them, and I'll see you next time. As always, a huge shout out to my tier 3 patrons, Stefan, Noctek, and James. A huge shout out to Setright for being a tier 4 patron and also my first member. Holy crap. And thank you so freaking much to all my other incredible patrons as well.
Welcome, BBCers, to episode number 132 of the Broken by Concept podcast, the #1 solo queue educational and motivational podcast. Third year running, Curtis, we're going to be doing the most anticipated, requested, really the only thing that people show up for this podcast, our one episode of the year. Of
one and done.
The season 13 ranked guide. We're going to encapsulate everything you need to know to have a successful season. I don't want to say successful.
Get off to the right foot at least.
Get off to the right foot, but just your approach to the game, the way you think about improvement, process, everything we talk about in this podcast. This is actually just a great episode as well if you're new to the podcast. Just a summary of what this podcast is about.
I think it's a great reminder as well for people who are long-term listeners. Just sort of check up,
refresh.
a refresher of some of the concepts that we've spoken about. We sometimes evolve our take on a few concepts. A lot we're going to cover today.
So we have 15 topics to go over here, guys. They'll all be in the timestamps in the YouTube, but if you listen on Spotify, get ready. We've got 15 topics to talk about the ranked journey this year. Before we get into that, though, Curtis, people were wondering, 2 weeks, no podcast. Everyone was...
Where was I?
Pitchforks. I put out...
People were pretty angry.
People were angry. I don't blame them. This is an awesome podcast.
So I went to Hong Kong for a week, or about 5 days, and I actually met with a long-term BBC listener, Kenneth. And it was pretty surreal because, in a way, it actually made me really... It was quite shocking because...
So you went on a hike with him?
yeah, we met up and he's like, because he found out I was going. I can't actually remember how he knew I was going to Hong Kong. And he's like, I'm from Hong Kong. I'll be happy to give you a tour and meet up with you and show you some places. And there's a lot of hiking in Hong Kong, so we end up going on this really long hike. It was a really beautiful hike. Put some pictures here. Charles will put them on the screen. It was just a beautiful day, and it was very surreal because obviously we're here in Melbourne, and you know, all the way like kind of on the other side of the world in this small little village in Hong Kong, there's a guy who sits there and plays League and listens to the BBC, and it was
Crazy to think about.
mind-blowing to think that I'm connecting with someone in a completely different place, a different culture, everything is different, and it was just shocking. It was really overwhelming in a way. It's like, wow, this is the power of technology, and this is the power of how League can connect people around the world. And yeah, we had a really amazing conversation. And it was funny. I was talking to him, and I was about to get into a story, and he's like, "Oh, is that the story about that?" Whatever it was.
He's heard every story already on the podcast.
He already knew. He knows so much about me. It was overwhelming that he knew already so much about me, but I didn't know anything about him. But yeah, we had a really great time, and so shout out Kenneth. He's actually joined the MLA.
Nice.
Last opening, so he's in the MLA now
Beautiful.
as well.
He's fully ticked off every box. He's a BBCR, listened to so many episodes, and now he's in one of our coaching programs.
Coaching program as well. Yeah, he's a really, really nice guy, and I had a really great day with him. And shout out to Kenneth for helping us with plan that beautiful hike and helping us. Went to like this big Buddha on the top of a mountain. It was just a great time, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without him. So thank you so much.
All right, so let's get straight in, Curtis, to our 15 topics. Okay, Curtis, our first one, the biggest question that we always get, the thing that people love to talk about, the thing that is people. I visualize this topic, people tearing their hair out trying to figure out champion pool. Champion pool, champion pool, champion pool. What does it mean? What do I need? How important is it? Let's get into it, Curtis.
Okay.
So I think there's different angles, there's different it's now subsections of champion pool.
Yeah, there's a lot here to unpack. I think first and foremost, we need to talk about fun. That's where I want to start with. Okay. Everyone enjoys something different. Just like we all enjoy different movies, different songs, music, whatever. So everyone who plays League has things they fundamentally enjoy about the game.
So for champion pool stuff, we're talking about players that just love to one-trick one champion, players that get bored of champions really quickly.
Well, okay, so there are different categories of players. We get players that are absolutely obsessed about one particular champion, and that is the reason they play League. They play League because of this champion. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to be a one-trick, you can be a one-trick. But I would say more often than not, majority of the League population, maybe likes a category or a type of champion, whether it's mages, burst-oriented champions, assassins, skirmishers, whatever it might be, right? Now, the reason I want to talk about fun is that if you play champions that you fundamentally do not enjoy, you will drop them at some point. You will not stay consistent and develop that, stay long enough on that champion to develop a significant amount of champ mastery. And you won't be motivated to play and problem solve those very difficult situations. When both of us, when we think about our League journey, when we've had the most success with champions, is when we've gone to that next level of champ mastery, put in the mass amount of hours because we've loved the champion.
Learning, I always say this, learning about how to play that champion in the game that on draft, on paper looks terrible. That's the real levels of champion mastery. People will give up if you don't enjoy the champion. You're going to give up around, we always say around the 80 game mark is when people really start to see the weakness of the champion, and then they really struggle with, it's getting to those hundreds of games. That's when you start to really take things to the next level.
That's right. So in my experience, I remember I used to talk about, okay, we should play these because these are good for learning, or these are good for the meta, or whatever it might be. None of that, everything kind of pales in comparison to just fundamentally enjoying the champion play. You don't need to love it, but you definitely enjoy it. So, and obviously there's levels to that, right? So yeah, we'll kind of touch on that later. The other aspect of this is you need to cater your champ pool size for the rank that you're at. What is it like in the Soul 2? So if someone's in gold, what would you rank? Do you recommend 1 champion, 2 champions?
It's 2 to 3.
So 2 to 3 in gold? What about platinum?
Actually, sorry, no. I can't say 2 to 3. 2. 2
in gold? Same for me in MLA, 2 in gold.
Platinum, 2. Diamond, then I'll move to
Two in
3.
plat- so 2 in plat.
2 in plat still.
Okay.
Yep. I think about all my Salty members that have gotten results, the gold, platinum to diamond, it's always 1-2 champions.
Okay. Diamond?
Diamond, that's when I'll be moving to expand in 3.
Okay.
And then master tier plus. I mean, now that goes into another topic of now champion cycling. They've got a lot of experience.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a
of-
second, though.
Yeah.
We'll come back to champion cycling. But fundamentally, 2 in gold, 2 in plat, can be 3 in diamond, and then can be more in master plus. Yeah, so very similar to me. I think, 1 and 2, 1 or 2, if you can stick to 1 or 2 in gold, that'll help a lot. I believe that a high plat player can play 3. It gets a little bit more nuanced on a case-by-case basis because what you'll get is some players who have very easy to execute champ pools, and we'll get into this in a second as well. So, like, maybe someone has been a long-term Lux player, right? And they spent time learning 2 other champions. They could probably also have Lux on the side and have that as a 3rd champion in plat because it won't take any of their mental stack. Like, they've got so much mastery on the champ, it doesn't really occupy that 3rd slot. So it does get a little bit more nuanced than that. But yeah, very similar framework. 3 in diamond ideally, and then 4. You can have like 4 or 5 in master or whatever. But so yeah, same. So that's good that we align on that. Let's get into what you said. What was that we just spoke about? Then we spoke about
champ pool cycling.
Champ pool cycling. No, I want to talk about the difficulty of champions. Okay, so I believe that you cannot maintain multiple complex champions inside of the pool. So I'm going to speak through mid. You can talk through the jungle lens in a second. So if I'm in diamond, and I'm a diamond, maybe a diamond 3 player.
Wait, can we quickly define
complexity?
What makes a difficult champion?
Okay, there's 3 things that dictate the complexity of a champion. The first one is the mechanical execution. The second one is how their ability to separate fundamentals. And the third one is reference point clarity.
So that's the way that I talk about number 3. You're talking about how
clear is our identity,
These clear as identity. It's
That's
like
right.
play around your ults.
So
That's
think
like
about a
big one.
champion like Malzahar, how clear that identity is,
Yep.
what your weaknesses and your strengths on a champion like Malzahar or Lux or something like that is incredibly straightforward. It's
Yep.
like
there's only really one way to be fighting.
Yep, it's like I'm a squishy mage that has some utility. It's very obvious what I want to do. Like, if I enter a fight, I know that I got to sit back at a distance, do my damage. I'm not flanking, doing anything sophisticated. Take a champion like Silas. Silas is a champion that has very unclear reference points. What do I do if I'm a Silas player? Do I go in? When do I go in? How do I go in? When should I use my E? When should I not? Like, it's not very clear what my reference points are. That's why I don't recommend learning the game through a champion like Silas, because your reference points are all screwed up. And I will talk about the other one, which was ability to separate fundamentals. A champion like Yasuo, right? The reason he's not really good for learning the game, why he's quite complex, is because trading and wave management are combined. You can't trade without eating through the minions. So you're always so on a champion like Annie, for example, I can Q the minion or I can Q the enemy.
Give a clear
I can manage the wave
decision-making
or I can
tree.
trade on the enemy.
Yeah.
So there are champions like similar to Katarina, right? You're bouncing blade, and same as Yasuo and Katarina. They don't have mana, so there's certain fundamentals that you can't really learn, or it's a lot harder to learn the fundamentals because they're combined. So that's the second one, and the first one is obviously mechanical execution. There are champions like, for example, like LeBlanc, a lot of like combos, mechanically intensive skill shots, that sort of thing. So they're the 3 factors that dictate complexity. So if I'm, say, Diamond 3, right, I will struggle to have 3 complex champions in my pool. If I had a pool like LeBlanc, Silas, Yasuo.
Yasuo, yeah.
That is a very difficult pool to pull off. Even if it's good on paper, and even if it ticks multiple boxes and it's balanced, whatever, you won't play enough games on each of those champions to hold them to such a high standard to genuinely push the ranks with them. So more often than not, what I tell players is that, okay, say for example in Plat, you can have a champ pool of 3, but I would not recommend 2 complex champions. I'd recommend maybe 1 complex champion, 2 simple champions. If you're in Diamond, you can maybe have 2 complex champs, 1 simple champ. You get the point. You want to balance complexity, simplicity, as well as size of the champ pool, and if you're going to have fun, if you have fun with the champions, and if they're well-rounded in the pool, if they make sense in the pool holistically. So there's a lot there to unpack. And then the cherry on top is champ pool cycling, which is very, very important in the long run.
you want to go into that
Yeah,
now?
we'll go into this now. So, me and you, we're big believers in long-term. League is a game, like a long-term game. It's not a game where you play for 3 months, you get a rank, and you piss off. It's a journey. It's a marathon. It's not even one season. It's multiple seasons to achieve goals, right? We think in time spans of years, right? Like we talk about casually. Okay, if you're a new player, it's going to probably take you 3 years to get to platinum. First year, 0 to 30 bot games, learning what the game does. Second year, get to gold 4. Third year, get to platinum. Like that's just normal. Like it's like, all right, that's like a pretty standard journey. 3 years, right? Now, champ pool cycling, right? Let's say you had a champ pool of a jungler, and let's say you played, let's say you were in Diamond, and as a jungler, and you played Rek'Sai, Elise, and Volibear, something like that. Right? Let's pull it out of my ass. What you can do throughout the season as the meta changes, or maybe you get bored of a champion, you can take one of them out, not all of them, one of them, add something else in. So you're not changing the entirety of your champ pool. All you're doing is you're adding one in, swapping one out. You still got the core champion. You still got maybe take out Volibear. You still got that Rek'Sai Elise. But now you've added in something that keeps you interested, something that's going to spike up your motivation, something that maybe is a little bit more suited to the meta at the time, whatever it might be. And over the long run, when we're talking months, years, seasons, and you do this for tens of champions, you start to develop a very sophisticated understanding.
You're building like a repertoire of,
that's right,
of things that maybe you played a champion for like a little bit, you got rid of it from its pool pretty quickly, but then you still remember you could pick it up pretty quickly. I guess an analogy, the marathon, maybe the marathon analogy is bad because it's technically never ending marathon.
Right.
But like each like leg, you're like, you
take something away from it.
you take something away from it.
Yeah, 100%. And so champ pool cycling has many benefits. Number one, it makes it easier to pick up that champion in the future. It makes it easier to pick up champions like that in the future. Whether it's not the same, it could just be a style like that.
It doesn't completely sabotage seasons. You're suddenly like, screw all my champions. I'm learning all these new champions. You're still able to, win games and play at a really good level, or your current level, whatever
That's right.
it is. You're not going to go jump, to go
0 to 100, right? Like you got this full champ pool, and then you go in to 0. Yeah. And most importantly, it allows you actually increasing your knowledge of how to verse that champion. So this is why, by the way, this actually explains fundamentally, one of the reasons anyway, why there are players that exist that have played the game since Season 2 that are able to reliably autopilot to a high level in Grandmaster, even low Challenger, depending on the server, Master Tier, whatever. You look at a streamer, they're playing, talking to chat, they're a long-term player, they've played for thousands of games over years and years and years. Why is that the case? Why is that possible? Because they've champ pool cycled for 9 years.
Rolled cycled
for 10 years.
Yeah.
They've played every mid laner for probably 100 games each. So when you do that, the underlying muscle memory is insane. Not just you playing it, but you versing it. Everything's just anticipation.
Everything's connected.
Everything's interconnected.
Yeah.
So that is also why fundamentally these players who have played for a very, very long period of time, you cannot compare yourself to them
if you're a new player.
Because they're operating on a level of muscle memory that you will never be able to comprehend.
New player means you're started in 2019 these days.
Yeah.
You're still a relatively new player.
Yeah, you're a new player. If you started in Season 8, you're actually new.
Yeah. That's right. So it's really important to think about
when Season 13.
It's crazy, dude.
It like explodes my brain when I actually think about that. Season 13.
Yep. You were playing Gangplank in Season 1, dude.
Playing GP in Season 1.
So again, the context is really important. The way you think about it, and League is just a different game. It's not like Counter-Strike where you've always sort of known like how to you got to shoot people. Shooters are it's pretty simple. You got to kill people, right? So we got to really understand it. It's just going to keep building over the years.
Your repertoire, your understanding, your field.
So yeah, I think that's a really good mantra to think of the game in terms of years, seasons, and not just like, oh, I'm going to pick up League and suddenly I'm going to be insane.
And that is the fundamental advantage of not being a one-trick.
Yes, that's right.
Champ pool cycling will make you a better player over the long run, holistically, over a long span of time. So we covered everything with champ pool there?
Yep. What else for champ pool? There's something else I want to talk
meta?
about. Yeah, I guess champ pool, how it ties into meta. Let's go into there now.
So what's your take on meta, Nathan?
All right, so we had a note here. Number 2 was meta not mattering.
Okay.
All right. So this ties with what we said before about having fun. Having fun's really important. I mean, there is plenty of examples of one tricks from every server, pretty much almost every champion, I think, of getting to a relatively high level Diamond 1+ or Master. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
So that's just the fact out there. That's just that it's possible, right?
Let's talk about this.
Now, this is the question that people ask now. It's like, well, can't I just do it easier on another champion? Because that champion's really good or this build's really good.
Yeah.
And the answer is yeah.
Yeah, it will be easier.
Yep.
But again, we've got to think of it in terms of like long
term.
run.
Yes.
If you're going to pick up a champion, let's say Maokai jungle's in the meta, and you pop off a Maokai jungle, and you end up going from Platinum 4 to Platinum 2. Or Platinum 4 to Platinum 1. Sometimes that can happen. If a champion's really strong, you play a lot of games, it clicks with you, whatever, boom. Maokai gets nerfed. You drop it from your... It's unplayable or really, really, really weak. You drop it from your pool. You're going to go back to Platinum 4. What have you learned? It's gone. All that champ mastery that you've just developed is gone. It's unusable.
Well, it's good. Again, in a couple of years' time,
In a couple of years' time, potentially. But if you had spent that entire time sticking to your Rek'Sai, whatever it is, the champ that you were actually planning on sticking to, that champ pool, and you climbed, and maybe you only went from Plat 4 to high Plat 3, you're still light years ahead. You're actually, all that time, you're not being moved. And if anything, your champ might slowly come back into the meta, or it might be not as bad in a month or two. And then you're primed, ready to go. And remember, this is what I always tell people. In League, you're only ever learning one of two things. You're either developing champ mastery, or you're learning the game. That's it. Pick. Which one do you want to do?
Yeah. And it's always champ mastery in the order. It's always champ mastery first.
Always champ mastery first.
Because
always.
You need to understand how to pilot your champion to be able to then have the mental stack free to learn, to read the map, feel game pace, and then not having to think about your champion.
Right, so think of it in terms of an analogy. You can't learn how to race a car until you learn to drive a car. So step number one is learn how to drive a car, and then we can figure out what we can do with the car. But we got to figure out first how to drive the goddamn car and how the car works.
Perfect analogy.
Right? And so, yeah, you're only doing one. This very important metric, very simple. You're either developing champion mastery and learning a champion, or you're learning the game holistically. Very, very simple. Going back to the meta, the reason why the meta... So I believe meta starts to matter at Master. Okay? Now, the reason this is the case, let's say Lux gets a buff on her E. Or no, so let's say Lux gets a buff on her E for an additional 40 damage. Right? People think, okay, well, great, that's a great buff for Lux. That's actually pretty significant. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to play Lux. You look at the people who play Lux, who pick it up, they're missing 50% of their E's anyway. If you were to land one more Lux E, you've already made up the difference by far on the buff that happened to the champion anyway. So meta and stats and patches and stuff doesn't matter. Build doesn't really matter until you are playing the game to a high level. Everyone's playing pretty optimal. That's when it matters. That's when it's significant. So it definitely has an impact. Don't get me wrong, it definitely has an impact, and it will make the game easier. And it is important to have a versatile champ pool that it can adapt to, you know, metas and stuff like that. But more often than not, you're better off just developing champ mastery on the champ that you play.
Going to champ mastery as well, people might think that they have a lot of champ mastery. Here's a story. Remember we did the Trinity Force podcast, Curtis? We did that a while back, and we had, I can't remember who was one of the hosts there. He was a Vi player, and we had a discussion, and he sort of said like, oh, like I know, like I'm really good at Vi, like, but like I'm still like learning the game and stuff like that. And I posed a question to him. I said, you know, are you really like champion master? He was a silver player, I think, or bronze or something like that. Silver or bronze.
Yeah.
And I really questioned that because I've actually made a Vi guide recently, right? And I have had people comment on the Vi guide. So I only played 35 ranked games to make this Vi guide, and I thought I was ready to go. And I had people in the comments, like master tier Vi players, say, oh wow, like I never thought about the queue that way. Or, you know, these are players that played hundreds of games of Vi. So obviously, I'm a more experienced player, and I played against Vi's, and I just have a sort of an understanding just how to fight anyway at a high level. But you know, I pose that question when people think about maybe moving or maybe add in or maybe drop in a champion. It's like, are you really understanding this champ mastery wise? Because people could also fall into the trap of, oh, I've got the champ mastery underway, tick. I just need to like learn the game, but they're still missing so much of champion mastery. So really important to not just get tricked like that bronze host on the saying Vi, like I bet you I could review his game. He's making all the Vi mistakes. In my Vi guide, I have a 15-minute section. No, I think it's like 30-40 minutes about every mistake a low elo Vi makes. I bet you he's making every single one of those. You're not even close to understanding Vi from the get-go, so that's really important as well.
It's a great story. I'll tell you another story that kind of runs along this one as well. Is I was coaching a master Syndra player, and pretty long-term Syndra player. Get into the review, and the guy's making basic Syndra combo mistakes. Like he's going for the max range QE. He's like rushing his E every time. Like it's just super linear. It's like walking up QE, and he's not hitting any of them. And I'm like explaining like, this is so obvious. And then he's like, wait, what the hell? Like he
probably thought he was insane at Syndra.
Yeah, he didn't. He said he couldn't see this in his own reviews because you know why? Because there was so much muscle memory. He's played the champ so many times that you overlook the basics. What happens when you play a lot of a champion is that you believe that your problems are super sophisticated and complex.
That's right.
Because you overlook the basics because you've automatically got those hundreds of games. So you don't think that the basics of what's holding you back. But and it was just that outside perspective that I'm like, dude, this is just basic Syndra, like this is basic stuff. And he's like, yeah, you're actually spot on. Holy crap, I can't believe I'm doing this. I didn't see this. Holy, I should stop rushing my E, which is like something that, you could learn in any rank, right?
I wonder if he would be able to review a Syndra VOD, someone else's, say you're doing that, and then he still would miss that. That would be interesting.
And the reason I spoke about this, and the reason this is the case, and why it happens, we play League using heuristics, right? So heuristic is like a term that basically we use in we operate on daily basis in real life. Like I think it's like my butcher. It's like 90% of our daily life is using heuristics. Like and heuristics are basically shortcuts or like little easy way or like general rules of thumb that we can apply so we don't need to occupy our mental stack. Because if we had to sit there and do everything in the day on a daily basis and analyze,
have to make a decision every time.
If we had to make a decision for everything, okay, is this one hot or cold? Should I enter the shower now? Yes or no? Like
brushing my teeth. Should I brush my teeth? Like what's the technique?
You're just operating on muscle memory, right? But when you play League, you're playing hundreds and hundreds of games. And what happens, you're subconsciously creating heuristics. And I'll give you an example of one in League, right? If you are full HP in lane, you have a lot of resources, most of the time, you're probably just going to stay. You probably don't need to base. That will work as an overall general rule of thumb a lot of the time. 85% of the time, 90% of the time, that's going to be the case. But League is a game about specifics, and there are going to be times where that heuristic bites you in the ass. But oftentimes it's very difficult to spot these mistakes because they're so deeply ingrained these habits, and they work. A lot of the time.
The reward system is like, oh, I should do this because it gets me results.
That's right. They work most of the time, and then that one time that it doesn't, it's very difficult for them to spot that mistake. So a
great example as well for jungle is I always talk about reset on your first ideal base, right? Really important. It's like usually it's like 1100 gold for think items like Dirk or Iron Whip Spike or something like that. But there's some cases where your pathing just happens or whatever happened in the game that you should actually break that rule, stay on the map, clear your top camps, reset on 1500 gold so then you can get back bot for the dragon spawn rather than reset and going straight back top and clearing top to bot because you're like already near your raptors or anything anyway. So that's a really important, like huge tempo, like you can save 20-30 seconds of map pressure. But people always follow that rule sometimes too much.
Yeah, an example for this client that the heuristic he had was tying back to this reset one. He roamed bot, got a kill, had enough gold to buy his item, but because he was full resources, he just walked back mid, got the wave, then reset.
Yeah,
you could have just reset right now. It would have been way more efficient.
The muscle memory is that if I'm full HP and full mana, I don't need to base.
That's right. And so it's very difficult to spot these in the review. So the advice I give, this is why we talk about the specifics. So if something feels off or like something negative happens, so in that situation, he lost tempo and blah, 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 you can go back and be like, okay, and we'll get into this later review process, but you can basically identify where it went wrong and you need to address this heuristic. Why did I do this? Like, why did I think that this was the right thing to do? And then question and ask yourself.
Curiosity, I actually had a whole conversation with Saika about his review process for curiosity, because he was missing a lot of these things. And you know, when something, you got to be curious. You know, it's
That's
really
the theme
important.
of the BBC is curiosity. Honestly, if you do not fundamentally have curiosity and you feel entitled, you will not learn and climb in League. You won't
Experiment.
anywhere.
Think about other things you could have done in the game, even if what you did was right. Like, what if I do this? What if I do that? Anyway, we'll get into the review process maybe.
Yeah,
a
we'll get
little
into
bit
that
later.
later.
All right, so that was a flowing conversation, I think, from Meta, was it? All right, we've got 15, we're up to 3 picks. All right, so our third one here.
All day,
we could.
We've got to be careful because this could go for 17 hours.
Owning identity and having fun important. So I guess this is sort of tied on. So
Yeah, well, it's the same. Having fun, yeah, right. It's the same thing, right?
Well, this one's actually different. So this is owning. The keyword is owning your identity.
Right.
Right? Because what a lot of people do is they feel that they might be falling behind the meta or their
Well, they
champion
feel
or something
shamed.
like that.
They get shamed by friends.
Yes.
It's like, you only climb because you
You're a
play
Kassadin
Yumi
or
or
something
you
like
play
that.
whatever. It's like, if that's what you like to play, if you want to play the game through the lens of Katarina, screw everyone else.
Don't you have the Cal Casey example?
Yeah, Cal Casey, he climbed on Vigar, right? Was it? And yeah, like, just felt...
Your advice to him was owning his identity. Once he did that, he got results.
Yeah, he got results, yeah. But he would also feel like...
What was the narrative?
I think if I can remember correctly, it was something along the lines of like, I just feel like, yeah, people flame me and shit like that. He just got flamed for playing Viagra and stuff. Like, who cares? If this is what you're good at and this is what you enjoy, then do it. But it's easier said than done. And especially for a lot of impressionable younger people, you know, in society, we tend to care a lot about the opinions of others. And obviously, as you get older, that is easier to deal with. But especially for the younger audience, you can understand and empathize why that is the case. Especially if it's coming from your friends and your peers. And your friends in your friendship group are saying, oh, yeah, you only got to platinum because you played
champion.
Malzahar and you have no mechanics. Or, you know, and at the end of the day, over time, it's like, well, okay, cool. I'm happy doing what I am. I'm higher ranked than you. So, you know, it's like, who cares?
Yeah, you got to own it.
You need to own it. That's my identity.
Yeah.
That's how I enjoy the game. And that's how you... Because remember, and this is one of the messages we pushed, League is your hobby. It's not anyone else's hobby. It's your hobby. You don't play League for anyone else. You spend your time after work or after study or after whatever it might be because you want to, not because someone else wants to, because you want to. So it's you have to spend, like, you want to get the most satisfaction and enjoyment out of it because it's your hobby. And this ties into, you know, I would say the philosophy that has saved me mentally last year the most. It's just the blank canvas analogy. Every game is an opportunity to express who you are on the Rift. You're gonna paint on this blank canvas, express your best self, do what you can. Doesn't mean it's perfect. It's just, and then you left your signature on it. Boom, great. And you can look at it at the end and be like, oh, okay, that's what happened. Oh, yeah, I could maybe refine
Some
that
pretty
next
shitty
time.
strokes there.
Yeah.
Chuck it in the back.
Yeah, put it in the back. New canvas,
new
boom,
game.
go again.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is that no one in the world will play that game like you.
Yep, it's your painting.
It's your painting. No one else. You can get inspiration from other people. People can get other inspiration from you. No one will be able to replicate your clicks, your decisions, because everyone has a unique League journey, which is, I think, what we should segue into.
That is next.
League journey, Nathan.
All right, so League journey, we've got in brackets here the solo queue contract. So this is understanding what you sign up for when you play ranked.
These are two separate things. So I think what we start with is understanding your gaming background and League journey.
Okay, let's start with that.
So as we all know, we've all come from different places. Some people are hardcore console gamers, played PlayStation as a kid, Xbox, Nintendo, whatever it is. Other people are hardcore PC gamers. Some people had a large background in MOBAs, Dota, Hon, whatever. Some people, FPS background, World of Warcraft background, whatever it might be. When you start League, you need to understand that everyone's journey is unique because of this fact. If Nathan probably had an easier time picking up League than me because Nathan played WoW and he used the QW, don't even know
I mean,
what
just
it says on
like
the keyboard.
abilities
You
and
knew how to cast, like press your finger. Your hands
Yeah.
were actually placed.
versus WASD.
Yeah, mine were WASD from FPSs. So when I started playing League, I had to look at the keyboard. I literally had to look at the keyboard, like look up, then look down, then look up to make sure my fingers were on the right keys. I guarantee you, yours was not really like that. You just knew. It was
Well, I knew there's like key bindings and use 1, 2, 3, 4 and Q.
I'd never used key bindings like that.
Yeah.
I would only use WASD, F for crouch, and then shift for walk, and then spacebar for jump. That's it. That's all I'd ever used. I'd never played any other game. When I played Guild Wars, in Guild Wars 1, I clicked my abilities straight up. No word of a lie. I clicked my abilities. That's how bad I was with this sort of stuff. So that's an example, my League journey versus Nathan's League journey based off our gaming backgrounds. So if you're starting out in League and you have no PC experience, if League is your first game, this is what I tell people, you are doing two things. You are simultaneously learning League, but also learning how to play a PC game. An online multiplayer PC game. You're learning how to use a mouse and a keyboard
from
in an online environment, as well as learn the game of League. That's why League is so bloody hard for people that don't have a PC background.
And also as well, why there's such a disconnect with like the lower elo players, like iron players and bronze and stuff like that. They don't really put too much time in the game because they just get demotivated. And it's just they just can't grasp. They don't put in the time to grasp the movement that a lot of players take for granted, especially the PC gamers. Because they can just go in and instantly get gold or whatever, and that's usually what that bronze, iron, silver get into that. Like past that, that's usually we always say it's like the test. It's like the test of like, can I control a mouse and keyboard to the basics?
Yeah, like a large part of getting to gold is
Huge.
that. It's a huge part of it, yes. That is correct. So I think for all of you out there, you know, before you go comparing yourself to your friends, before you go comparing yourself to streamers or content creators,
Or you go
whatever it
onto
might
some
be,
like champ mains, Reddit things like this champion's OP. Like, don't worry, guys, you can easily get diamond in it in like, you know, easy peasy here, and then you don't get it. You sort of like, there's lots of things that that person's missing saying, and
right.
don't get confused by it. You got to understand.
And I'm
your
going
league
to
journey.
talk about this in a video soon, but if you think about, and this is what it really frustrates me, people who think, people make out that League is easy.
That's
like
right.
That's like a big narrative that's pushed. Like League's easy, like you know, anyone can play it. If you break down a single trade in lane, there's like 9 things that someone's doing. They have to look at the enemy character. They have to understand what the enemy character does, their ranges, their abilities. They have to understand their own ranges, their abilities, their cooldowns. If they have mana, what's happening with the minions, if anyone else is around them. There's the
HP of the minions.
The HP of the minions, how threatening they are, how strong they are with their items.
Did you say the HP and mana of the enemy in your team?
HP and mana of the enemy? There is literally like 12 things or 9 things
Yeah.
that is happening subconscious at a muscle memory level with someone who's played a lot of the game. But we just take for granted. If you play, and this is what I say, just ask your friends, ask these people, how many games of League have they played? Normal games, ARAMs, ranked, flex, altogether. Most people who've played for multiple seasons, thousands. Literally thousands. There's thousands of hours. Well, no shit they can do all this stuff and why they think the game's pretty easy. You do anything for thousands of hours is going to be pretty bloody easy. So this is, again, tying back to understanding your League journey in your gaming background. Solo queue contract, Nathan.
All right, so we have an entire episode on the solo queue contracts. We'll sort of summarize it a little bit then here, I guess. Essentially, what that episode is all about is understanding when you hit that ranked queue up button, what you need to be, what's your perception of what everything around you is going to happen? Like, what's the teammates? How am I going to interact with my teammates? Why do my teammates make mistakes? Why do my teammates tilt? Why do my teammates make the decisions that they do? Knowing that I am going to win and lose, some games are going to be out of my control. I don't think we talk about the 30-40 rule in there.
We get into
That's
that.
a huge part of the solo queue contract.
I'm extremely parched right now, Martha. This aircon is like sucking the moisture out of my mouth right now. Charles, emergency. I'll keep talking while I get some water. Hi, everyone.
So the 30-30-40 rule, important part of the solo queue
essentially
contract.
what the solo queue contract is, in a very simplified way, is it's a tool for managing expectations.
Yep, that's a good way of putting
Director
it.
Charles.
It's a good summary.
That's all it is. And because when we go into League, when we play League, and there are all these narratives that exist that we need to counter because Okay, League's a bloody hard game, and there's a lot of bullshit, okay? People get angry, you're not going to get your role, you're not going to get your champion, you're going to lose games that are completely out of your control, people are going to lose games for you, you're going to make game-losing mistakes, you're going to get flamed. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong at one point or another, right? What the solo queue contract is this invisible contract that we've all signed when you create your account. And this is actually what Riot they really should introduce.
I think that's what popped up from the episode, is thinking about how such a big misunderstanding.
What should Riot tell you before you head into League as a game? Things that they should tell you, but they won't tell you, because if they told you this, you probably wouldn't play the game.
Yeah,
right?
It sounds
in a way.
It probably doesn't sound
too appealing.
Appealing unless you play the game.
Unless you understand the beauty of the game. Yeah, that's right. And so that's why. And so the solo queue contract, like you said, is I will lose games even though I play perfectly. I will not always get my role. My champion will be terrible in a meta. I will get flamed. I will have to use the mute all function. Someone will try to add me after a game and flame me. I will get flamed for my OPGG. XYZ, the list goes on forever, right? There are all these things that can happen. Obviously, there's plenty of positives. We're not talking about positive. We're talking about managing expectations, the negatives, so that when this shit happens, we're not really...
You're not confused, scratching your head, or... It's about understanding them, right? So if we have an understanding, we're like, oh, you're sort of expecting it to come. It's like, oh, well, that makes sense why he's doing that or that is that. It's like, oh, like, you know, I lost this game for my team. It's like, well, I'm not a pro player, so I guess I'm just going to have to figure out how to work on that and improve, and I guess everyone's blaming me, but this is my level of play. This is the reality.
And even though it's incredibly difficult to do,
it is hard.
There is always a reason why they are acting the way they are. And I think the longer you play League as well, you kind of realize, it makes sense why that person is angry.
Yep.
They probably don't... And this is my toolkit for this. When you play a game of League, you are only playing the game through your very narrow lens. Like, I'm on my computer playing my champion, right? And there's things that I want in this game. So if I'm playing Cassiopeia, there are particular boxes that I, as an individual, want to tick. There's also a Gwen on my team on top side that has things that she wants to do. She's looking into the game through her narrow lens. Well, obviously, if I have my narrow lens and she has her narrow lens, both of us aren't able to see the big picture in the game. So if she gets angry about something, I probably won't be able to understand it immediately in that game because I'm not able to see the game through her lens in that game. I'm focusing on my own narrow, staying in my lane for now. It's not until after, when you get into the review, you can just look at the way the map played out and what happened and be like, oh, yeah, it actually kind of makes sense why that Gwen might be a little bit angry here. It makes sense. Like, maybe the jungle traded them off, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe they made a little bit of a mechanical misplay, ruined their lane. Or blah. It could be any number of things. My point being is that we all are looking at the game through one narrow lens. And so when you're looking at the game through one narrow lens, you're not able to see the big picture. And so you need to be humble. And
you have to be humble because the moment you're not, guys, and you're just thinking it through your narrow lens, you're going to get really frustrated, angry, tilt. It's going to be bad.
That's right.
And this is how people sabotage their seasons. This is the people that drop, from Platinum 4 to Gold 4. This is reason why it happens, is why people quit the game. But it's so important to understand these things and why that episode is so important, because Riot don't tell you this. They don't make it clear, which is so much confusion in the community.
Yep, 100%.
Another one as well is more in-game specifics for the solo queue contract. Because, you talk about... I guess the way that I think about it is that try and get to a point where you're not confused by anyone's decision making in-game, your team or the enemy team. One thing that I always talk about in reviews is, because you can actually use this to your advantage. Understand the solo queue contract is about actually using it to your advantage against the enemy team. So a lot of the time it's like laners greeding for the next minion wave.
If you can understand their behavior really well,
psychology,
you can abuse that.
You can abuse it.
100%.
And that's just about, understanding League and reading the game. Another one is like, people love kills in League of Legends. Let's say the obvious example of let's say there's only one laner showing on the map right now of your team. Where's the enemy team going to fluctuate for? It's mid-game. they're all going to be running to that person because they're like, oh, that's the only person that I can see on the map. I'm just going to run in and kill them. You can use that to your advantage.
And
stuff
maybe
like
counter
that.
Baron or go Baron.
Yeah, or just be there and just guys like
Counter
spam ping,
gank.
counter gank, and then then we can kill them all. So it's not just a contract to be like, you know, prevent tilt or all this stuff. It actually wins you games.
You know what I will say is that one of them, again, one of our key messages on the BBC that fundamentally helps with tilt and frustration is having a deep respect for the difficulty of the game.
Very important.
When someone makes a mistake on my team, it's like my instinct, obviously I feel, okay, I'm not a robot. I feel like, oh, that's a bit annoying, right? There's no doubt I feel, oh, that's a bit annoying, that's a bit frustrating. But you got to get to the point where it's like, it's not even, it's like no judgment. It's like, okay, they made a mistake. It's normal for someone to make a mistake because the game is so bloody hard. Their mental stack is so preoccupied. There is so much information. There are so many things happening every millisecond that they're bound to miss something. You're bound to die at one point or another because the game is so bloody difficult. When you have a deep appreciation for the difficulty of the game, when someone dies or makes a mistake, you're not going to get so amped up, right? You're not going to get so jacked up because it's like, oh, okay, something probably happened and it makes sense, right? And so I had a client the other day, and every mistake that his teammates were making, he was judging. It's like, that's bad, this guy's bad, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, when you're in this toxic judging mentality, you just don't have a respect for the game.
So, and there's going to be no improvement going on.
No.
It's just all, you're a victim. It's victim mindset.
It creates a victim mindset. So yeah, and that is also why when we coach clients, a lot of the time, like I remember now comparatively to 3 years ago, a lot of the time I'm like, oh yeah, I'll probably make that mistake as well. I can see where you're coming from here. That makes sense. But I remember when we first started coaching, we'd be more inclined to be like, oh yeah, you shouldn't do that, you should do this. And like you enter that very judgmental mode. But if you actually put yourself in their shoes, and if I were them directing my attention where you are, it's like, oh yeah, I could see myself making that mistake. And again, that comes from having an appreciation for the difficulty of the game and the mental stack and the execution element of the game, which is very important.
All right, next one here. This ties in the 1v9 mindset. I think we have a episode on this. We called it something else.
I can't remember what it was. People ask me about this all the time.
You're the hero of the game or something like that. People get into the mindset because the narrative is that my team sucks. I have to be the hero. I have to make all the plays. I have to be making plays versus the mindset of just doing your job.
Yes.
Very important to distinguish the two because the 1v9 mindset, League limits you so much in that regard. Like it's technically...
Okay, let's just first define the 1v9 mindset.
Yeah,
right?
so what is the 1v9 mindset?
So the 1v9 mindset is hilarious because think about it. It's not just 1 versus 5.
Yeah,
it's 1 versus 9. So your teammates are also out to get you.
They're actively
trying to lose the game.
I always forget about that part because it's so ridiculous to me, but that's true. It's the 1v9 mindset.
It's like you're versing everyone in the game. It's like everyone versus me, and it's ridiculous because your team's also trying to win for the most part. There are going to be some outliers, but for the most part, your team's trying to win as well. They're just making mistakes in the game.
That's just their level of play.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. That is just their level of play. They don't know what to do. What is very easy to misconstrue someone like looking like they're trying to lose the game versus they just genuinely don't know what to do. That's where tilt comes from. The biggest cause of tilt comes from not knowing what the hell to do. Like if you're in a game set, confusion. If you're confused, if you don't know what the next course of action is, what are you going to do? You're just going to spaz out and be like, I don't know what to do.
Your emotions, your first instinct is just going to come out.
This is frustration.
Yeah.
So yeah, the 1v9 mindset is essentially everyone's against me. I need to go above and beyond to make up for the incompetence of my team, to be a hero, to win and carry all these useless people on my team.
And
That's what the 1v9 mindset
it works so much against you because then you're forcing plays and you're just... one of my favorite mantras is the harder you force, the quicker you lose. The more patient you are, the quicker you win. It's so true in League of Legends, don't you feel?
Yeah, I think patience is incredibly underrated. A lot of the time people will likely stumble over themselves. What I will say here is that for me, the biggest reason the 1v9 mindset is toxic is because it detaches you from reality. If you come in, right, to a game and you've got this 1v9 mentality, what are you likely going to do? You're more inclined to screw your teammates. Don't help your team in that specific situation, or do what's only good for you and not what's good for the team.
Which is interesting because that's actually incorrect. Like that's a false fallacy. Like playing with your team is actually selfish sometimes.
Sometimes,
it can be actually selfish. It's like actually I'm going to use my team as a bait to get a triple kill.
That's right. Think like that. But I would say it also manifests in the sense that you're maybe going to split push. That's the classic, thing in 1v9. You got to split push, farm 10 CS per minute, and then you carry, right? So that when you're in this 1v9 mindset, you're in actually fairyland. You're actually not adapting to what's in front of your face. When in real proper League of Legends gameplay, optimal League of Legends gameplay, is when you're seeing what's in front of you and you're just simply doing the best, making the best decision in
that your champion's capable of doing with your current goal, your items, your scoreline.
And just doing your job. That's really what League of Legends is about. League of Legends at the most fundamental level is that every champion has an identity. And it's your duty to identify what your job is in this game and do it to the best of your ability. That's it.
That's it.
That's literally
and
it.
It's really important, guys, because people will think now it's like, oh, well, like my champion sucks, or like my role is weak. So
well, there has to be someone playing it.
The line
so
is...
all you got to do is play better than your opponent.
Yeah, so the line is that if you do your job well enough consistently, you will climb in League of Legends. Doesn't matter what role or mostly what champion player.
What I realized, this is funny, this is a bit of a tangent, but I think it's funny. When I was a kid, I thought in football that the goalkeeper was the shittest role. Like, I thought when I was a kid, like in football or soccer, that like, I always wanted to be the striker. Yeah, I wanted to be the one that scores the goals.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's in the same thing as League. It's about the kills.
Yeah.
But I remember when I was watching the World Cup, I'm like, goalkeepers are broken by concept. You can carry as a goalkeeper.
If you do your job insanely well.
If you don't let any goals in, you can just never lose.
Yeah.
Literally never lose. You can at least at minimum go even. And I was watching the World Cup and I'm like, wow, these teams that have great goalkeepers, they literally would win the game for the team because often games would go to penalties and they would win the game for the team as a goalkeeper. And I'm like, if I were to go back in time, I want to be the goalkeeper. But when I was a kid, that's not how I thought. How I thought was, I want to be the one scoring, the striker, score the goals. But notice how that's that shift in perspective in League is the same thing. We now know the best, the most sexy way to win is as well. Like, it's not just the one getting all the kills. It's kind of just...
tiny invisible advantages.
Small wins. And like slowly helping, making the game as easy as possible for your team to win.
And as difficult for the enemy team to win as possible,
right.
which is invisible.
It's invisible.
It's invisible.
So goalkeepers, again, it's not sexy, but it really can carry.
Being 0-0, a goalkeeper could have played out of his mind, but it's not sexy. It's invisible.
It's invisible.
You know? Like that goalkeeper was the best goalkeeper in the world, but it's 0-0.
That's right. So I just thought that was a really interesting kind of parallel.
That's a really good analogy. I like it. All right, so we're happy with that one?
Yeah.
All right, so we're up to number...
and so following on from that, people ask, well, how do I know what my job is? Well, that's what ties into champion mastery. When you have a lot of champion mastery, you got to become the champion, right? How should I think as my champion? What is my champ's strengths?
At every stage of the game, it changes, it fluctuates.
What does my champ get countered by and why? What does my champ synergize with and why? What situations does my champion feel really good within?
Yeah.
Over time, when you play a lot of your champion, you'll be able to increase the likelihood of putting yourself in these situations.
Yep.
Very important.
Great stuff. All right, next one here is duo queue. Ooh. Now, this is a highly questioned topic, and some people do enjoy the game that way. So my stance, I don't know if your stance has changed at all, Curtis, but we actually had a conversation in Sol 2 recently. One of our new members asked about duo queue for the new season. I'm absolutely against duo. I've never ever seen someone improve from duo queuing. That's my experience. The reasons being is that it's super easy to get into the most obvious narrative. It's like we have to play. It goes back to the 1v9 mindset. Now it's like 2v8, right? So it's like it's just me and him. I got to play around that person all the time, which could not actually be the right decision to make in the game. So it's really easy to be just completely like having the complete wrong read of games very easily. Communication, obviously, you're probably on Discord or on call with each other, and the communication is going to be making you actually each other worse because you're going to be saying things that you feel like you're like working together and like really smart about the game, but really you're just overflowing that person's mental stack or overcomplicating the game because you watch Worlds and you think, oh, you just got to communicate to win the game. What else duo queue is really bad for?
Well, for me, fundamentally, the main deterrent of Juokyu is it ruins the learning cycle.
Ruins the learning cycle.
Right? Learning in League is literally as simple as you make a decision, you get a outcome, you review that outcome, and then you change your behavior. Right? When you duo, it's not you making that decision a lot of the time. A lot of the time, it's someone else's decision. It's someone else has influenced that decision. So you can't own the learning because someone else is having the learning for you.
Great. I've talked about this example before. One of my Soul Team members, Janet, she's playing Diana Yasuo duo. She was the Diana. She went to clear top camps because simply her Yasuo said, "Oh, I don't need you at this fight." And then they get triple killed, and then she obviously should have gone to that fight because she could have easily read the numbers advantage there. Stuff like that,
Same
you know.
thing.
And then I said at the end, it's like, what do we learn here? And then
what do we learn? Whose learning is it?
There's
no
what
learning
the
to be had.
fuck?
and this is as a mid laner, right? If your jungler says, "Oh, watch out, the jungler's coming from bot side," sure, in that specific instance, it's great. But in the long
It's
run,
gonna hurt you.
you get no value
No.
because you're not coming to that conclusion. You're not improving your jungle tracking. You just got compensated for in a way. So what I say with Juokyu is if you're doing Juokyu, if you want to like get better and improve and learn, Juokyu is not what you should do. So if you're interested in learning, improving, that sort of thing, don't Juokyu. If you don't care about learning and improvement and you're just playing to have fun and you're just dicking around,
Juokyu is fine.
Juokyu is great.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
But don't be confused if you have like 100 games of duo in the season, you didn't end the rank that you wanted
That's
to.
right.
That's the key message because people sometimes conflate their duo and their rank solo, and then they think about the end of the year. It's like, oh, I didn't reach my goal, and then I always go back to, well, what happened here?
Yep.
It's not confusing.
That's right.
And again, I've never seen anyone. You might see successful duo queues or like duo boosts, but those players are very good players usually. Like that's what people always
They
see.
They didn't get that good by dueling.
No, that's right. Yeah, so they get really good solo first, and then you can duo and smurf on everyone. Sure,
That's right. It's like probably people who learn tennis. They didn't get good learning tennis in doubles. Like they're just two individual good tennis players that
That's
learn
right.
by themselves.
Beautiful analogy again. All right, Curtis, number 7. We're almost halfway. Ranked anxiety, Curtis. Now, this is a really big one, probably very prevalent.
Very quick one here.
Yep.
This is a very quick one.
Yep.
Ranked anxiety is essentially you feeling anxious, scared, you're fearful of queuing up because you're scared of losing LP or you're scared of getting flamed or whatever the hell it might be, right? It's like gym. It's the perfect analogy. When you first go to the gym, it sucks.
You gotta get in there and suck. Embrace the suck is one of our
Just
mantras.
rock up and do some shitty reps.
Yeah.
Right? Just
Get no results.
Get no results. Just do that for 3 weeks. By the 3rd week, you're like, oh, it actually feels kind of normal to go to the gym now. Like I don't really, there's not much mental baggage. That's what I do. That's what I've done for the past 3 weeks. That's what I just got to do. And then you just do it. It's very, the barrier to entry, whatever, it's just so easy to do.
Remove the decision making. Of actually getting into queue and ranked up. So what I see a lot of people do is they get into the client. They like go on Discord or something like that, and they're like staring at the ranked queue, and then they overthink it. It's like getting out of bed or something like that in the morning. You're like, if you just instantly just get out of bed, no thought, your brain hasn't actually convinced you to not get out of
All
bed.
you got to do is just do the thing. What's next? Like, what's the next thing that I have to do? Don't think about 3 steps ahead. Don't think about if you lose, if you win, if you don't. Don't think about that. Just press play. You pick a champion, do your job, end the game, review it, move on. And do that for 3 games. Stick to a schedule for 3 weeks. If you can do a block of 3 a day, even just for 5 days a week for 3 weeks, by the end of that 3 weeks, you will not have ranked anxiety. I guarantee you.
Yeah. So I just want to cover the ranked anxiety for the more experienced players who peak at a rank, because that's more about new players or like struggling to get into rank for the first time. So let's say Jim Bob, is that the analogy? Like the guy who's
I got someone in the MLE changes them to Jim Bob.
Jim Bob. Jim Bob has just reached Diamond 4.
Yeah.
But Jim Bob has imposter syndrome because he thinks, I really struggle in the Diamond games. I think I might have just got lucky in my promo or something like that. Now they're going to think that they don't deserve the rank or whatever, and then if they just queue up, they're going to drop down. The answer might actually just be yes, but what are you going to do? This brings back to why are you playing the game? Like, do you actually want to keep climbing? Maybe that's it. Maybe you're going to be happy to be Diamond 4 or not. But if you want to keep playing the game, and just you have to accept because your level of skill is going to always reveal itself eventually anyway. The longer you just Diamond 4, you say I don't want to play on that account anymore, the inevitable, you're just delaying the inevitable. So it's really important to understand, you know, your psyche around, hitting peak ranks. Peak ranks can come and go very easily.
And do you want to look like a Diamond 4 player, or do you want to be a Diamond 4
right.
player? That's the real question.
An actual Diamond 4 player is someone that plays another 100 games in Diamond 4.
I love your take on that, which is, especially because people get anxious around placements, promos. And what you said, which is, don't aim for, if you're P1, don't aim for D4, aim for D3.
Yeah.
If you want to become a D3 player.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a D4 0 LP player.
Because you're just going to be bouncing all
And that
the
will
time.
help you do that, because like, you're not stopping at D4, you're trying to get to D3. That's a really cool neat tip.
I always say that was like my biggest mantra for Diamond 1 Master promos players, because I tell them, if you get Master 0 LP, you will drop instantly because you're not actually experienced. You're not actually properly a Master tier player until you get to 200 LP around, is my thought process. So really important to just be like, yeah, I'm just going to bounce and just think of it as like an extra little bit of LP, really. Like it really doesn't matter that much.
And I actually want to talk about this more holistically with climbing. I've noticed some people like to think in multiple divisions. Like they think, I want to climb, I want to get, if I'm gold, say I'm plat 4, I want to get to like D4. Like they're thinking about D4 in plat 4. You only need to be concerned about getting slightly better such that you're getting from P4 to P3. You only need to focus on climbing one division at a time. Don't worry about climbing 4 or 5 divisions. If you think about that, you're going to lose touch of reality. Because people try to go from one extreme to the other. And they forget that it's just a process. You're just going a little bit to get a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't be thinking about all the rank and all that sort of stuff. Just get into the game, have fun, make some great decisions, and the rank just appears, guys. Like, it's really important. The more you think about the rank, the harder the game gets. I generally believe that. Every single time that I've had my best gameplay, I don't care about the result, the win or loss of the game. I'm purely just thinking about what's great decision making, what's the next best decision, what's the next objective, what's the next thing I got to do. I've got to reset tempo, speed, quick. And then the rank just follows. Good League of Legends is always rewards you guys. It's just the way it works. And obviously, we're not all crazy pro players right now, but that's what we're working towards. And Diamond 4 gameplay looks like Diamond 4 gameplay. A Diamond 4 player isn't suddenly randomly a bronze player, even though people can think that they're bronze, but slow process over time, build it up. All right, number 8. So this is a pretty meaty one now, Curtis, potentially.
Okay.
Process. What's the BBC process? The importance of getting specific. Actually, let's start with why have a process. Why is process so important? So obviously the most important thing, Curtis, is what's the general way people have improved in the past is throw enough shit at war, eventually it sticks, and essentially that's playing as many games as possible. And what we do in Broken by Concept is compartmentalize games into 3-game blocks so we can understand our journey better. What are some other benefits? There's so many benefits to 3 blocks. Well, manage tilts, prevent sabotage.
Yeah, prevent loss streaks, and because like if you lose 3 games and you're ending the block at 3 games, you can't go and turn that into a 7 loss streak.
No.
Right? That's one of the big ones. I actually got sent something from someone who's an Andrew Huberman listener, and apparently on Andrew Huberman he spoke about something how the way the brain works, it's like you can have spurts of like energy for like 90 minutes or something like that. And it's very interesting that we've said 3 blocks because that's a very similar amount of time, how the brain can like have optimal focus for like around 90 minutes or something like that. So, yeah, that is also coincides with that. It's a way of that your brain can't stay that focused with high intensity for a very long period of time.
So yeah, high intensity is really important in League of Legends, guys, because people disrespect the game. This is going back to the disrespect of the game. Because you need so much brain power and mental focus to just play one game of League of Legends.
But I want to talk about like okay, so everyone's process is highly personal, similar to their league journey, right? So there are a lot of people in the MLA that do 2-game blocks. They're working professionals. They don't have enough time at night. They just got to do a 2-block. Some people like to review after games. Some people like to review before blocks. I've actually experimented a lot with the before block method where I review all my games from the past day, the day before. That actually works really well. Some people like to review all their games at the end of the block. there is no one correct answer. Everyone is different. And as long as you have a process and you stick to the process that works for you, that is the most important thing.
Yeah, because you're going to create consistency. The brain loves, for me, schedule, consistency. I just feel like I get rewarded for it always. It just never fails me every single time. So the moment you start playing, like, oh, I can't go to sleep until I win. Stuff like this, it actually just... It never feels good, guys, does it? Like, even if you win, like, you go to bed, you're like, yeah, maybe, sure, but, it's just not going to end well for you guys. So the biggest mantra, here's a tip for you guys. I said last year, I wanted to learn how to feel comfortable leaving my computer after a 0-3 block. That's incredibly hard to do because you want to play, it's like, oh, that was just a shit play. Even if it's like 3 really bad games, even if I, imagine this is the point, when I played 3 pretty good games where I felt like, I reckon that should have been at least 1 win. That was like maybe the thing that I would say to myself. But the ability to step away from that, you actually build so much discipline about the game, and just your relationship with the game just becomes way more healthy. So that's a huge tip for you guys. I want you guys to be comfortable leaving the computer after a 0-2 or 0-3 block.
I'm going to pose a bit of a challenge for the BBC listeners, all right?
Love it.
So this is what we're doing in the MLA. It's a 3-week challenge that's going on right now. That's ending in the end of January in the MLA. Basically, what this challenge is for people in the MLA, which was, I want you to write down a 3-week contract that you're going to hold yourself accountable to. So I'm going to read out what my 3-week contract is, and this is a great way to getting people started with the process and holding yourself accountable. Now, the reason it's 3 weeks is very important, because if I were to say to someone, okay, Jim Bob, I want you to review every game for the entirety of the year. It's not going to happen because they're so overwhelmed, and it's like, this is too much.
They haven't taken the first step, it's just too much.
It feels good to know that I only have to do this for 3 weeks.
It's like, that's manageable.
It's manageable, right? So this is my 3-week contract. Play in blocks of 3. Blocks of 2 and 4 are also permissible according to energy levels. Never blocks of 1 or more than 4. Review every game no matter what. It can be later if need be, but each VOD must be reviewed. Be aware of my champion pool at all times and never stray from the pool unless it is with the intention of actually swapping out picks. Never type unless it's helpful. Mute all at any sign of negativity. Don't try to look brave or strong. That's my small, short, sharp, solid contract. That's essentially my 3-week contract.
Yep.
And there's a lot of them. We have a channel in the MLA where people are sharing their 3-week contract. And so for BBC listeners, I think this is something that everyone can do. Write down something that you would love to stick to for 3 weeks. It's the start of the season. It's a great time to do that.
For someone that loves to champion hop all the time, a great one is, I'm just going to stick to one champion for 3 weeks, no matter how much I hate it or something.
Great.
Try it out. Have a crack.
That's a great one. So it can be, and the idea, guys, is that this is something it's challenging, but not too challenging. And the key word is sustainable. It must be sustainable. You must be able to do this for 3 weeks. You might think that, I can do this for 1 or 2 days, but no, you have to be able to do it for 3 weeks. So it has to be sustainable. Challenging, but not too challenging. That's the key to this one.
So for people, new listeners that want to know what the 3-block process is, so that's our general advice. 3 game intervals, because as we said, that's what we found is the best amount of time for you to be able to focus, have intensity, and get the amount of games in that you need to improve at the game. So it's play game, maybe you can review again, the review wherever it is, but this is my general advice, is play game, review, play game, review, play game, review, and then at minimum an hour break in between the next block. And I say never do more than 3 blocks a day, which is 9 games. But for me personally, I mean, maybe it's just me getting older and stuff, but I will never play more than, when I'm following the process, 2-3 blocks. I also want to mention as well about my start of the season. So as I've talked about in the podcast before, I do a ritual to feel like a kid. It's like my way of having fun, to feel like a kid again, reminding me back of like WoW expansion launches, because especially when you're high elo, like on a server, everyone like races to get first year to master or something like that. And I love to be part of that race. That's really fun to me. And my first day of the game, first day of the season, I played 20 games, right? And the next day, I thought I was still in the race maybe to get first tier, master tier. But then I lost like another 4 or 5 games, and I was like, okay, I'm out of it. And I felt so, it wasn't even fun compared to last year. And I instantly like, okay, I'm just going back to the process. Like, it wasn't fun for me anymore. And I mean, I don't know. I might try it again at the next stage of the year, but probably not. Probably not. But it just doesn't work, guys. And I literally said at the end of it, like my 25 games, you know, between that, you know, that 36 hours, I'm like, what did I learn? Because there was nothing I learned because I was in a race, right? And I'm just having a crack. So it was a really, I was saying to you before, it felt like weeks, but it was literally 36 hours because I was like some time reality distortion. So it just doesn't work, guys. I just learned nothing. There was no improvement. I probably got worse. And then now it's obviously, you know, back to the process.
So this is, everyone on BBC, this is Nathan's confession.
Yeah.
So if you guys accept his confession, his apology, BBC, then you guys can decide whether you forgive him or not.
I actually saw in the Midland Academy, people have like a phrase like, I'm going to Nathan it at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Like, that's what they call it. It's like, oh, I'm going to Nathan it.
I'm going to Nathan and play 30 games or something.
It's not good, guys. It really isn't. Again, like, the only reason I did it was because I thought it was fun, but I didn't even enjoy it. I was just like, what the fuck just happened? That's literally what I did. Like, after that, those 25 games, I'm just like, what? It was just like a blur. So that's a great example, guys, of when you don't have a process. I just felt like shit. Absolute shit.
You heard it here first.
All right. Anything else we need to talk about? We talked about why process is important. The 3-block process, different versions of your process. We talked about how everyone has their own version of the process.
Reviewing?
Oh, yes, reviewing. Okay. This is a really good one.
Reviewing's very tricky to talk about, isn't
it is. So let's do some rough principles.
Number one, learning objectives. I'm very passionate about not setting in-game learning objectives unless it has something directly related to like level 1, first wave, or lull states. That's it. I don't want to impede the mental stack of it. I don't want you to feel like your mental stack is overwhelmed. In the past, I've actually ruined clients by giving them learning objectives, in-game learning objectives that occupy their mental stack and make them play worse. That is not something you want to do. Most of your learning objectives are going to be things to observe in the post-game review. Very important.
That's great. Seeking a theme of what we've been talking about today, Curtis, is about trying to understand things. Reviewing is so important because it helps you to understand what just happened in the game. Because during a game, guys, it's so easy to miss things.
It's a blur.
It's a blur. You can miss so much. Even experienced reviewers like Curtis and I've done thousands and thousands of games. I miss things in my own games.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, that's what happened. I thought something else happened. Like looking at it again, it's like, oh, I didn't see that. You know.
So that's why, like, people think it's like, oh, reviewing is just like this thing that Nathan Curtis says. It's just like this boring thing that they do. It's like, no, the key reason is actually to manage tilt in a way, just helping to understand what's going on, because when we understand things, guys, we're more likely to be more logical.
I've got a video on my YouTube called, I think it's like something about feel and intuition. A muscle memory, something about intuition, how to improve intuition. Highly recommend you give it a watch if you're interested in reviewing. I go deep on reviewing and review process and the importance of reviewing and how it works in that video. That's a great video for that. Yeah.
Another one here, Curtis. If you're new to maybe reviewing and you're a little bit intimidated, just simply skip to your deaths.
Deaths.
We always say
so much information in deaths.
Unbelievable information in deaths. And as a jungler, I always say there's so much information in your laner's deaths as well. You learn so much about the game.
The way I view it really simply as well, if you're beginning to reviewing, imagine there's a timeline. Minute 0, minute 35. There are probably going to be a handful of moments in that game that left you feeling a little bit confused. All you got to do is go to those moments that you were feeling a little bit confused and investigate and be curious, like Nathan said. That's right. It's a great starting point. A great starting point. It's a great first way to think about reviews.
And if you're new to reviewing, it's a skill. You're going to suck at it.
Yes, that's a very important point.
People always get intimidated and scared because Nathan and Curtis talk about reviewing and stuff like, oh, well, I can't review like Nathan, so what's the point of me reviewing?
We were terrible reviewers. I was actually, to be completely honest, I didn't review my games for years. It actually took me about until 6-ish years of playing the game to review. Think about that. 6 years.
I'm the same.
And even when people around me first started reviewing, I actually couldn't look at my own gameplay. I was like my ego or whatever it was, I fundamentally hated looking at my own gameplay. It took me years. Every year, actually, I get better reviewing. Every single year. Still to this day.
Absolutely.
So it's a skill that takes a very long time. And you are all going to suck at it at the start. I guarantee you.
And also, if you have a friendship group or in one of our programs, getting other people to review your games is helpful, even if maybe they're a little bit lower ranked than you or something like that.
Just being curious.
Being curious. Get a more objective view of the game. All right, so that's all about process. Now, number 9, in-game versus out-of-game balloon objectives.
Already covered that.
Covered that?
Yep.
Because that was your point?
Yep.
Number 10. Ooh, not copying high elo.
Okay, I'll cover this one here. I had a client who was a Yasuo player, and he was in high gold. And he said something very interesting. He said something, I watch a lot of high elo Yasuo players. Easy Zang, things like that, and I try to just copy and emulate what they do. But, I'm not having success. And I reviewed his games. There's really overcomplicated, suboptimal decision making. And I straight up said, you cannot copy high elo players if you are in a lower elo bracket. Because Korean Challenger is a different game to NA Gold or NA Platinum. One of them is Fortnite, one of them is StarCraft. They are literally different games. Even if you thought you knew what they were doing, I promise you don't know what they're doing and why. So, and this will actually be a detriment to your games if you blindly copy. They are doing things that are catered towards what's happening in their games. For example, they will pull waves and all this stuff happening, and the jungle will come, and the game will play out a very particular way. When you are looking at high-low VODs, you should get very specific. Look at ability usage. Look at just the basics. Really simple things that you can take away. How are they trading? What are they basically doing with their ability usage? How are they basically playing team fights? That is all.
So now we're basically just talking about champ mastery stuff.
Champ mastery stuff only.
You're only looking at champion specific things. So I'm confused. So he was looking at how to play Yasuo or how to play Yasuo in that type of game. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, holistic, how to win a game with Yasuo. Yeah.
Okay.
How to win a game with Yasuo.
No.
And he's trying to employ all these advanced things in his games and just completely overcomplicating the game. And then what he said was this, he's really, really interesting. He said, in everything I've done in my life, I've gone to the best and just copied what they've done, and it's worked. And it does work in a lot of other industries. Think about it if you're trying to become a better car salesman. You'd look at the best car salesman, and you could probably copy the best car salesman, and that would get you a hell of a long way. Many other crafts, you can look at the best and emulate what they do, and that's going to get you to an extremely high level. League is not like that, actually, because again, the games that they're in is so different to what you're experiencing. There is a mismatch. There is a complete mismatch.
Yeah.
So it's a word of warning to a lot of people. Please do not copy. You can gain inspiration. There are things you can take away, but please do not blindly copy what they are doing. I guess same thing with the Rel King, with the Irelia players. There's a lot of people that try to blindly copy the way a Rel King plays. He plays a very particular way that works for him. And if you don't really understand the specifics, you'll dig yourself a massive hole.
So this is interesting. So this is because I think that the reason for that, Curtis, I'm just trying to think, is it because, let's say if you learn from the best, someone cooking a dish or something, that's a skill that's just all on you. It's a one-person skill. But is it the reason because that you have 4 other people, you have 9 other players in the game?
That's one.
I think that's really important, right?
But also because the game... Okay, so in real life, whether it's cooking, the variables don't change.
Yeah,
a tomato's a tomato, right?
Or if you're learning to ride a bike or something, it's not going to turn into a car,
Nothing's going to change. It's it is what it is.
Yeah.
But in League, every game is different. And a lot of the time when you're watching a Halo play, they're just adapting to what's happening in that specific game. They don't have some cookie cutter formula where they split push at this minute or whatever. And if you try to just blindly copy what they're doing without truly understanding it, you're just going to overcomplicate it. And remember what we said at the very start, one of the first points here. In League, all you have to do is make the best decision in this particular game state. That's what League of Legends is all about. In this game, with these players, in this rank, on this server, there is probably a really good quality decision you can make.
A very high percentage, beautiful decision that will net you a positive lead.
And that's very specific to this game.
Yeah. Or not let you a positive lead, but also not lose you the game.
And remember, they're doing that for their server, and that rank with those players, with those tendencies. It's so far distant to what they are experiencing.
Can you talk about the Magifelix example video that you talked about? Talking about how people tried to copy his Zillion.
Oh yeah. A lot of people tried to copy Magifelix's.
He was rank 1 in EUS.
He was rank 1 in EUS. Yeah, and the thing is that only worked. Okay, so like the fundamental way this worked at that time was he would basically play this super, like kind of fast-paced, roam-oriented style of Zillion where he would just basically ditch waves, stay bot, get these insane leads for his bot lane, even at the expense of like 3 plates mid, knowing that in mid game he could, because his AD carries are so good that if he like, you know, put his ult on his AD carry and buffed up his AD carry and whatever, like they would win the fights anyway. But that was very intentional because at that time it was where AD carry centric meta. And he knows that, again, these are competent AD carries. They're not randomly going to get picked off. They're not randomly going to misposition. They know what to do. They're going to farm well. If you're trying that strategy in gold, that's not going to get you very far because, again, the people aren't competent to do that.
But also, they wouldn't be able to execute it as well because he knows when to roam, when the bot lane's going to be vulnerable, but a gold player's not actually going to be good enough
blindly
to read.
That's why he's reading the map and thinking, if I go now, they're on that stacked wave. Like, yeah, sure, I'll miss 2 plates, but we deny like 3 waves from them and we get 3 plates bottled on it. Yeah, it's very strategic.
Because I always hear people talk all about general strategies that players do. But the specific execution is actually very advanced going into it. And you miss so much if you don't.
In League,
play
this is a rule of thumb that you can apply to, again, 90% of things. The more general a question, or the more general your statement is, the less useful and less practical it's going to be. Because League is a game of specifics. That's the reality of it.
So important.
It's a game of specifics.
So important. We're going to repeat that again, guys. It's a game of specifics. Because
it doesn't matter what's happened a game ago, 2 games ago, the game before. It doesn't matter. What's happening now in this game right here?
This is a trap. So you know when people talk on Discord or Reddit communities and stuff like that, a really good rule of thumb, guys, is don't talk about a game or the game unless it's in front of you. Like, just don't, please. Because it's just so general and you're not going to get any learning
Let's do an interesting experiment here, right? Let's take a question and we'll ramp it up in terms of specificity to make it into a good quality question.
Love this exercise.
How do I carry as Yone? The shittest question in existence, right? How do I carry as Yone? Okay, let's ramp it up a little bit. How do I carry with Yone into this composition? Still a bad question.
Yep. Getting there.
Getting there. How do I carry as Yone into this composition when I have a fed bot lane? Getting there. How do I carry with Yone into this composition with a fed bot lane?
And I'm even.
And I've got these 2 items.
Yep, cool.
And then maybe the last one. Here's a clip. What do I do in this specific situation when my bot lane is like this? I have these items. This objective's coming up. Should I go here or there?
All right. So it's funny, we basically got to the end. It was just that you got to get to the clip. There's no talking about that. Just did a long way of saying, like, we got to get to the clip. I thought you were actually going to say, then again, it's like, how do I carry with Yone with the fed bot lane thing? And this person is there on the location of the map, and this person's there, and this dragon's up. You know, it's impossible to explain. So you can't explain it.
I guess the point, right? So the more general it is, the more useful it is.
Yeah.
That's why, in order to actually give someone a piece of advice, I have to see it.
Yeah.
I have to see what's happening.
It's so funny because this podcast is purely a talking about, we said, like, never talk about League of Legends unless there's a game in front of you. And we've just spent 132 episodes of talking about League of Legends.
Not many clips.
With not a single game.
No, there's some clips.
Yeah, we've done clips.
There's not many.
Just not many.
We're just frauds.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
Giant hypocrites.
Yeah. All right. So copy and Irelia. So the Magifelix, that's a really good example.
Yep.
Yep.
Move on.
All right, number 11. We're getting there, guys. High value versus low value deaths. This is your point, Curtis.
Yep. Okay. Very simple. If you die, okay, so let's pose a very specific situation. You're in. Okay, so everyone on your team is reset. You're the only one on the map, like in terms of like trying to, and you're pressuring, you're shoving your lane, and there is no reason for you to pressure. Like, there's nothing you can get with the pressure. You've already got, like, you don't need to base. You've got your items. You're healthy. I mean, and you shove up and you try to get tower damage or something, and you die. That's an incredibly low value death. It was easy for them to kill you. You were really pushed up. They didn't have to spend much resources. Your team is nowhere near you. It's like you made it very easy for them to kill you, and
they didn't expend any resources. Time.
And your team can't even punish the enemy for showing on the map because they're not even on the map. And it's like a high risk, low reward death. Therefore, a low value death. A high value death is when you've kind of got a game where it's relatively even, and you're maybe you're in the side lane, you're in mid game, and you're pushing out the side, and you're like walking the tightrope, and you think, okay, they would have to expend like 3 or 4 members to kill me here. And if they do go to kill me, my team, I would buy so much time. It would be so hard to kill me that my team would be able to get plenty of things on the other side of the map. And they send 3 or 4 members. Your team gets Baron on the other side. That's a high value death with intention. It makes sense. You knew where they were, and you were difficult to kill, and you made it hard. That you bought a lot of time. They burnt flashes. They burnt ults. That's a high value death. So when we talk about League, we talk about the importance of not dying, right? Deaths are very, very, very bad, right? At the same time,
I'm just trying to think for examples for jungle. Like, it's so hard for me to think about high value deaths because that example, you just talk about an example for Baron and stuff like that, dude. Like, I need to be the jungle. I need to be alive for that Baron, dude, for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's a great
so I'm just saying that really specific moments. It's like, so you tower dive, you die, but you deny 3 waves, and your laning gets really far ahead.
Or you dive,
but that's more of an early game specific
and sacrifice yourself to one the enemy fed 80 carry.
And then it will be like a team fight examples. But again, guys, like if I'm trying to think about the ratio, because people might think, oh, that was a good death all the time. It's like it's pretty rare that there's like really good, like, I mean, I wouldn't say rare, but
that's the point I'm trying to make is that, like, there is a difference. But it's important to think about deaths like that. Like,
There can be good deaths.
Like, was I very difficult to kill here? Because if you're very easy to kill, they just walk by, didn't use any cooldowns, no flashes, no
just like a 300 gold minion.
Then that's a terrible death. It's a scale. It's not like good or bad or high value, low value. It's like extremely low value, low, little, and then it goes up. You know what I mean? Like you want to be on that spectrum closer to the higher end. You want to be hard. Like Faker dies. Right? Faker dies. It's part of the game. You're going to die at some point. If you want to die, if the enemy team want to kill you, they will kill you. But
every time it's killed, it's many resources. The jungler's time.
That's my point. Yeah. That is my point.
And that comes down to like playing waves really well, trading well, staying healthy, all that sort of stuff.
That's right.
Especially in that, and then now again, we're talking about high elo stuff again because the deaths in high elo games are mostly much higher quality than
for the most part. I mean, you'd be surprised. There are still some, even for me, I make some pretty fucking basic mistakes.
Yeah, but then even then, still, like, there is resources. You didn't just give it. You just didn't run.
Right? Yeah, I didn't run at them. Yeah, I know what you mean. But so I just want to raise this as a concept. It's just an interesting concept, I think, for people to think about.
Yeah.
Moving on.
All right. Actually, we've done number 12. We already talked about focusing on climbing, 1 division, and not 5.
Boom.
Muting ore. Muting. So obviously the narrative that people always love, we actually talked about this in one of the recent episodes, but we'll just do a quick refresher. People know that muting is important. So what I do specifically, I mute all, but then I want to see pings. Some people get really bad with, especially junglers.
And enjoy.
Whenever it's like someone, I can use your phone real quick, and I don't really want to like give it to them. I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, and then I just give it to them, and then they see that it's like
Should I do that too?
Why do you have it like that though?
Yeah, I feel like it takes longer to look through the apps. Like if you're looking for Facebook, you gotta just sit there and read every single one.
Answer, bro. What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
I guess that's the whole point, right?
Like it sounds like you waste time literally when you go on your phone just because of that.
Wait, this guy's stream is frozen. What? Let me try refreshing it.
It just gives it a feel, for real. It's like you're in a movie or just playing GTA.
My level 1 is not that strong.
More playing than normal, I think.
Yeah, no, I want it plain. I don't really want it like so many things on it.
Good one's
The
black.
dangerous one, do you know monster I was telling you about? You can't think.
Plus, just the way that you guys reacted is how people react when I give them my phone, and then they just give it back to me. So it's like,
they're like, nah.
yeah.
Like,
I remember
What do
one
I
time
think of support
I was like,
Ash?
with,
Dude,
like,
everyone's
with a
taking 80 carry
girl,
support
and
now.
I was
Apparently,
like,
it's like the
"Oh,
thing. They buff the 80 carry items and
don't
stuff.
touch my
So now
phone,
everyone's
by
just
the way."
doing it.
And then
Finn
I went
support,
into like,
Ash
the store to
support,
grab
Tristana
something,
support,
and then when
all
she
this
came
stuff.
back, I noticed that like my phone was not in the way that I left it, and I was like, "Did you touch my phone?" And she's like, "Yeah," but like when I looked at your home screen, I didn't know what the fuck was what, so I
What
just
is this
kind of
guy?
left it
Holy
there.
shit, he's so
I was
aggro.
like,
What the
"Oh,
fuck?
okay."
Dude.
But,
Oh my
like I
tits,
know
man.
where
Holy shit.
everything's at because
He's
I
run
have
straight at
muscle
me.
memory already. Like I placed all the apps where I had
They
them
have Ignite.
before.
He does have
literally
Ignite.
says what's what.
Be a little careful.
Yeah, I know, but like some
Jeez.
people are just too lazy to fucking read.
Yeah, like TikTok, Spotify. I can't see that white.
Oh, the camera?
Underneath TikTok.
I usually like
White one underneath. Oh, it's probably YouTube. The white one.
Bro, my eyes.
He's like out of mana already from just, I don't know,
the background.
rolling his face on his keyboard, harassing me in lane. Wait, where did he get that mana from? Does he have biscuits or something? Oh, he's got corrupting potion. That's what it is. Watch out for that. Corrupting potion is so annoying. He's drinking one right now. I wish the animation was like more readable. Know when he's got it on or not. I don't think I have to flash for this. Nice.
Pantheon.
Okay, you playing on the
Oh, the wit. Huh? Yeah, pro.
Oh, come on, man. What rank is your Pokemon account?
I want to shove it in. I don't care if I miss some farm. Just deny him the experience is way more valuable.
Also, another thing for my phone is for the widget smith doesn't do the icons like that.
Honestly, what a season is, right? Like, they made more changes at the beginning of the season than all of preseason. Like, I don't get what they're doing. They're like, oh, start of season 13, let's release like 3 new tank items and rework all the 80 carries. They all have more mana now. And redo all the 80 carry items while we're at it. Now Infinity Edge is now 40% threshold and all this BS and makes Yone and Yasuo completely broken because now they can build Infinity Edge first item and get its passive working. Because their passive is like double crit chance, right? So you build Infinity Edge, it comes with 20%, double that you have 40%, which meets the threshold for Infinity Edge to get the doubled crit damage. So literally have Yasuo's and Yone's running first item. Infinity Edge is just fucking wacky. I've never seen a start of season that's like this fucking cracked. Got Conqueror, so I kind of want the extended trades with Gangplank. Did he ignite last time? I think he did. I still have Flash. Pretty sure I can just beat him. We'll wait for a gank, that's like easy mode. Get him a little enticed. Easy. I don't even mind that he takes it. Hecarim skill is great. Get to deny him this farm. I kind of hate it when the jungler tries to give you the kill like that. Like he would just not take it, but then I can't quite catch up, so we just miss it and like, dude, just be too friendly. Can still deny him some creeps here. It was bigger. Yeah, stream might be okay, my teammate, but he's just talking to his friend about some random stuff I don't want to listen to. Yeah, like legit, I was so confused when season 13 started and they opened it up with like all these changes. Like literally, okay, I'm being a little hyperbolic. Preseason did have the new MTech map, right? That's pretty huge. And I think there were some good preseason changes, I guess, but it felt like an underwhelming preseason compared to prior ones. The start of season is just, I don't know. I have Ignite in 10, so I kind of want to wait for that, even though I do have ult and he doesn't. A little cocky because he has a health advantage, but he's not 6 yet, and I am, and I have Ignite. See if we can get him to waste that barrel and then go in. I don't get people who say Gangplank counters Akali. Like, I've literally never lost lane to a Gangplank. He's so easy. It's like free food every time. Even when I was playing Irelia last time. Like, apparently Gangplank's good against her. I'm like, nah. Gangplank is only good top against, like, slow melee people. Like, I think Nasus, Gangplank would be good against Nasus. He can, like, cleanse the Wither with the orange, right? Which is pretty crazy as a cleanse on a basic ability. It heals him too. Like in mid? Nah. Like Gangplank against Zeroth? Dude. Gangplank against Ahri? Nah. I literally can't think of a good mid matchup for Gangplank. But here everyone is playing him because he's supposed to be strong with there's an item, Navori Quick Blades, I think it is. It's supposed to be really good on Gangplank right now. And Gangplank builds it, Garen builds it, and Tryndamere builds it. So it's like Navori Quick Blades meta right now. And Ashe support might get it too, right? That would reduce the cooldown of her W, I think. What is it, like every time you auto attack, or every time you crit, you get reduced cooldown on your basic abilities, right? So if you support Ashe and you just spam auto attacks, you get like super short cooldown on W, which I think is the meta right now. I'm not serious. The meta changes so fast nowadays. Crazy. Cannot keep up with it. Yeah, late game Gangplank is a monster regardless. Like Nasus. Just one shot your entire team in a fight with Feral. Not too worried about Karthus gank. Oh, he's bottom anyway. The Karthus is not really a ganker, that's why I feel safe just hard shoving. I feel like they increase the tower range or something, like probably don't want to fight this. Whoa. Damn. I don't think it's gonna finish me. Drink a potion just in case. Yeah. Well, I used everything, so. Be dead to Heckram. He literally can't do anything now. Yeah. There we go, nice. What? They got dragon? I guess Karthus is really good at early dragons. He has a lot of DPS. But we have a Fed Heckram. I think it's way more important than X-Tech. Not even good on Karthus. I guess it's good on Yasuo and Gang. Is this the same Yasuo from last game? It is not. Okay, so I don't feel bad. I don't think we have anybody from the last game. Right, guys. The Vori Quick Blades completely broken right now. Ignite in 2. Didn't even need to ignite. Oh, fucking tower. Oh my god, I was thinking how there's... I swear to god, they increased the range or something. I keep getting on the very edge of it. Karthus have ult? If so, I'm dead. Oh man, he's 5. If he hits 6 in the jungle and ults right now, he might kill me, I don't know. He only has book. Probably wouldn't actually be close. Does he have... he does have Dark Harvest, but it's not stacked up yet. Boys? Got a good jungler. Our luck is turning. Tell me there's not such a thing as winner's queue and loser's queue. Like, all it took was winning 3 games in a row, and now you just instantly win 10 games in a row. Like, I all of a sudden have a jungler who just knows how to gank, right? Gets super fed, picks a good scaling champ. We have a good scaling top lane champ. We have the best ADC in the game. Everyone's super good. We have to gank to get Samira up and rolling. They're having a little tough time right now. But after we gank from it should be free. I don't really want to ult the Gangplank. Like, it's honestly a waste of my ult and summoners to use anything on Gangplank now. He's just worth like a cannon minion. Rather go down here and like that. Stop their AD carry from going out of control. I think they have a ward because they like instantly backed off. Or did they? No, 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 we got it. Coming. Really got out too. I'll let him have this CS because he needs it. At a scale. Whoa, we killed Gangplank again, nice. Yeah, now we just farm Gangplank, he's 0-6. Oh man. Wait, who's the guy streaming? Is it the, it's a Samira streaming. Okay, got it. That was Ash streaming. I'm like, dude, it's pretty BM to be raging hard when you're streaming. I don't rage hard anyway, even off stream. They keep like hard shoving. Be nice to wait for a Hecarim. Oh, there's no ward here. That's beautiful. I love it. One Hecarim. Yeah, if I go in now, they'll just run. So we gotta wait to really catch them. I've got ult in 5. I think we can do this pretty easy. Yeah, I've got ignite soon too. Ward this bush. Dodge that, which is huge. Just not risking anything with that Zaya, just like R2, ignite everything. The whole freaking bucket at her, I don't care. I'm like, you know, I could probably kill her with just R2 or something, but like, nah. I'm risking it. If she has heal or something, I don't want her to pull off some stunt. Too high risk. I don't feel like killing Gangplank anymore, honestly. Barrel's still gonna hurt. Ooh, dodged it. It's fun to hit his barrel first. I feel like so Korean when you do that. Yo. No driving home drunk. Don't pull a Josh.
Hey.
Yo.
I'm fucking.
You just cut out. I think you said you fucking smashed.
I'm super fucking drunk right now.
That's crazy. You know, I didn't get drunk at all when we were in New York. We had the tequila shot. We had the oyster drink. That was really good.
Here's the thing though. That's like, you know, whatever it is. Driving home right now is like, holy fuck. I am not in New Jersey right now.
Yeah. We're not in Jersey anymore.
No.
At least when you're driving home in the country, it's not too bad. There's not many other cars. You wouldn't want to drive on a New Jersey
No, it's
turnpike.
super scary, dude. I'm super drunk right now, and like I got home absolutely fine. That's not okay. It's like super scary. There's nobody else on the road. I should be in the city, dude. I'm realizing tonight I'm a city person. I should not be here.
Dude, I get freaked out in the country. Suburbs are okay. It's kind of quiet. A lot of families. The country is like creepy. I don't know. I don't really want to go to an Airbnb.
It's a roll of the dice, dude. I should not be here. I'm not fucking. It's just, it is what it is. I'm a city person.
Yeah. Man, I love the walkability of New York. It's really nice. And then the people here just like talk fast and like are all about their shit. I don't know. I liked it right when I first came here. I was like, oh, this is really nice. Got a lot of restaurants, cool bars. People are mostly about their work, which is nice. I don't know. I haven't been like that. I've been pretty lazy about work lately. I'm just about that league life. Return to
this
monkey.
week, dude, I Wednesday, and on Thursday I was like 100%. I don't want shit in, and I'm just like, was it Saturday? I guess.
Yeah, Saturday
It's been
night.
2 days. I'm like 100%. I've had all my shit in, and I just don't give a shit. Yeah.
Yeah, on Friday.
Like
yeah.
I want to do something, but at the same time, like,
I did like 3 hours on Friday. It's like when we met Richard at the coffee shop and we did like 3 hours of work on Friday. That's just kind of how it goes, you know?
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the difference being that I'm super drunk.
Yeah. I didn't work a whole lot this week, but I actually got a lot of annoying things done. Like I fixed the non-determinism in that currency stiff. There's a couple other things. I had this ask that Richard's had for like a month that I keep like messing up, and then I finally got him the right data set. Like, okay, off the list. All these like pain in the asses are gone. So now when I go to Australia, I've got nothing on my plate, really. Probably just refactor currencies and parties. Probably parties first. That's super fundamental. Oh man, I gotta kill Zaya. Oh shit.
What is it that you had to work on?
Richard just wanted to get a dock set of like the ESG docks that are in the Bank of America environment that like aren't in feature 1 yet, so we can add them to feature 1. And I did, but the MD5 hash is not enough.
Like, hey, parties suck in ESG, right?
Yeah, I think he just wanted more like good examples in ESG or something. Or like, I don't remember, really.
I feel really give a shit. Obviously, I work in ESG shit, so like everything I do is like 80% good, right? But to the extent that it actually matters, I don't give a shit. So, like, I've been worried about the 10%, but whatever party stuff you have is just like, I don't really know what extent that matters. Oh.
Yo.
Hey. What?
Wait, you were really muffled there for a second.
I said, like, in 3 days, you know, what do you think?
In 3 days, you're what?
When are you getting to Australia?
Oh, we're leaving Tuesday night, and then the flight is like a few days. I don't even know anymore. It's super confusing.
Yeah, so today is technically Sunday morning.
Yeah, we're leaving in like 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah.
Like, wrap around the Earth. So technically it's like a whole day, but it's really like 12 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is actually like exactly around the Earth from New York. From Minnesota, it wasn't so bad, but New York is like, yep, that's exactly halfway around.
That's an amazing statistic.
Yeah, even the hemisphere is like perfect flip. It's like, yeah, if you drilled the hole straight down.
It's forward in time though, right? So like you're going forward one day, really just 12 hours, right?
The flight is like, well, it's 12 hours. I don't know. If it's a direct flight, it's 19. But since we have a layover, it's 2 different flights. I think it's a little more than that.
That's still crazy.
19 in the air, yeah. I know.
Yeah.
So long.
How long is the flight?
I don't know.
That's what.
It's like a little bit of a long layover, but it's fine.
Huh?
A little bit of a long layover, but that's fine. Where'd the
Yeah,
plane
but how?
go? The layover is like 6 hours or something.
It's that's not that bad, but it's just the fact that you're going all the way across the planet. So
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a trip though. Like no matter how you slice it, you're on the other side of the planet, right? So
Yeah.
yeah. How's Nikki doing?
Good.
She like the woman shit.
Yeah. Her family did most of the planning.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
It is what it is. But at the same time, like at this point, it's just the hours, right?
Yeah. Also, no one I know is really gonna be there.
Yeah.
We might do a second one in Minnesota. I'd maybe pick some more stuff for that, but I also just don't really mind. Like any kind of plates are fine. Any kind of tablecloth is fine.
Do you say like second in Minnesota, like maybe you'll do it, or like just by virtue of the fact that you're getting married, like maybe you do the Australia thing, etc., and then you come back to America, and then whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. I'm not super invested. think it'd be cooler to do a Hawaii like destination wedding. But then we could just make that like a hiking trip with friends that doesn't need to have a wedding aspect to it. Like a group honeymoon. That'd be fun though.
Yeah. Cause like, you out of anybody situation more than but I'd be down for anything. But I need to really get my affairs in order as far as like, passport, etc.
Oh yeah.
But aside from that though, it felt I don't know. Kind of I don't know. Is it last minute or what?
Hawaii we might do in October. That's not that last minute. The Australia one we've been planning for like probably a year now.
Yeah.
But I don't.
I mean,
expect people to go to
Australia
that.
is still. It's kind of like hardcore to commit to.
Yeah, it's so
Because
far.
it's literally like 12 hours apart.
Yeah, 19 hours of flying and like a $2,000 round trip ticket per person, which is like insane. You have to take a week off of work just for the flight to and from Australia. I guess I'll do some work on the plane, but I'll have like, I'll probably buy internet. I mean, when your flight is like 19 hours, you gotta buy some internet on the flight.
Mickey was always making fun of you because he's like, yeah, on a trip to Italy, like, man, was working.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't work that much actually, because I actually took time off, but they needed a couple urgent parties things, and it was like literally at night I would just kick off a diff. It took like no time at all in Italy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Personally, I don't have a good work-life balance as far as like, I don't know. I technically have infinite vacation, but at the same time, I never have taken vacation, so like, I don't know. Still working, kind of suboptimal, but at the same time, should do. Do you schedule your? I mean, like, having a wedding, etc., is one thing, but in general, schedule like your time off or what?
Yeah, well, I just told Joyce I didn't really do much else than that.
Yeah. I mean, you in New Jersey, I didn't say shit. Just nothing. To be fair, though, when I started, I worked like literally 80 to 90 hours a week. But even given like 60 or something, I don't know. It's like I work all the time. Who gives a shit if I work a little less? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I guess like to the extent you need to schedule something, I already break the rules and you're extra, so it all evens out in the. Anyway, I don't know. I just it's so funny. It's so funny, dude, being drunk at these like random because like I was talking to this guy tonight, right? And he's literally Jason, except for the overachiever part aspect, right? So he's like, he literally said, right, like he's worked 20 to 25 years in the same job. And so he basically imagine Jason, except not overachiever, right? So he's worked 20 years in the same job. He makes like 20 in between $20 to $25 an hour. And he's just some guy at the bar, right? He works extra 5 to 10 hours a week at the bar on the weekends. So that's why I'm talking to him on a Friday night, right? And, anyways, So like, I don't know. I'm just imagining like Jason on the weekends. This guy, random guy sitting next to me, and I'm like just some dumbass working, like I don't even give a shit. Working 8 hours a week. It doesn't like I'm just some dumbass. And I'm making like probably 3 to 4 times as much as this guy is. Like working $25 an hour at the bar, right? Like you think that's good. And yeah, I'm just a dumbass working. I know somebody who lives in New Jersey, right? Makes Manhattan money. And so like the normal is $25 an hour top end, right?
Yeah. I mean, out there, that can probably get you something, right? Like a house of some kind.
Well, that's the thing though, is like he literally no 100% he spends the same amount as I do on rent. So I spend $675 a month. And I
Well, your
feel
rent
like
is
I made it.
ridiculously cheap.
No, it's ridiculously cheap. But at the same time, like I feel like I found a good deal, right? Because my aunt did. But this guy in particular, he literally like this is what he can afford, right? So he makes enough money to justify $675 a month. And I don't know, it's you see what I'm saying? Like it's a weird dichotomy where like this is the contrast, right? Like I have a skill where I make whatever, but also plus New York money to whatever extent that's worth. And this guy has a skill. He does CNC stuff, so it's not exactly the same as Josh, but it's like the same as you, right?
Oh yeah,
Like Chuck's
CNC
grinding.
is like Jason. Yeah, Jason does all CNC now. He got like certified or something. That's all he does.
Yeah. And Jason, to be fair, like 100% to be fair to him, right? Like he's an overachiever, right?
Yeah.
So whatever his personality is, he like, strives for that thing that earns him extra because he works extra per hour, right?
Right.
So you probably work 60 hours a week or something, right? That's fair.
No, at Namu lately, I probably work a solid 30.
Well, not you, but I don't know. It's weird what we do, but what I'm saying is that Jason works like a solid 60, right?
Yeah. Jason
Yeah.
works a ton. That's what's messed up is like it's like the Mr. Beast thing, right? It's not really how much you put in because there are people literally killing themselves doing manual labor and stuff, and that's not even that worthwhile. But then you can get some super easy, cushy ass office job, barely work.
It's all relative though. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't deserve what I make, but at the same time, it is worth what it is. It's just that I happen to like that's the main thing. I happen to know you, which you in particular have like I don't know. It's the tech thing, you know.
Yeah.
It pays a little bit more than it's worth, and you happen to be in that field, and then I happen to know you. Therefore, I make like X% more than I probably should.
Tech is kind of a bubble that was like Wall Street in the 80s. It's gonna pop, and then it's gonna be like a normal job again. But also, I don't even feel that bad about a 6-figure salary nowadays. Like, did you see that public administrator on TikTok? Or, oh, I'm just a public administrator. I design homeless shelters, thing, which is cool. Super awesome job. She makes $242,000. I'm like, holy shit! Like, I think just having. I sent you a TikTok or whatever of this public administrator who makes $242K. I feel like most government workers, if you're doing anything where you're kind of like head of the something or another for some city or county thing, you're making over 200, which is like just crazy how much wages have inflated since we were kids. Because my parents, like when I was a kid, accounting, 50K, great job, could get a house, have a family on that one income, right? And then it was like, oh, now it's 100K, it's kind of normal. Now it's like you need 200 or more just to have like a house, right? And like raise a family, unless you're way out in the country and stuff. But that's just a totally different lifestyle. If you're like in a city nowadays, even like that, what do you call them? Like second tier cities.
That we have is the fact that our skill is in particular demand. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you can have any skill that's in demand, but our skill in particular is in demand.
I mean, yeah, but there's lawyers and
Which-
stuff in New York who make just as much or more, right? Like some finance people, depending how high up you are in finance, is really that's like a climb. But
That's like sort of what I'm saying though is like, so lawyers are in demand, but our job, like coding, is in stupid demand, right? So
yeah,
there's not like an equivalent. What
also
do
you
you
don't
call that?
climb as high coding. You peak after 5 years. Whereas if you're a lawyer, man, you're peaking at 20, 30 years, becoming head of the whatever or the other. You know, that's crazy, right? I don't know.
Is so I think right now my real question right now in real terms is like, is a lawyer on the scale of coder, or is like
I don't think at the beginning you probably
lawyers
make less for your first 5 years, but after 10, 15, 20 years, I guarantee you're making way more. But it's an investment. It's like a career, right? That's why
As
a
a
lot of people who
lawyer,
code actually move out of doing the code and they become managers or consultants or whatever.
because yeah, so I don't know. Like being
Irelia
a
is out of
lawyer
mana,
to
by the
me
way.
is more prestigious, just like off the bat, right?
Yeah,
But
honestly.
but being a coder and like even saying a word coder sounds stupid to me, but having that skill, being able to code, it seems like it's more in demand. So even though it doesn't carry the prestige as a lawyer, you have an in-demand skill, so then it like carries the equivalent, you know, salary demand or whatever. But yeah, there's this weird contrast of like 100%. I feel like I always punch above my weight as far as like communicating with Richard or Darcy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like they 100% deserve more than I'm making, whatever they're making. Like 100%, they deserve more than I do. But you were kind of saying like Richard might not make as much. Like that fucks because it's like, dude, what? Like
Yeah, I bet
Richard's
not.
100% I am. Right?
Yeah.
That's stupid, right? So like I might have a more in-demand skill, and then that makes sense to me as far as like, you know, if I'm worth more, it's 100% the skill in particular. But if you just go by raw IQ, you trip it down. Richard deserves more than I do. And yeah. Anyways, I think, to be fair though, I think I'm going on a tangent, and most of what I'm thinking is like in Minnesota, like so you separate everything out by like geography. In Minnesota, the wages out here are like stupid. What do you call it? There's a word for it. Like the disparage, the cost of were equivalent. Like, granted, you know, Minneapolis that different, but out here in, so if you think of like Eden Prairie, for instance, it's like kind of upper income or whatever, but it's still not in Minneapolis. So the, you know, like it's nice, it's a nice area to live, but at the same time, it's not Minneapolis. So the yeah, whatever gap that is, Waverly is like another tier out from that, right? So I'm tonight, right? Like I'm watching Austin's Cats, and staying at his house, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm watching his cats, and I'm going to the bar. I'm getting drunk. I'm driving home drunk, like which is fucking retarded, right? But
Fine in the country, it'll fly.
but like you said in New Jersey, like you can be blackout drunk and you can just get home.
Yeah,
But
that's super
in
nice.
wagering, I'm not blackout drunk, but at the same time, like I shouldn't have driven home. And whatever that's worth, like there's literally no train, right?
Yeah,
So,
there's no
and the thing
alternative.
is like,
You get
okay,
an
there's
Uber,
no train,
maybe.
but
Are
that's
there
the
Ubers
thing,
out there
right?
though?
Like maybe there's an Uber, right? But like, who the fuck wants to drive Uber out here?
Yeah, I know
It's
exactly.
just a different fucking lifestyle.
I know.
So, anyways, I don't know if I'm making any percent sense right now, but the point is that there is a difference, and like, yeah, lifestyle wise, I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking city person. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to walk and take the train and stuff.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, though. It's like a mentality. Like, you don't have to think about, can I drive home? There's not
Yeah.
even calculus. Like, you're not gonna drive home. You don't have a
Yeah.
car,
I love
right?
not having a car, honestly. It like
Yeah.
changes your life, but you pay so much because there's not many places in America where you can not have a car.
But at the same time, like, not being in an area where you don't need to have it costs so much less to not have. Like, it sounds like a redundant thing, but honestly, $275 a trip, you can just decide not to go out and you can save the entire cost of it, right?
Yeah.
Because like out here, like I automatically have $200 car payment, and then I have on top of that, and mind you, I have the cheapest car payment possible, right? So like $200 car payment, $100, honestly $120 insurance. So like I'm paying like $220, and that's the base minimum practically to have a car. You can technically go lower. That's if you get like a used car that's like shit, right? So like you're gonna end up paying the difference anyways, not having, a decent car, right? So
Yeah.
like basically $300 a month, that's your base minimum. So
That's why I don't feel
I
bad
don't know.
taking Ubers now and then because it's like, well, I'm not paying the few hundred a month in insurance, not paying for gas, any of that.
But you see what I mean, right? Like you can literally decide not to do anything for a week straight, and you just saved like $100 a month or something, right?
Yeah.
But out here, like you pay that no matter what. And
Right.
like me tonight, right? Like if you fuck up, you just get a ticket.
Yeah.
And then you can't drive for real, and you
Oh
still pay
no.
all the equivalent prices. And there's no Uber out here, etc.
Yeah,
So
man, if you lose your license out there, you like I don't know how you live. I've heard of people walking like 20 miles in the cold of winter and stuff to like get to their
yeah, you
job because
can't
they
do
lost their
that,
license.
right?
It's like holy
Like
shit.
technically you can, but not realistically. So it's just bullshit, right?
Yeah.
But it's a different mentality. Like if you live like way out, and this is my point, is that I'm like currently at my house. I'm not just out in the suburbs. I'm literally all the way where you don't have the city option at all.
Yeah.
Just different. Anyway. Yeah.
That's why I'm on all this walkable city Reddit. It have the urban planning channel in a Discord. It's so
The thing
nice.
is that I think the whole Strode thing is kind of bullshit. But not because it's not literally true, but just because like it's just a matter of scale. Like, there has to be an in-between point between the not suburbs, but like rural and city, right? Like that's the whole
Yeah.
point of the suburb. So, it's like it's an uncomfortable trade-off to be able to bike but far between the places. if you drink enough though, doesn't really matter. Like,
Yeah.
I should be right now. Be totally fine. Yeah, let's sleep it up. So, how's Australia though? Like,
It's okay. It's about the same. It's just suburbs everywhere. I guess downtown they've got some more light rails and stuff, so it's more walkable. Got trams and everything. Actually, Melbourne has won a lot of awards for being like the most livable city or whatever. So they've got like a lot of walking trails and stuff. It's okay though. I like Sydney a
I
lot
could
more.
see that making like a lot of difference on a daily basis, but you kind of have a different situation, right? Like you're getting married. You're not even really getting married, right? Like you've been married for 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, we've been married almost 3 years. It's almost our anniversary.
It's like, I don't know. It's a super unique situation to be in.
Yeah.
Like,
then you gotta be like, well, do we have 2 weddings or 1? How do we make it work?
I think you're doing it right though, because like guys in general don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
So, I think you're prioritizing correctly.
Yeah. I don't think we'll have a Minnesota one, but maybe in a Hawaii. Like if we get a bunch of friends to go hiking in Hawaii, we could do a little ceremony on the beach.
Yeah. But you see what I mean, right? Like, whether or not you have a sort of one, it's totally secondary to like whatever Nikki wants, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't know. What do you feel like?
It would be totally secondary.
Yeah. By
I
like
don't care.
happenstance, right? Like you're like, yeah, I care about my friends, but not that much.
Yeah. Right.
What do you feel like Nikki, her parents, or not so much her parents, but like her family in general, just feel?
I think they're fine with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. They seem excited enough. I don't know. They're more stressed about the details. They get super analysis paralysis about everything, like what the menus look like and stuff. Things that probably no one will notice at the wedding.
So they're like locked into the detail.
Yeah. Like they have a planner, but they're doing all the planning themselves anyway.
Yeah. I think that can be alright though to an extra extent just because you're in Australia, right?
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, like if your main wedding in Minnesota, then you care a little extra than what your parents think, right?
Yeah.
But since it seems like your main really matters more what Nikki's parents think, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And plus you're and like I'm 0% offended whether or not your like experience is Australian, right?
Yeah.
So whatever. That's good. I'm kind of like 50% tripped out right now by like the New Jersey experience versus Minnesota rural. Because like, I don't know, like I super sympathize with the idea of being rural and being a little bit like independent, driving wherever. But honestly, I don't know. I think my personality wise, like I should just be like where you're at in New Jersey, taking tax advantage, but still being totally in the middle of like a 10 million metropolitan, you know,
Yeah.
whatever you call it.
I'm finding it so hard to move away because so many jobs and stuff here. Like even if you lose a job or two or whatever, burns and bridges is like, I don't know how many. I think a few hundred fintech startups alone, just in fintech, not even counting other just random startups. So it's just nice to have all that opportunity there.
Yeah, even without the burning the bridges, but just like, I don't know. It sounds like you don't even have to understand that there's something out there. It's just the fact that you're in the area is automatically started.
Yeah. It's nice. Just the pace of life. It's hard to describe. Just like things just feel faster out here, which is super nice. About to be dead in about 2 seconds. Boom. I'll help him out. I don't know.
You're advertising. Yeah. People right now. Mostly to Alden, who should really know. But for some reason, he's experienced it 3 since,
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah, if you have to rate 1 to 100, like, what is Alden in your like, viewership?
Oh no. He's like 99% of it.
99. So I can make the most offensive jokes right now in like 1 out of 10. I hope Alden's listening. Because, like, remember when we met up with Richard? And 100%, this is 100% true. Alden has the most suave LinkedIn profile picture. And you're like, dude, this guy's like fucking nailing it, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then you talk to him on the internet, and you're like, oh, you're a nerd, but you look like a fucking kid.
Yeah. And his LinkedIn, you mean?
Yeah. Like, he's 10 times more than I am, but it's all based on his profile picture. I just got a vibration. I hope that's him messaging me how much of an asshole I am. Dude, this is what I told the guy at the bar, though. Is like not 100%, but whatever that difference is between the average lifestyle and somebody who's like making it, etc. It's network, and I'm super
100%.
lucky that, and like, don't even take this the wrong way. I'm super lucky that I know you, but it's not that I know you in particular. You know people who, like, whatever. So, like, by virtue of the fact that you network, whatever you want to call that, 20% better than the average person, that benefits me in that way, right? So, it's like, I don't know. And I'm also, like, 50% trying to, like, give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Like, he's probably just some average, whatever. But, like, his company, he said that he was, this random dude that I met at the bar, right? So he does like essence, and because of that, he's like positioned in a way that he's done better than the average, whatever. And obviously, I've done better than that, but it's only because I know you, right? And to whatever extent that is the case, you know, I think you have an advantage that you went to school, etc. So you have like a networking advantage. But I don't call that. It's like they take like should you be like probably not, but at the same time you did pick the pathway that gets you right.
Yeah. But it's just random. It's like going to school, you just might meet like a professor who bats for you or gives you a letter for a good grad school and stuff. And then that's random whether you get into the grad school and stuff. It's all like random the whole way
Literally
through.
true, but at the same time you picked that path. And I think it's literally that difference. Like you can just as easily not pick that path, and then you don't. But it doesn't really matter whether you're just pick the better option.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. And there's no qualms about it. Like, I don't know.
That's why like people always dump on the golden path of like, oh yeah, get good grades, go to school for free on a scholarship, but it's actually just the best way for 99% of people. Like,
yeah,
you're probably not
I
made
think
to be
that's
a
what I'm
rock star
saying
or whatever.
is the better path in the sense of like you're morally superior or anything. It just happens to pay out well.
Yeah,
And
like
whatever
statistically,
you
it'll
pick
do like
that,
pretty good.
like money than anyone else, like not necessarily, but it happens to be better. So you pick the path, whatever, fuck, you get more money. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
I think what I'm tripping up on though is I'm in the weird position of being in the middle, right? Like I don't deserve anything, but I also didn't pick the best path. I just happened to know somebody who did. So that's the funny part.
I could have got a coding job in Minnesota somewhere though, like what was that, goose hunting startup or whatever? That's the thing in
The thing
Minnesota,
is,
there's
though,
like a few, like two.
100% to be honest though. Like I would not have done this if you didn't suggest it.
Thanks. Yeah. We're just
And
a nerd about this stuff. It's fun to chat in school or whatever.
no, yeah. Like, personality, etc. involved. But it's I don't know, it pays to know somebody, right? Like that's just a situation.
Yeah.
This is a super dumb conversation, by the way. I'm just super drunk right now. If I was, I'd be making fun of all those chads out there. Yeah, what is the point of this? The point of this is that if you live in New Jersey, fucking take advantage of the train, dude.
Yeah, I know. If I'm gonna
Get
go
home
get drunk, for sure.
Or $2.75. And
A little
out
more
here,
than
man,
gas, but not
you're
so
like
bad.
me. You're lucky once in a while, but fuck, if you do this every night, you're gonna get fucking charged like 10 grand.
Yeah. Wait, was Josh charged a lot? Did he have to pay to get his license back?
It doesn't even matter what Josh was charged. Literally getting a DUI is like 10 grand, just in general, like cost of living, etc.
Yeah.
Like 10 grand.
Cost of living is fucking
Imagine,
nuts out here.
You're paying like $2.75 a train ticket. Maybe you pay a little extra because you went around in Manhattan and fucked off. But if you did the equivalent of getting a DUI, except you take the train home, The difference is 10, right? So, like, it's not worth it. So for me out here, and I just fucked around with my friend in New Jersey. I get home, and like a couple weeks later, I'm gonna fuck around. Difference is 10 grand, not 275.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Been thinking about though when all this like he's like, low key, like, yeah, I could hook you up with like, what do you call those people? Like trading people. This is label, but high frequency trading. That's the one.
Yeah.
Anyways, high frequency trading. I've been like super lazy about learning anything new lately. Like, man, if I could motivate myself, I could do all that shit. But like the last, year and a half, I haven't done anything like extra credit wise, right? Like, I don't
Yeah.
but it's hilarious that all the that's like I said, the most suave looking LinkedIn picture.
Yeah.
And, he's just doing whatever he's doing, right? But meanwhile, I just feel like I'm in Minnesota, like just lucky to be alive or something.
Recession makes you feel like that. I'm like, man, what if everything just blows up and it's like 2008 again? And what?
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like we're lucky that our particular company is in a type of demand that success is equivalent with like, other magnitude compensation. But at the same time, it could just all fall apart at any particular point. But not immediately. It's just like it should fall apart at some point almost.
Yeah.
But not because it's not worth something, just because it didn't work out, Like we're not big worth nothing, right? But at the same time, we're not 100% worth something either.
Yeah. Just think how many amazing jobs and great houses there were in 2008, like tons of home equity. And it's just like, whoop, gone. Oh, you had
Samira
200,000
has
of equity.
got like a particular, like an angle that just works out medium term,
Yeah.
Like, she could work out long term, for sure, but she's not gonna fail short term, right? Like medium term, it works out. I don't know. Anyway, when are you getting married? Like in 2 days?
2 weeks. So we land in Australia, then it's like 9 days, we get married, and then we're hanging out there another week afterwards.
So you're chilling for a while.
Yeah, I'll be working the whole time though. I can't take more vacation. We just took 3 weeks a couple months ago. Yeah, for Italy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, you took 3 weeks for Italy?
Yeah.
No. That's the bullshit of unlimited vacation though. You did not take 3 weeks for Italy. You said, "Hey, bro, I'm in Italy for 3 weeks. I'm gonna be working 75% of the time."
No, I
That's
wasn't
what you
working
said, right?
75. No. I did like over the entire time, maybe like 5 hours of work. I literally just like logged on to run a diff to fix like some hot button issues. That was not working that much.
Yeah, I know that's like technically what you did, but the privilege for them is literally hard coding parties. Like, so
Yeah.
you work full time. Man, this week in particular, I really want to code the I've always talked about too. The like you find, ABC can be in the text and then evaluate their distance without actually searching regex wise for a bad gap, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I've been super motivated to do that, but I got all my shit done this week on Wednesday, and I literally haven't done shit since Wednesday. Like 100%, 95% I haven't done shit since Wednesday. But my motivation though has been really we should tackle this problem of this algorithm of, evaluate, how close are do any what do you call it? Exclusions apply in between, etc. Anyways, that's my motivation right now. But only 50%. And I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on how hard I should try for this stuff.
I think it'd be cool to try hard on that because it's something that like everyone would be using. It's cool to develop like core functionality.
Try hard, but it's motivation, like my motivation's only so high.
Yeah.
The ask is higher, but then the requirement is lower, right? So it's like somewhere in between is like technically what I should strive for. But it's not a real metric. Like you either go all the way or you don't. So I'm kind of stuck between. I can go for it tomorrow. What's today? Is it Saturday?
Saturday, yeah.
We got our see that's if I could tackle this by Monday, that would be super fucking dope, right? But at the same time, I feel like it's like sustainable. I hate the word sustainable, but it's like kind of semi unachievable. So, I shouldn't expect myself to attain that. But at the same time, if I could attain that, then I could really push the issue. Hey, I'm worth this much. You should really pay me a little bit extra than inflation, etc. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think this is what I'm thinking about in the back of my head. It's like, what am I worth, right? And I think I'm worth over K, but at this point, it's automatic. So what is really the goal beyond K for me? 105 is I feel like that's the automatic for me.
Yeah.
So I probably, if I'm achieving above and beyond to a limited extent, even maybe I should shoot for 100K or 10. But beyond that, I'm not really sure. And then also what justifies that,
Yeah.
So in the abstract, it's just whatever you do, you get, I guess. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of terms of like, you know, if I got, you know, 100K, that'd be 5 grand more than I'm getting right now. And it would be below inflation, but at the same time, like I kind of feel like a little bit privileged, you know, like I'm just coming off the street, I have a skill, it's good enough for me, etc. So, trying to put things in perspective of like what I'm actually worth.
Yeah.
Without losing, you know, I'm totally happy where I'm at too, you know.
I think they'll definitely match inflation. For sure.
What actually is inflation though? Like, is
No,
that
for wage inflation, I don't even
10%
know.
or
No, I mean,
or is
it peaked.
5%? Like, you know?
It peaked at like, what? I think it peaked at 7.4% annually, but that's
It's like
annualized.
7%,
So
right?
no, for 1 month it was 7.4% if it stayed like that the whole year, but it didn't. It was like 3 up to 7, back down to 3 within the span of 1 year. And now I think inflation is chilling at like 4.5% or something, but that's not even wage inflation. That's like including gas and used vehicles and all this stuff. I don't know what wages are like.
Like, as a person, if you know all the variables involved, right? I have 0% standing in like, you know, whatever you call that, like my demands basically exactly inflation, you know? But at the same time, you know, I should probably expect a little more, and
Yeah.
definitely trying harder than, you know, coasting. But at the same time, I'm also not like super overachieving either. I don't think. I think it's relative. Like, I might actually achieve, or I might not. Whatever. I don't care. But the point is, of like, my ability, my motivation to achieve beyond where I'm at is diminishing. So I don't really know where that value stands at.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I'd expect a raise for inflation for sure, but then kind of just settling where I'm settling. After you've been coding 3 to 5 years, you just kind of are at where you're at, and that's just like the market. You're always
In
pays market too,
particular,
so.
though, like in particular, what you're doing is also like super unmotivating. Like, you know, meeting expectation for you in the past 3 to 6 months has been coding, like it hasn't been coding, right? Like it's been just literally implementing big
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of currency stuff and then a little bit next gen stuff.
Oh, really?
Parties I haven't really done in a month or two, other than a couple high priority Trellos. But
Really?
there's some hard coding.
It
There's
seems
some
like
general solutions too.
Parties out lately.
Yeah. Oh, there's the most traffic for the MRs on parties because I just like, oh yeah, 15 Trellos here, 15 Trellos there.
Yeah, I think your contribution to currencies is like definitely weak.
Yeah, that needs to be reworked too because it's so garbage right now.
But even to the extent that it's not reworked, it's like more intense, right? Like,
yeah,
because parties like have unsolvable problems. So like, to the extent that you like even solve a bunch of problems, it's really just tailor made to. We already know what the parties are, so we just force those to be correct. Right?
Yeah.
But currency seems a little bit more obvious. Like, there's only so many currencies. They're not really gonna change. Pops up, like, you know, even if non-primary currency came from, like, China or whatever, it's still like an existing currency. So it sounds to me like the parties are.
Yeah, there's like infinite companies that and will and have
A new
existed.
company just pops up, like, oh, let's do a party, whatever.
Yeah.
But currency, did a new country get invited in
Yeah.
the last 6 months? Like, this is going to be the only one, right?
Right.
It's it's hilarious though. You're like compensation, right? Like,
yeah.
You're in the literal sense, you're getting compensated for hard coding what everybody already knows. And then I'm getting compensated for improving upon what nobody really knows. But at the same time, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, what? It's so divorced from skill. It's a weird thing.
Yeah. I mean, parties that do some good work. There's some, like, there's definitely some hard coding in it, but there's also some pretty good solutions that you have to be really smart about, like the 2-column title pages, like inferring when there's actually 2 columns or 3 columns, and then like splitting it correctly, because parse just doesn't do a good job there, just from the tool we use.
Your ability though to plug into like the second gen stuff is like 10x above work.
I just forgot.
So it's funny to me that you definitely get paid, right? But at the same time, the literal ability, like not even the ability, the contribution to that endeavor, you know, whatever you want to call that. I'm like, I don't know. Huh.
It's funny writing the Docker file stuff
at
though.
a weird spot. Because, like, I know skill is worth something. At the same time, no, whatever. I don't do anything too crazy. But at the same time, I could, like, go to the bar, meet this guy, like, he 20 years, fucking, and make, like, twice as much as you.
Yeah.
What's the justification for that?
Now you're sounding like
And
a
it's
communist.
literally
a capitalist system.
I think I'm just still 100% tripling out on it. Have what do you call that? There's like the abundance mindset and the what's the opposite of
the scarcity mindset.
Scarcity.
Yeah.
But I feel like I have in particular like a beyond scarcity mindset. It's like a cripple. What do you call
Dude, that's why our parents are poor. You read that book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You can't have that scarcity mindset. Sure, if you want to like start a company, you have to have the abundance mindset. Like, oh, it's gonna work out. Oh, there's plenty of like business out there. There's plenty. Sure, there's competitors doing the same
your
thing.
willingness to interface with isn't even the abundance mindset itself. It's just your willingness to participate.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I think it's up on. It's like I'm like it's just the fact that I have my participation abundance mindset is like there's a gap there. It's not that it's just that engage with it.
Yeah.
But the point remains that I'm talking to probably worth $5 to $10 right? But they're not engaged in that mindset, therefore they're just, their expenses just they can afford to pay less for their like hourly. I don't know.
It's also what you prioritize though. Like all my cousins, all they knew they wanted to do was like get married and get a house and have some kids. And they did. They'd get married at like 2022. They'd buy a house like a month after they get married. And then they start having kids like right away. And that job is like just whatever you can scrap together to make ends meet. But they don't really care about like working super hard or like climbing any ladders. It's just like a means to an end of having a big family. Whereas I've always been the opposite. I've been like, kids, I wouldn't mind kids, but they're not like something I need. And it's definitely not at the top of my list. Like I kind of want a fulfilling career. And then if kids come after that, that's fine too, right? So it's just different mindsets.
Yeah, I think it's a re-issue of the curve almost. Because the more I'm thinking about it, the difference is just like the proximity to the city commands a certain dollar amount because of your expenses.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? Like
But
Google's
in
like, oh,
the
if you move away, we'll
inverse,
pay you less. Like what?
your skill set also commands a certain amount of money. Right? So skills, presumably, difference, right? But like the guy I'm talking to tonight, you know, he makes like as much as I was delivering pizza, but then at the same time, like the equivalent in Prairie was higher. So like, you know, while I make money, I'm not making that guy while he's making that kind of money out in these, you know, whatever. But I think there's a value in. I think the moral of this story in general is the value in like understanding the differential between the rural, suburban, and urban compensation. Because the main thing is like before, the TV doesn't that much different between you know suburban, you know, locale. Yeah, as much as it does within. So, even if your skill set is not technically worth crazy, if you commit to the city, you know, wages or whatever, that percentage that you make on the goods, right? I don't know if I'm making it out, but anyways, I'm thinking about it. I think the main thing I'm tripping up on is just like it's just unfair. Like, you know, should you really make what you make? Probably not, but you do. And you know that. That's the main thing. You know that and you take advantage of it. Some people that don't take advantage of it. And how much can you say really guilty for knowing that other people know that and you make more, take advantage of, you know, wages or whatever. You just listen to this.
Yeah. It's just life. It's like sometimes you get a really good deal on a new house or something. You get like it for way less
it's
than
like
market
a
rate.
coupon. Like,
yeah.
how much is a coupon really worth? Not that much. But at the same time, if you take advantage of it, you just get 10% off. That's the way it is. But if your entire like career was based on that being urban, etc. I mean, 10% on just that fact alone, plus like maybe a little boost in compensation or whatever, just all compounds. But then the base cost of certain expenses is not, just so, video game. It's a video game cost. Like you live in New York, you expect to make 10x the money, so you do. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
What still trips me up is like, how can anybody fucking survive on $1 slice of pizza? Like nobody can survive on that out here.
I am always wondering too. They must have rent control or something.
Yeah.
No other way.
It's got to be like, if you could afford restaurants locale on like $100 a month, you probably. The country's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that Taliban thing so much. They're all like, can't do the 9-to-5 life.
that's literally like, I don't even care to debate like social flipism. Like that helmet alone just trumps anything I say. Just like, yeah. Like, Taliban. No, but it hits on something true, right? Like all comedy is based on truth, right? So like the truth in that is that there's something modern society that does detract from base humanity, right?
Yeah.
The fact that you have to sell your soul for 8 hours a day, it's a truth regardless of like what your compensation is, right? Those people are used to fucking around but slaying people on a regular basis, right? And now they have to a 9-to-5, and that's shit for them. And there's a truth. Like it's independent of America. Like it's just a fact of like nature. The trade-off for high is that, right?
It's true. It makes you realize that so much of their life was about like fighting for freedom, and then they're like, well, we got our freedom. Now what? Well, now you do the paperwork for the new government. It's like, oh, God,
now you do
that sucks.
the paperwork.
How demoralizing would that be? Ushala, brother. You have the cover page for those TPS reports.
It's the pyramid scheme though. Like naturally 10%, like there's some percent of the people who are above average. But you can't make that average, right? Like that's always the case.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it. So if you slice it in some kind of socialist way, at some point, there's still going to be 10% of people above the average. You can't win. So you're going to have to, like, I don't know. Part of my place is that we are winning that but the other half of it is that you can't get away from the fact that statistics are statistics, and whether or not you are winning, there is going to be above or below that. You have to accept it, and to what degree that, like, to to a degree that differentiates you from the average is one thing, but the fact that there is an average is given. So you have to like, I don't know, accept it. Whereas, like that's the funny part is that's my main concern right now is like, what does your wife think? Because that's most interesting to me.
Yeah. About what? The wedding?
Every like, there's no point to life.
Yeah, right.
So like, what does Nikki think about economics? That's most interesting to me.
She doesn't care too much about economics or finance. We'll talk to her about some stuff sometimes. She can totally understand it. She just doesn't have an interest in it, so she doesn't do much.
Just one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean, she's on the left, socioeconomically or whatever.
Yeah. Is it like a default though, or I don't know?
I feel like for
She have
most
like
people it
a
is.
most people it is. Like I don't know, like what does that mean? Like, is it a default and then it's like kind of a given?
I don't know. At least in New York, a lot of people are just on the left because it's just what you do. Melbourne too. Grew up in any city, and it's like, oh yeah, of course.
It's like I feel like that part of it is easy to be on the left just because like they more than average already, so it's easy to be like, oh, it's not fair.
Yeah.
But living in the area that I do, I make above average, so like most people kind of strive to be above average. So they like feel like, you know, they to be where I'm at or above it. So it's like it's a different orientation. But I don't know. It's just an economic. Which I guess is my point. Is like Nikki, and I guess it kind of mean this is semi in the abstract, but like, is she locked by ideology, or is it just purely happenstance? Like, you guys are above average, so therefore, feels kind of wrong to feel like people should be below you.
I don't know. We didn't grow up like we were, middle class growing up, and then went to school. We were students. I was in. I don't know when I started going left. I was like started going left when I was 20, maybe. I think most people just don't think too much about it. It's like if you're born in the country and all your relatives are Republican, you're probably going to be a Republican. You can't have those taglines. Oh yeah, I want to keep what I earn, not pay any taxes on it. And on the left, it's like, well, why shouldn't we have like safety nets like Europe or whatever? Like, okay, most people just don't go beyond that. Honestly, the more I listen to Destiny and stuff, they go super deep into it, but it just sounds really nerdy. It's like going super deep into like model trains or something. It's like they have these super niche points that no one in real life actually thinks about these points at all, right? Like it's kind of fun to debate them, but it's totally just like some abstract game that Giga nerds play. Most people are just like, well, I think everyone should get taken care of. It's like super level 1, but I don't know. Most people.
No,
I remember in school I was like in econ and like finally these things. Oh, do you know if you raise the minimum wage, it actually doesn't decrease employment and stuff? All these counterintuitive facts and like random stats. And I figured like if you bring those to someone, it would change their mind. It's like no, people actually don't even care. Even if you have all the data, they're just not going to care. They just feel how they feel. Yeah, most people just don't even want to make data-driven decisions. They're like, well, all right.
just like you're just picking a tribe.
Yeah, it really is. Or it's just kind of how you feel.
But not even like picking a tribe, but like just the factor of the matter.
Yeah.
Your perspective is picking a tribe.
Right. Or your like your personality or something. I feel like you never hear about people changing parties in the middle of their life and stuff. Really, it's
But there's like, yeah, there's the life experience part of it, right? So like, you this is on. You can have an orientation based on upon that, right?
yeah.
I think it's hard. It's hard to like go outside of that concept, but if you're that's the counterintuitive point, right? Like the fact that the blue collar types sometimes vote Republican, etc. It seems counter as like, oh, the Democrats are all for like etc. But the sort of Republican standpoint is like self-made, etc. And yeah, it's just like I don't know how you describe that, but there's an element there. Whatever you call that. But, I don't know. I wish I could think about it, but Kendra. That's really the point, though. Like half of this politics bullshit is just like the level of inebriation you're at.
Yeah. I've just been thinking like these people like Destiny, so they just think too much about it. It's like just not normal. Most people aren't gonna care.
But this is the thing,
You're
like
super
they get
convinced
to
me you
the,
brought enough facts to the table. I'm convinced
at
now.
least in theory, they get to the base issue, right? But the real matter at hand is the how retarded you are. Like, I don't know, but to be honest, though, Destiny is also like kind of a weird character.
Yeah. It's just anyone who spends or makes a living on politics is just gonna have like, got some facts for you, bro. Let me change your mind here. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. There's facts, there's orientation. Destiny though, like kind of I don't know, he occupies a weird space, I think. Like he's got facts, but he's also got opinion and just like feeling. I don't know. Cause his girlfriend is like I don't know, he's very what do you I don't even know what you call it. Like he just doesn't really care. He's not monogamous, but kind of, but it's really just like a relationship he's developed with his particular girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
And his entire ideology is kind of, I think, centered. It doesn't really matter. And that works for him, by virtue. But at the same time, it doesn't justify any particular viewpoint. I think his um, logic is centered around himself in that way. That's my opinion, anyway. I don't know, but you can obviously make that argument about anybody. And that's kind of the problem, is like, to what extent you believe in an absolute truth, I think, is a huge dimension. Because ultimately, Destiny's right to the extent that he's right. If there isn't, he's right or wrong in respect to that. But if you don't believe that in the first place, and in the case I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my me. I think I'm in a weird position where I sympathize with our relativistic position despite believing it. To me, it believes it. Correct position. And at the same time falls short of it. That's where I'm. And then Destiny is like, doesn't ultimately believe in an absolute truth. Therefore, whatever is like a convenient truth. But it's necessary for his everything's kind of bad. So
What are you talking about?
I don't
His
know if that
polygamy
makes any
or?
sense, but that's what I'm working with. What do you think?
Were you talking about what, his multiple wives or?
Well, it's kind of like an offshoot of that. He is non-monogamous, but kind of like relationship-wise.
Yeah.
But the point isn't like, oh, this is who he has sex with or whatever. It's more deep than it bleeds over into everything is the point. I don't know. I think it's 3 in the morning. I gotta go to bed before I say something utterly stupid if I haven't already.
Alright, man.
Yeah. I'll catch you later.
See you, dude. Peace.
See you.
I think he was trying to hang up. He accidentally called me again. Right, you guys? Akali's got no ultimate here? What can we make with that situation? Got no ultimate, guys. What can I do with that information? Got the information that she has no ultimate. Alright, next caller. Wait, why can't I hear you? Damn, I might have to configure my speaker settings in WhatsApp for the computer. One sec, let's see. That. And there we go, now try.
Hello?
Yeah, now it's working. Woo.
There we go, now try. Hello?
Oh wait, why can I hear an echo? Oh, that's my stream
Oh,
in your
because
background.
because it's for my stream. I'm muting my my disc.
Can you mute yourself? Thank you, caller.
I missed the epic Discord call.
Oh yeah. Oh, we could have done a three-way call. That'd have been fun.
Yeah. No, I just joined in at the end. I was like sad Drew was leaving. This would have been fun.
Oh yeah. You could probably
Wait,
call him.
maybe
He's
we
probably
can
not
get back
asleep yet.
on.
Yeah.
Let's get on. Wait, oh, should we do Discord?
Yeah. Three-way is easier.
Okay. Wait, I'll message him.
Gotta find you.
Lightstein.
Yeah. What we need. There we go.
Okay.
Yo.
Hey.
Oh man, Discord is such high quality. Totally forgot.
Let's see if it works.
Yeah.
Is it higher quality?
Yeah, it's really good quality. Discord engineers, you know why? It's because it's written in Rust.
I feel like WhatsApp's better.
Oh no, for me this is way better.
Oh, okay.
But I think WhatsApp for desktop kind of sucks.
Maybe it's the muting of the like. I don't hear sound when you don't talk.
Oh, there's on WhatsApp
Yeah,
or
that's
on
what
Discord. Discord is really good in that sense.
No, Discord I think is like a walkie-talkie, which is annoying.
Really, I think because
Yeah.
Discord has like this proprietary noise cancellation algorithm called like, or they use some third party called Clips or something. It's like really good noise cancellation. I never hear anything in the background. It's like Zoom. Whereas WhatsApp, I don't know if WhatsApp does any like noise cancellation, to be honest.
Wait, let's talk at the same time. What should we say?
1
through 3, energy booster.
Energy booster.
Energy
booster. Oh no, it's hard to coordinate online because there's a bit of lag anyway.
Oh fuck. 3, 2, 1. Energy booster.
Energy boost. I missed it. Trying to farm these fucking creeps.
3, 2, 1.
Energy booster.
Kind of.
That
Yeah,
sounds fun to me. I don't know.
Yeah. But then it turns off. Like, there's some like threshold where it turns off. It feels like no one's talking. And like it feels weird when you don't hear ambient noise from you, because like right now I hear nothing, like nothing,
Isn't
which is
that
fine.
nice?
I don't like it because it feels like a walkie-talkie. I understand like it's working the way it's working. It's not like a walkie-talkie, but it feels like I'm talking to myself.
Oh no, that's the premium experience, man. That's better. It's like,
Yeah. No,
I think you can turn that off though. You can turn off all this noise cancellation stuff. But I've got it all on. At least default, maybe even like highish settings.
No, because I think it's just purposely, it's on your end, right? It's not picking up your mic when it doesn't need to.
Oh right, yeah. I can maybe configure WhatsApp to be better about that. Voice activity.
Do you hear me?
No, there's like nothing in the background or anything extra. The Islam or the Taliban thing made me laugh so hard. The whole comment thread on Twitter or whatever.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
The bombs couldn't beat the Taliban, but the American work culture can. It's like, can't stop the spread of the Western work, the 9 to 5 work culture. I tell you, brothers, I would rather be dead than show up at work tomorrow at 8 a.m. We need to have another revolution.
You have to work from 8 and then stay all the way till 4 p.m.
Did you see the thread too? Apparently there's like not that much work to actually do, so they're just on Twitter all day. Like pretending to work. And it's like, wow, they really are like America. Everyone here is just working from home on Twitter all day.
Yeah, fuck.
Sucks to be one of those guys in the machine shop or like a nurse or something. Then you actually have to work. Oh my god, can you imagine standing up for 8 hours? Can you imagine actually doing shit for like 8 hours in a day? That'd be crazy.
Taliban's not gonna love it. Yeah, but I thought they like worked hard there. I don't know.
The Taliban?
Yeah.
Ew, work culture. Brothers. It used to be when there was a sunny day, we would ride horses, share a meal, what little meal we had, and then, I don't know, be thankful for what we had. Or something. It's like, yeah. Honestly, sounds like the best life. I actually feel so bad for them. Like, oh, damn. Yeah. Maybe Russia should invade or something. Give them back their good life. Also, when you have like an objective like that, right? Like, oh, we're fighting for our freedom or whatever. Every day you wake up super motivated. The sun shines a little brighter now. It's like, all right, dude, you're in charge. All this TPS support.
That's why I'm always climbing to work to do better. If I'm always striving for something, expanding my churn pool or coaching or just making another person move up a rank, it makes me feel great.
You hear what they said? It takes 80 games to get the hang of a champ. I think it's about right. Like exactly where I'd put it. 80 is about right.
I feel like Irelia for sure.
Yeah, I'm probably like mid at Irelia now. Dude, the last few games have been whack. Every time it's late at night, I get these crazy losing streaks. These games are just super wacky. Like the Varus top, the Giga Fed Varus top. I'm like, did not expect that. You know.
This skin is amazing though.
Oh, I love the Mythmaker skin in general.
So cool.
Oh,
Oh, there it is. Dude, you're so good with that.
Oh, she just walked right up to it. Like,
I guess she was right against the wall.
I think she didn't have a ward yet. She was right against the wall. Basically free. But she used her ult, so she can't get out if I land it again now.
Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, it's really good because her Q applies on hit effects.
Is that a mythic?
No. A lot of people don't even get a mythic on Irelia because you get Blade of the Rune King is amazing, and then you get Wit's End, which is also amazing on Irelia. And sometimes you'll get a mythic. A lot of people leave mythic for third for Irelia. It's super weird. She's like one champ where you just don't really need a mythic. I think because her playstyle is all about spamming Qs. There's no mythic that really enhances that playstyle.
But I think isn't the reason you get a mythic is for the mythic passive?
Yeah, the mythic passive, but like which mythic passive really works well in Irelia? Divine Sunderer kind of, because it applies from your Q since it's an on-hit thing. But it's not that game changing. Like Blade of the Rune King and Wit's End just work so much better for some reason. Everybody
I thought
does
mythics
Blade
were the
first.
most gold efficient for that reason, right?
Yeah, you'd think. But just read Reddit and stuff like, look, even the core popular build is mythic third in each case. You get these two first every time, and then you get your mythic.
What's its mythic recommended mythic?
Some people get Jackshow, some people get Shield Bow, and then Divine Thunder. I guess not many people are getting lately, but I think it's pretty good because you get the on
I
hit.
gotta
It's
start
great for
learning
multi-tanks.
these AD items because
There's so many. There are
Shield
way
Bow.
more. There's like twice as many 80 items because there's crit and then there's lethality, right? And then there's kind of like the bruiser, like the tanky 80. There's like 3 different trees you can go down with 80
More
items.
think about this crit stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Irelia never gets any crit really unless some people get shield bow, but I don't think you get any crit beyond that. You never go infinity edge or anything.
They all have lifesteal, these items.
Yeah. Irelia, you want a lot of lifesteal. You want to be dashing around and healing.
She
And,
just
like,
hits a lot.
Yeah, you're in the fight. You're like Aatrox basically. I don't want to wait for Silas before I go in on this. I wonder if this is warded. Yep, that's warded. Is she water? I'd be all down for it, but we gotta
Oh,
kind of...
so none of her abilities actually heal her, but she actually gets a lot of use out of her items just because of her spam potential, right?
Yeah.
Dude, the Coach Curtis podcast is so amazing. I love how you hit minions to heal.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, so is that an item doing that?
I think that's just their passive, right? When you're fully stacked. At max stacks, they deal an additional... Oh, maybe it's
I
your
didn't know
Q. When your Q finishes, yeah. When your Q finishes a minion, it heals you.
Oh, okay.
Right. I know the dash always heals, regardless of whether you kill him. Just 26 HP, it's not a ton.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, it restores 13% of your attack damage. So your Q is healing you as you dash around. That's what it is.
Oh,
Wit's
okay.
End. We're so ahead this game, it's ridiculous. But Amumu is really annoying to deal with. Same with Vayne.
We have the enemy team has Alawi too.
Yeah, Alawi, Amumu, and Vayne are such an annoying combo to deal with.
Dude, that footage of the Alawi was so broken, but honestly, yours might have been better.
Yeah, I know. They were both super good. He's just broken in general. And I want the Fire Dragon though. Don't let him get it. No. Oh, she used her shit already.
Alawi's probably the most broken gem. She's probably more broken than Nasus.
Oh yeah, she's super broken right now. And I want to stop this, but no one else is coming. Ezreal, come down here. Come fight him. Alawi's too weak to really do much.
Let's go through all 15 of these
Ezreal?
items. Let's make this question a little more specific. Yeah, it's this call for fed bottom. Okay, we're almost there.
Pretty sure we just lose this, honestly. They're just all giga fed.
Wait, you just said you were so far ahead before.
Yeah, but their Vayne is fucking destroying us. Oh, you broke my fucking minion, dude. It can't get out now. She's dead. Yeah. They got the fire dragon for the bounty. They shut me down for the bounty. They shut Silas down for the bounty. Gotta just be at the dragons. Dude, if I'm not jungling, we lose so many fucking dragons. There's no excuse. There's a fire dragon. Why are we not there for that? They're picking stupid ass fights before the dragon's up.
That's a dangerous 1v9 mindset.
I swear to God, dude, every time I jungle, we get every dragon, every baron. Easy peasy.
Fiddle, man. Is Fiddle a hard champ to play or no?
No, it's dead simple. You literally just charge up your ultimate and then do the AoE thing. Your ultimate. Like, wipes
He's
the
like,
entire team.
what's it called? Malzahar?
He's more, yeah. He's like Malphite kind of. You just jump in with your AoE ultimate, like kills everybody.
That was a good point they made about about champ their roles. Like, okay, if you play Malzahar, you know your role, you know, or actually, you know, it's like,
yeah,
you have a clear,
what do you
well-defined
want?
role.
Yeah,
Champ set if you're a beginner.
Yeah.
And also champs of a similar type of role style, kind of. Like, for example, I highly recommend not having a champ pool of, let's say, Akali, Irelia, and Evelyn, and also Zera and Yone. That's like way too many champ styles and difficulty all in one.
actually all pretty similar. If they're really in Yone are more fighters than assassins, but still like similar. Man, that Mumu stole it? How the fuck you let that guy steal it? You have a fear in your kit. Just fear him. Just wait for him to come over and kill him. Holy shit.
One player just played assassins, and then he played volleyball. Didn't know how to play tank. He just played it like assassin.
I
And
actually
it's
do play
causing a big
volleyball.
problem.
Now my Volibear assassin is fucking fire though. And apparently it's not too bad to play him that way. Like a lot of the builds have him building a lot of damage. There's the Fiddlesticks ultimate. That skill cap. Amazing. Oh my god, he hourglassed my ultimate. Fucking Moo man.
That Kale game though, that was crazy.
Yeah. Oh, where we had the kill jungle? Oh no, where we came back. I remember that one, yeah. Just had one good team fight.
Well, kind of you were ahead and you kind of held on to the lead, but like just barely.
Yeah.
With Kale was scaling super hard. Man, Kale is such a monster late game.
Yeah. She's super strong now, but she didn't get her buffs yet. I don't know why everyone's playing her now. It's like, wait for the patch, dude. Isn't the patch in like 2 days? And she'll be good. I mean, she's already decent, but she's going to be completely broken when that patch comes out. I don't even know what they're thinking. They gave her 3 buffs. It's not like she's in a horrible spot. Just a lot of people don't like waiting for 30 minutes to have fun, right? A lot of people want to win early. Nobody enjoys scaling mages. Oh.
I mean, that thing that dance you do, it can kind of wait out stuns, right? Because it goes 1.5 seconds. It'll wait out most stuns, right? For the most part.
Yeah. Kinda nice. And it reduces your incoming damage by a little bit. How much does it reduce it?
So it reduces like 30%.
Oh, just
like
magic
20 or
damage
30%
taken.
for magic.
Only magic, yeah.
But it reduces a lot more for AD damage.
Does it really? Wait, where? Unless
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Magic. Oh, physical by 61 and magic by 31. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep. Interesting. Oh god, we shouldn't be fighting this. I even have ultimate. I don't want that. Fuck, dude.
So it's better to use against AD.
Oh. Oh shit, nice. Fiddle's ult. Holy shit.
Oh, Alawi. Fuck.
Get the beater though. Oh, now she flashed. Damn. Got her.
Holy shit. Damn. I
The
guess like
hitbox is generous on that thing.
it's just crazy how just like all of a sudden just cover so much distance when there's minions in front of her.
I know, it's crazy. Like Yasuo kind of can too, but his dash is so slow. It's like
Slow, yeah,
whoosh,
yeah.
whoosh, whoosh. It's like, okay, I guess you are kind of gaining ground. Gotta be getting Q at the same time. I don't know why this guy's going balls deep on the Akali, man. It's just mean. 2 and 10. Not even worth ulting.
She's like a Akali, except she has a stun.
Silas is? Yeah, he has a self heal too.
No, I'm saying Irelia.
Oh yeah.
It's like a Akali, except she has a stun.
The stun is cool.
Catches up
And
too.
more dashes. She's like old Akali, honestly, because you have a lot of dashes. Targeted dashes, right? Your Q is targeted dash, and it puts you on the opposite side of them. That's how Akali's old ultimate used to work. You had 3 charges of a targeted dash, and it would put you on the opposite side of them.
Right, right. Just
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you get 1 more per kill. This you just have to be careful because you need to finish him off with it or else it goes on cooldown. That's the hardest part of Irelia. You have to know exactly how much damage you're going to do with how many items and what level you are. And how strong the minions are. Like, can I one-shot this minion yet?
Wait, I thought it said you said you don't have to finish off the minions.
You do, or it goes on cooldown.
Oh, or it goes on cooldown.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's like really shitty. I don't know what Fiddles is looking for there. Our whole team was back. We should just come back. Fiddles wants to be deep.
Oh, so that whole dash, if any of those minions didn't
Don't die, yeah, then it goes on cooldown. Granted, it's only a 5.5 second cooldown. It's not crazy.
Oh shit, okay. Okay. There's like a lot of skill in Irelia that you don't see.
Yeah, it's all the knowing how much damage you're going to do to an enemy or a minion to know if you can finish them off. And then keeping track of your E gives you a free reset, right? And your ult gives you a free reset. That's a little circle that's on them. The golden circle means you got a free Q to them.
Okay.
So you got to manage your free Qs. Oh, they're going to get Baron for sure. Probably need Sunderer for the... They have a bunch of tanks. Yep. I don't think we can... Can we stop Baron?
It's like a good question about how Silas ult stuff works. Like for Alawi's ult, it doesn't require no other tentacles and shit.
Yeah, right, yeah. How does Silas work if he steals Alawi's ult? I mean, Alawi's ult spawns 1 tentacle per person. Ult.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, but it also doubles the attack speed of existing tentacles and stuff. I don't know, it's just weird. Or like Karma's ultimate is that it empowers her next basic ability. How does that work if you steal it as Silas? Can you even steal Karma's ultimate? Oh shit, that was a fucking amazing Fiddlesticks ult. Just busted his shit, man. I think he just solo won us the game there with that ultimate.
Oh shit, did Silas just steal Phil's ult?
No, we have Fiddle and Silas.
Oh, okay.
The Fiddle ult was amazing. Just like hopped over the wall.
Well, that was like a perfect ult from him, right? Because it hit all of them.
Man. Yeah, ridiculous.
But Alawi's gonna just probably 1v5 you in base here.
Nah. Depends if we tower diver. That would be stupid. They have Baron again. Somehow Amumu stole the first Baron. The jungler can't smite.
Well, it's kind of hard to hit smite sometimes.
Oh damn. That guy's dead. Oh, he's a flower. Nice. Without Fiddlesticks ult, we can't really fight. They have so much better fight than we do. Damn, they're gonna get sold though if we don't contest this. That sucks. Gonna eat into this bush
Yeah,
first.
you know, statistically, fire server is not the best server.
Get the Alawi shit. Full health instantly from that.
Oh, fuck. Holy shit.
You need healing reduction for that. Now they get Dragon Soul too, because they managed to steal every dragon.
Oh, really?
Yep. We have one Chemtech, the worst dragon in the game. Nice
Yeah,
guys.
it's nothing.
They get free fire in the water. Looking crazy. Unless, nice! Holy shit. He outsmited the Mumu with his Q. Dude, literally, if you can just, like, smite, you're in, like, the top 10 percentile of junglers. What the fuck was that? That's eat into the Alawi tentacles. Got murdered. Oh. I'll just play for Fiddle's ultimate, I guess. Wait a whole minute for them to all respawn.
Oh, you guys are a huge base lead.
Yeah, but basically it doesn't really matter late game. They'll just take the whole base in one go after they kill you.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah.
Got me, Dano. Oh, if they'd missed his spear.
Also,
Oh,
you
I
have
wouldn't
these
ult
towers
just her.
when you have Alawi.
Hey, yeah, this is not good, dude. I wouldn't have ulted just the 2 and 10 Akali. It's kind of a waste of the Fiddle's ultimate, which is our only useful shit. We have no AD carry yet. Maybe we can come. But dude. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight this eventually. I can use creeps to get out.
I thought preseason was the time to break characters, but they're breaking more characters than ever.
Yeah, I know, right?
Kale, and then they're gonna have Aurelian Soul. Who's gonna be
Aurelian
super
Soul
broken.
is super broken. Yeah, they're doing all these fucking weird ass changes in the preseason.
Now I got an idea, guys. Let's make the Q one shot.
Yeah, let's make his ultimate hit the entire map. Let's make the E and execute and AoE execute. Like, what the fuck is that? AoE execute.
Holy shit! Yeah, you can't win against this Alawi.
No,
Over.
not unless I have one good Fiddle's ultimate, but he keeps wasting his ult on one person. He had one good
Damn.
ult earlier, but he can't do it again. The one-hit wonder.
Oh, it's
She has double our Wukong's farm shit. He just got his ass beat up top lane by Alawi. Third game in a row where top laner just got completely annihilated. Got the Alawi. Already target down.
oh, you got it. Oh shit! Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of huge.
And nice to get more, but it's fine.
I mean, that's all you need to get, right?
Vayne does a shitload of damage. Like, we can't Baron for sure. Because Vayne and Mumu are up. And Akali too. They all have a lot of AoE. I don't know.
It's like
do you think?
level 16, you don't have to worry about Akali as much anymore.
Yeah, but the problem is she was 2 and 10, but now she's farmed up, so she's at least something, right? Before she was totally irrelevant. Now she's just max build like the rest of us. Now we can. We can, you boys.
Look how weak Akali is.
Yeah. Well, she's like 4 and 14.
Allow, he's so busted.
Oh, these guys don't want to Baron. Okay, that's fine. I guess we have to look for another fight. Now. These Fiddle's ult is like our only hope. Fiddle's ultimate. That's just to bring them here. Just let the Fiddle ultimate do it. Don't force anything. Just follow up on his ultimate and we'll be fine. I'm just gonna flash R as soon as I see the Fiddles are. Oh shit, that was preemptive, dude. Oh fuck. That was not a good one. Yeah, that's probably game. That was the worst fucking Fiddle's ult I've ever seen in my life. You missed everybody. And Vayne just hyperscales. Vayne's so fucking strong.
Can't Irelia sometimes 1v5?
If you're like GigaFed, they don't have like a 200 CS Alawi who's up 2 levels on me. Like they're all higher level than me right now. I'm 16, Vayne's 17, Alawi's 18, Mumu's 17. Oh yeah, Dragon Soul. They get Baron and Dragon Soul. It really just doesn't scale that well, not like Alawi and Vayne. Vayne I think scales better than anyone in the game. Like ask anybody. No one scales harder than Vayne.
In some countries, full build is at 16.
Yeah.
Or lower.
God, this match is so fucking boring. Just waiting for a good Fiddlesticks ult, otherwise you're just sitting there. Oh, gotta wait for the team to respawn, then maybe we get a good Fiddles ult next fight. If he gets one good one, then we win instantly. But otherwise it's just boring. Like the late game league just fucking sucks. You're literally just sitting there forever, and you gotta just hope that your one guy has a good initiation.
Oh, like when you're a useless, unless you're the late game star.
Well, yeah. Also, we're just waiting for Fiddles to try to land a good ult. Both teams are just waiting. Like nobody fights 1v1 in the late game. Not worth it. It's too risky. Where is this guy going? What the fuck is he doing? For the support
Do you think
karma?
if you get up to full build, you have a chance? Like full.
It doesn't matter. You're not going to be as good as Alawi or Vayne at full build. I don't think we should be starting this. I don't know, guys. We don't have a smite, do we? They do. Fuck. Yep. That was just a bad Baron. I don't know why they wanted to start that. We needed to wait and then Fiddle's ult to kill him.
Well, they
right?
want to help them finish the Baron. You know, take all the damage.
Yeah, and then let them just come in and take it. If Fiddle stayed in the pit, maybe and smited it, we could have finished it in time to fight, but I don't know. It was just stupid to start taking it. Clearly the setup was to bait out a Fiddle's ultimate. And it'd be nice to be that 4 and 15 Akali and get a free win like this. I wonder how that feels.
I love when you say that. Must be
I feel
nice.
like if I'm not like Giga carrying, it's just like not a win. Like I've never had a game where I'm like, oh, I went 2 and 14 in this game, but my team carried me. Like it never happens, right? Like I don't know. All right, let's look over tonight. Did I have any winning games where I wasn't fed? No. Nope. Nope.
That's it. Victim mindset.
Maybe it's just because when my team's doing well, I can at least just jam with them and get some kills.
Yeah.
Oh, that Fiddles is fucking so bad though. His decision making was just god awful. Like, missed smite on the first Baron, missed every dragon, and then like started that final Baron, then like dipped out instead of finishing it. Like, dude, either start it and finish it quick and then fight, or like don't start it at all. Taking the damage for no reason. I fucking hate 99% of junglers. That guy was good for Sylas support though. That's a weird freaking place to play Sylas, but he did fine. Oh man, that last game was so fucking long. What was it, like 40 minutes? Good God, 43 minutes. Just fucking
Should've
killed me.
forfeited.
Yeah, honestly. Dude, we had 2 43-minute games back to back. Holy shit.
Protect
Boring.
me, brothers, and I'll carry.
Yeah, sure, dude. I bet. Which AD? Nice. Garen, I think, is the most broken thing right now. Zach is annoying too, but nothing beats Garen. He's just so fucking... Walks at you, 2-minute targeted silence, targeted execute true damage ultimate, and then the CC cleanse. He's basically got his passive is tenacity. He's pretty much unstunnable. And he just silences you and does a true damage execute ult.
Oh,
no, I hate Garen. And the new meta is the build
Irelia, Zoe,
quick blades on him.
Akali? You gonna play Akali? Or
Yeah.
you gonna...
Depends what we need. Twitch is AD because it's in his channel name, or his summoner name is Twitch AD. He builds AD every game now. He's AD, he's AD. We'll see what our jungler goes.
You said even two AP is too much?
Yeah, it's nice to have just 1. 2 is okay. 3 is like a pretty big no-no. But it depends. If you're like Vel'Koz has true damage on his passive, so he's fine. He can scale better with it. Alright, you guys. Probably gonna call
Kha'Zix
it.
is a...
He's AD, yeah. No, he's attack damage. No, they're all attack damage so far. Oh, no. Zed didn't like that. Oh, fuck this game. I'm not going against Akali. Got to ban that. He's probably banned the Irelia. Zeds are super picky.
What do you think? You think he went because you went Akali?
Probably. A lot of people ban Akali or just hate it, especially Zeds hate going against Akali.
Oh yeah, it's just so weird. I don't want to lean against that.
Yeah. Akali just counters that ult pretty hard because she'll just ult and she's flipping around everywhere. You can't even hit her. We're going
It's funny how the difference between my stepbrother bans like Zed every game. He's like, oh, I just hate him. I was like, he's like D tier. He's like the worst in the game right now. I don't care. It sucks. Yeah, I hate him so much.
The number 2 most banned. He's number 2 banned behind Kassadin. Yeah, Kassadin's banned in 38% of games. Zed is banned in 37% of games. Like everybody bans Zed. I literally don't. I think it's the champs they play have no problem with Zed. You know, I play Ari, Akali, Irelia. All these champs have no issue with Zed. You just dash away. When he ults you, you just dash away, right? You can't even hurt you.
Right.
I don't know. If you're a mage, yeah, it's annoying. Like, I would hate going against Zed as like probably Xerath. It'd be super annoying. You just have to take barrier, get an early stopwatch and stuff. Might be okay though. I don't know. He's so easy to counter. 1 item beats his whole kit. What's the counter to Garen? There is no counter. You can't do shit against Garen.
What's the counter? Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can't do anything against Garen.
Just blow him up.
Oh, you're gonna stun me? I've got 80% tenacity on my passive. Oh, you want to cast some abilities? Sorry, I've got a 2-second silence on my Q and it's targeted, so you can't even dodge it. Oh, you're a little bit weak. My execute's 1400 true damage. Sorry about that. Targeted. Can't even dodge it. He's got move speed too. His W is like tenacity and move speed back to back, so he can just hunt you down. Got everything. And it's got no weaknesses.
And it's easy to play.
Yeah, it's dead simple to play. I've been banning him since like season 3. He needs a rework more than anyone.
Nice is climbing with Garen.
Yeah, no, it's so weak. The dumbest ass champ. I'd rather kill myself than play.
I love his rants now. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's like Trump.
It's so fun. He's earned my respect with these rants.
Yeah.
It's so fun. They're Redders. They're too poor to afford my coaching. That's why they're bitter.
He's like tech lead a lot. Good.
They don't want to help the community. It's just too hard. Fucking A. Maybe they're a little bit better than me. I love how now he's admitting it. It's like they don't want to put in the work to make the money. They're gonna be broke.
Yeah.
I just flexing the tape shit. You're broke. Fucking broke bitch. Fucking mental weakness mindset. Fucking bullshit. I don't know what it is, but it's so funny.
The Korean Garen sounds so funny. Sounds like anime.
Oh my god, that photo of Garen. Shit. He looks like Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah. Can't believe Nice plays with voices on when they're like Korean voices and you don't speak Korean.
Oh, really? He does.
Yeah.
I like how the other guys point around that he just fucks around while he's coaching other people.
Yeah. Literally. Look at this fun and engaging gameplay. Helicopter spin. Actually say anything in this game, or is it just like Split pushing Garen. Nice, dude.
He's getting so much joy out of it.
Man's broken. He just wants his LP no matter the cost.
I love it so much. Oh my god, the blue chroma on the Mythmakers. Okay.
Yeah.
Echo, it
Party
doesn't
Zach,
matter.
how does that work?
I'm 3 levels ahead of you. It doesn't matter. You picked the wrong role.
Where is Irelia's spike mid game?
Yeah, it's like the same as Akali, like levels 6 to like 13.
But she doesn't fall off as hard, right?
He still falls off pretty hard. Like if you're not one-shotting people with your Q, you can't really do much of anything. I guess attack damage items scale better in general. But Akali can execute the 80 carry better. It's kind of like a give and take. Like Akali is not very
Specs is
strong
probably
late game.
thinking, who the fuck sits in a lane with the open inhib?
Right.
But you can get in and out and kill the 80 carry, which is pretty huge. And win you the game in the last fight. Irelia can't really get in and out. She has no like shroud.
Right,
And just like
right.
all in with your Qs and just like spam around the fight.
Depends if you have to rely on a minion wave being there, and like you have to play around that. Don't do that.
He wins by playing the most boring strategy, split pushing with the most boring champion, Garen. Exciting.
Like Drew was having a life epiphany when he came home, survived the drunk driving.
Yeah. Yeah.
I should be alive right now, man. And like the feds, the modern day, the feds catch him through your Discord stream.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Sorry, you're coming with us.
Forgot bone plating against action. Really need that because this like passive is insane. I don't think anything is so much harass early in the game like action.
Like, I don't deserve this. He said, I don't deserve it. He's like,
Easy.
I'm a city guy. He's becoming more left and then wants to be in the city.
Easy.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
All right.
Happens to everybody.
Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think this proves it. We won pretty much all day. There's another game in here too. This just hasn't updated. I have to take a break. Go hang out with Mary. Maybe go to the gym or and eat. I might be back later though. I mean, is it really just this simple though? This is like I was saying earlier.
Damn, he has so much fucking poke. It's insane.
This is a huge win streak.
Action. I don't think anybody has as much in-lane harass as action. Like, he's annoying on Macaulay too. Like that fucking poke is so much. And the third hit, it's gonna kill me in the air.
This game. I think I could have won. I
Oh,
legit could have won.
Yeah, the third hit.
Fucking game.
I need bone plating for him.
You understand?
That was some goofy shit.
I think I could have won every single one.
He just walked out the side. Oh, I think he was scared of Zach.
Today. I have never said that on jungle. I've always felt like
why
these
he should have gone
games are
into the
fucking
jungle?
crazy
You're
tough.
saying? Like, he was out of tower range, right?
Could have walked through the jungle, but I think he was afraid of Zach because he saw Zach go up that way. Yeah, his 3-hit passive is so much fucking damage. Annoying. It's impossible to lane against. Like,
Well,
especially as
maybe
a
with
melee.
Maybe, like you said, with bone plating, it's good. Like, that's the one.
Yeah, that would help a lot against action for sure. I like the biscuits for the mana though. The biscuits are on the Masters Plus page or whatever.
Biscuits, energy booster.
Energy booster.
Biscuits.
Super fucking boring being a melee range or like against a ranged matchup. Like, he's just gonna poke me for like 50% of my HP here if I even walk up to take a creep.
Your brain can only focus for 90 minutes and watching you play like 12 hours.
Yeah. Well, like you don't need hyper focus to win in low elo. You don't have to be playing that perfect. I don't want to die and miss
You're
all
not
these
good.
creeps.
Don't compare yourself to guys who've been playing for 12 years, thousands of games.
Yeah.
You know, don't be afraid if the several ranks above you. You know, you might be in gold 4 right now, and you know, someone who's been playing 12 years is likely in masters right now. You know.
That fucking poke is so annoying.
But if you dodge it, it only hits you once, so maybe it won't.
No, because auto attacks do it. Auto attacks and abilities all stack it up to 3 times, and then the boomerang can hit you twice, and his auto attacks are a 2-shot. Like his passive is where his auto attack shoots twice, so you get 2 just for auto attacking, and then you just have to hit the boomerang once. Oh shit, probably dead here, honestly. No, I see missed, just barely. Got 2 stacks. And the permanent stealth by walls is just like, come on, really? Does he need that too? Oh, this is the worst lane for any melee. So fucking stupid. And he's not even gankable because he just swings away, right? His swing, I don't even think his swing costs mana. He can just swing whatever he wants, wherever he wants.
So is he the hardest lane for you, and just against
for any melee is the hardest lane. For mages, it's not so bad because you can't just walk up and auto attack a mage like Xerath.
Okay.
For Akali and stuff, it's just like, that's fucking kidding. I'd rather go up against anybody else than action. Yeah, now he's either invading my jungler. Actually, it's probably a dragon. Fiddles likes the early dragon. He's not ambushing me anymore.
Nice, you can get a little fed here.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, I just want to check the dragon is all. I was just gonna go ward it, Jesus. Oh, they're all there. Their support.
Damn.
So that was the Jin W that rooted me, and the Lulu slowed me with Q. So the Lulu slowed me, which gave the proc for Jin to W, and then root me. And then he ulted, which is a global targeted ultimate that like executes you. I forgot. I haven't even listed the most bullshit thing about action, which is that he freaking revives every teammate for free on his passive. Kill somebody and it revives all of his teammates instantly who've been killed by that person. You don't even have to kill him, you can just have an assist. As long as he's just in a team fight, he's gonna revive his entire team at the end of the fight. It's fucking
man,
crazy.
I hate seeing that wave disappear.
This isn't too bad, because the cannon soaked up a lot of tower. Like we didn't miss too many here. I hate seeing the fucking Cloud Dragon disappear, but I don't know what Zach is doing. Not ahead on farm. Not ahead on ganks, and he's not ahead on dragons. So I don't know what he's doing. He's looking for a bottom gank, but he's not getting one. Need the experience from this minion, but I probably can't hit it. The inexperience range is all we can really do. We can get that one. Why is Zach still chilling there? What? Nice, dude. Get that Lulu.
Oh wait, you're 7 now. You can
He's going bottom.
You can't 1v1 him now?
No.
Gotcha.
He's just gonna hurt away. Even if you slow him, it doesn't apply to his hazard or whatever. Like when he swings, the slow doesn't apply. Oh, it doesn't
Also,
matter. if I
that swing is just so obnoxious the way he looks.
Yeah, just gets away every time for free.
And wait, doesn't he have like a cloak?
He's permanently stealthed by walls. That's just another passive. He has like 8 passives, right?
Isn't it by bushes too?
No, just walls. Oh shit, Fiddles is here. God damn. Dragon's not even up. Why do they have 3 people by dragon again? What the fuck is not even there? Why? He's full health again from red buff. That sucks. Because he killed their Zac, who shouldn't have been bottom in the first place. Because he would
Another
be like
game.
one hit. If I could
Another
flash, like, if it wasn't for red buff, I could flash Q him to finish him off. But the red buff is healing him just enough, and the red buff applies a slow if he auto attacks me, which makes it hard to catch him. That could totally just Q over this wall and kill him. And he's got no summoners or whatever.
Another 4-0 drag game.
Yep, literally every time I don't jungle is 4-0 dragons every fucking time. I can't catch that. Like nobody likes this champion. It's so
obnoxious.
so stupid. Like literally nobody likes a champion. Go in any form. Everybody hates action. Like, why does he have like 4 passives and a get out of jail free like swing? Just fucking dumb. The global revive. And he has a 400 gold bounty too. And red buff. And Zach didn't even want to just kill everyone. Crazy. He waited like 5 minutes for a gank bottom that went south, and now he won't even do the obvious gank mid. That's like just waiting for him. Reclaim his buff even. I'm gonna miss these creeps, dude. Oh shit, it's Fiddles. Oh. That was a good Fiddles ultimate. Fiddles is on that. I guess he doesn't want to go contest. That's fine. Just let him have Herald. Don't take anything as a counterplay. Dang for dude, you're not gonna kill him. He's just gonna swing away. What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, did Action pick first?
No. Mid laner almost always picks last. Like everyone trades so that mid can pick last. Nice, dude. Good gank, Zach. Nice fucking gank, dude. Good job.
Wait, if you saw Action, you wouldn't pick Irelia, right?
No, definitely would have picked Xerath or Ahri. Ahri's pretty good against him. Oh, he's so weak. That sucks.
Oh man.
He got Zach's passive too. Be nice to find him and kill him, but he's stealthed by a wall while he's recalling, which is fucking stupid. So you'll never find him. He's like Teemo. He's like Teemo, but he can be stealthed anywhere on the entire map because there's walls everywhere. There's way more walls than bushes in the map. About it. He can walk all the way to lane stealth. Crazy. And he gets move speed. He's not just stealth, he has extra move speed and he's stealth. Fun stuff. Not an overloaded kit at all.
He's AD, right?
Yeah. Like an AD carry because he has ranged auto attacks. He scales like crazy, builds crit and true damage and stuff. Oh. Nope.
Oh, so he scales too.
Yeah. Oh damn. The Fiddlesticks flashed for me though. I guess I'll take that. Oh, he flashed. They both flashed actually. He flash ignited me. And the Fiddles flashed. He ulted before. I expected a recall after taking Herald, that's why I was going off to farm. I was like, okay, nice, he took Herald, he's gonna use the Baron and recall to go back, but he's like, no, I'm just gonna use this shit right away. Gonna go here and be useful right off the bat.
Fuck.
Now they get 2 towers. Zach is, where is Zach? Where's Zach? Oh, he's trying to gank bottom again, but not doing a good job. Nice, dude, good job. Glad he's panning that broken ass champ. Not gonna catch him, he's just gonna swing away. Yeah. Good luck. Nice, dude. You need to gank him early, right before he has his swing leveled up and shit. But he has no ganks early. Not on this guy. He's super squishy, super gankable early. This guy's gonna die in a second if he doesn't move. Good. He's stealth, he's like right here.
How many levels is he up on you, Akshan?
Just 2. It's not crazy actually. Oh, just 1. That's not too bad. Fucking Fiddlesticks has 5 assists. And Dragon and Herald. And got 2 towers with Herald. Zach is down CS and has not had any successful ganks. Or any objectives.
And they also beat you late game too, right? With their champ pool.
Yeah, Warwick's a monster. Fiddlesticks is a monster. Jhin scales super hard too. Oh damn, our bot lost hard too. 1 in 6. Just the Fiddles doing work across the whole map. At least we get objective bounties. This is probably just a 15.
1-5. You think are you gonna take the Drake here or no?
I don't think we can take the Drake. We're way too far behind. Our bottom is getting pushed in the tower, so we don't have any priority. Like their bottom has the ability to roam the dragon, ours doesn't. Fiddle's just rips dragon apart too. Why would you go in so early? If you're gonna try to steal it, go in like a little later, you know? Even if you get close to killing someone, Lulu ult is just gonna save him. I crashed my wave. She's nice. Go home now. Push it back, so I'll catch it again and then go home.
Oh, 1-5.
Oh yeah, I'll call this render. We'll see if anyone wants it. What are you doing over there? What the fuck? Why? Why would our support just go over to their blue buff?
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, I don't know who's not. Right. Cool.
Hostage.
Every lane is like, every lane lost, right? Literally everybody in the whole game lost. Just move on. Arm, you can have it.
Well, I guess this team doesn't have the quitting attitude, at least. They should, though.
Got him.
That's gotta feel good.
Yeah, screw that guy. I interrupted his fucking swing right away. I'm like, nope.
Wait, how'd you interrupt his swing?
I just queued to him.
Oh, that can stop it?
Yeah, any damage stops it. I want this. Let me have. They've got a thing in here for sure, right?
It's gold, so maybe not. Oh, come on.
Easy. That was a lot of flashes and ults and heals and shit, but we got it.
Dude, 3v1, man.
That was just 2v1.
I mean, you just killed 3 people in a row, kind of.
Yeah.
That's a
These
big
guys
swing.
both died though. My team's dying faster than I can keep them from No one came down here, we could totally fight this, but I don't think anyone's gonna come.
Action wants revenge on you. Got him again.
Yeah. Aha.
Whoa.
He flashed my Q, or the E, which is pretty good. All I need is autos and Qs. Yeah, I'll just auto and Q. Works just fine. I can't fight them.
Dude,
Although,
you gotta buy some scaling items and hopefully carry this game, maybe.
yeah. What's the team doing though? Nice, you got a tower. That's great. Good job. I need some help down here, guys.
Big swing, man.
He is. Wow, did he see me in there? Or is that just a random guess?
What are you building this game? Same shit?
Yeah. I
Or
got
some,
auto attack
like,
reduction.
High risk scaling items, maybe, just to hope to carry this game right.
Yeah, I don't know what scales. I don't know AD
Wait, I
has
thought
that much.
Zac scales super hard, right?
He's just a tank. I don't think his skill is super amazing, but tank skill good in general. He's like fine. I don't know if we can interrupt that. They killed both the bot lane.
Do you get mana refunded when you kill the minion too?
No.
How come you're not running out of mana anymore?
They have the biscuit mastery. It's super nice. Look out for this.
Okay.
out for that, dude. Oh shit. Oh, he just got plowed. That sucks. We could probably do this, yeah.
But aren't the biscuits one-time usage or shit like that?
Yeah, but they
No,
permanently, they're one-time usage, but they permanently increase your mana by 50 per biscuit, so you get like an extra 300 mana permanently for free, which is super nice.
Okay, damn.
They changed the biscuits actually. You used to get biscuits when you hit an enemy, but now it's just every minute or two you get a biscuit. It's like different. You don't have to be a harasser as much to get biscuits. Nice, Zach. That was
GG here.
questionable, Zach. Yeah, probably. The Warwick is super fed. Warwick skills extremely hard.
He's impossible to kill, right?
Yeah, he just heals himself so much. I gotta get a healing reduction item, but that costs a lot of money. Oh, get him. We're gonna Q, we're gonna Q. What'd you turn around? You guys just kept walking at him and Q'd. Holy shit, man. Hard. You saw that he used everything. He has no ultimate, he has nothing. You could have just walked at him and Q'd. Want this? Damn. Giga fast. It's so fucking fast.
Who is that? Who's
Jhin.
running around it?
Jin's passive
Oh,
gives him
Jhin.
move speed every time he auto attacks. It's super fast move speed.
You said he's the hardest scaling ADC? I thought Kai'Sa
No,
was.
Vayne definitely. Jhin scales harder than Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's just a high damage, short range ADC. That's a pretty sick flash stun right there. Oh no, a poor Morgana.
Didn't Cookie say she's the dog shit? She's F tier?
Yeah, in lane she's fucking trash, but no one knows how to punish her in lane here. Never one-on-one Warwick is impossible. Not when he's this fed. Oh man.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna pass. We'll see.
Offer up the forfeit again? Oh yeah. Irelia ulting me be like,
I mean, that's Warwick. He can literally one-on-one anyone. That's his whole kit, man. His whole kit is you run straight at someone, you attack him, and you just like never die.
I forget. Do you need a 4-to-1 here or 3? If 3 people vote and 2 don't,
You need just 4-to-1 after 20 minutes. Between 15 and 20, you need 5-to-1, but they're changing that actually to be also 4-to-1. Fiddles is so annoying. I wish our last Fiddles was this good. 5-0 and 15, holy shit. Perfect ults every time. 20 fucking kill participations.
must be nice.
Must be nice. Our Fiddlesticks last game was just pretty bad. He had that one good ult after the Baron fight, but he missed smite on a drag and a Baron and everything. Oof. 1 in 10 support, 1 in 8 top lane, 0 in 6 jungler.
You're the only one with some skills, but Sivir, too.
Some shutdowns too. How did they not surrender? Oh my god. They're gonna make it 40 minutes again because the enemy team doesn't know how to just go end, right? Watch this drag out to 40 minutes and then we're gonna lose at the end of 40 minutes. Ridiculous. Look at all their summoners. That's kind of nice. Lulu exhausted. Don't have to worry about that now.
Oh, big win. You got someone else's summoners. That's
Yeah.
what you need to turn this game around.
Now summoners are half a kill. You pretty much cannot expect to get a kill if someone has their flash ready. Or like exhaust, especially exhaust is really annoying for Irelia. It's basically like every gank is 2 steps. First you gank for their summoners, then you gank for them for real. Within the next 5 minutes. The summoners are super long. A 5-minute cooldown on flash. That's like 2-3 ultimates. How long is my ultimate? 1.5 minutes? and flash is 5 minutes. So literally 3 ultimates. That's how much a flash is worth. Pretty nice. It's getting Baron with one of them because I see 3 of them on the map in our base. So 1 or 2 of them are Baroning.
Warwick's here.
Yeah. So the Baron was literally just action pretty much. Is the Lulu ultimate. Nice. I can't even one-shot the ranged creeps anymore. You know that creeps get stronger the further ahead the enemy team is? I can't even one-shot the ranged creeps anymore because they're so far ahead.
Oh, shit.
It's so fucking stupid.
Wait, why are you guys focusing down the Warwick?
Focus down the Warwick. That's a good one. Because the weaker he is, the more healing he gets. That's his
fuck
passive.
that Akshan resurrects him.
No, he had Guardian Angel. Actually, that was the item first.
Okay.
If Action resurrects him, he starts back at the base.
Oh, okay.
Guardian Angel is just so annoying because that only brings you back with like a little bit of HP, but Warwick loves that because when he has a little bit of HP, he has more lifesteal. So
Right.
He just fills himself up after that. This is a fucking embarrassing game. What do you do with this? 1 in 9 top, 0 in 7, like 1 in 11 freaking support.
Must be
Jesus
nice.
Christ.
Now you're gonna be one of those idiots posting on the Redditors. How do I carry out of silver with games like this?
You honestly can't. But this is what I mean about late at night. Late at night, the games are just trash. Matchmaker sucks. There's a thinner pool of people maybe to match you with. A lot of Smurfs. A ton of Smurfs. See if there were any in the last game.
I guarantee if you played Xerath, you'd get out of there quick.
I don't think Xerath can carry that last game. Xerath can't kill Warwick at all. Damn. Enemy support's on
Maybe
an
not
8-game
that
win
game,
streak.
but in general, dude, 70% win rate Xerath.
Yeah, but if you play him more, he comes down to 50.
I don't know. Every time you play him, it's 70%.
Damn, that
It's
enemy
like that-
Fiddlesticks is nuts. He's got MVP the last 2 games in a row. Ace before that. 2 more MVPs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 MVPs in his last 20 games. That's fucking crazy. Holy.
Welcome to Losers Queue.
Oh, he used to be Diamond 5. That's why. He's just climbing back. He probably took some years off and his elo deflated. Or his MMR deflated. Your MMR goes down over time when you don't play.
So this Gold 4 is a whole mishmash of players right now. Like it's totally elo fucked, right? Because the beginning of the season, some people took off preseason probably in
Yeah, but it doesn't match you on that anyway, though, is the thing.
No. Oh, yeah.
It matches you just on MMR, but the MMR is like straight fucked. Our Zach ended last season plat 4. God knows how, because that was the worst Zach performance I've ever seen. God knows how.
I hope Nice comes out on top of all this drama.
What the fuck, dude? Our 1 in 11 support was literally a brand new account, not even ranked yet. Thanks, Riot. That's great. Cool. God knows where this guy is. Let's just throw him in some real matches.
We've listened to your feedback and we're taking it really seriously. We know you're really upset about not having the opening cinematic this year.
Yeah,
and
the opening cinematic, that's it.
We promise we'll do better. And also, we heard your complaints about it's like they're trying to avoid addressing the So I'm hearing more communication in London.
Yeah.
It's like that.
So it has
I'm
to
hearing
be.
your complaints.
I mean, it just has to be what I was saying. You got to either go some sort
Yeah,
of
new
like
skin, man.
crazy gank cheese like Silas and just pop the fuck off, or go the easiest. The easiest seems to be just do like Maokai,
New
Amumu,
skin
some
or that
support
monitor?
shit that can like
Was
low
it?
econ. That's
The
what it is.
LG?
Low econ, low econ junglers that can do things without money. That's the key. But Garen's looking like a terror on this patch. I think that jungle wasn't reliant on laners last season, but I definitely think it actually. I think if a jungler told me I have to rely on my team a little bit to play the role, I think I would have to nod and agree. I think there's probably an argument for power farming still in low elo. Because you're not going to get penalized but like the enemy jungler isn't going to land
What's
ganks
that
as
new
often as
monitor
they
called?
do here. But I think the meta
Oh,
is
LG 27-inch OLED. I don't know the model number. It's just gibberish.
Okay. Was it like a breakthrough? It's like the first OLED that has like that kind of response time.
I think OLED monitors are kind of new, but I think there's been a few before this one. I don't know. YouTube just recommended the video.
I thought OLED's like been around for a while. Oh, it's only on phone screens?
And TVs, yeah, and phone screens. The reason it's not on computer monitors is because of the burn-in. There's a lot of static images. Like my taskbar has been down here.
So
Like
won't this have a lot of burn?
Apparently they fixed it or something.
Okay. The Switch, the Switch has a OLED. The new Switch is OLED too, and they didn't update anything else but the OLED. Oh fuck! Speaking of which, I love that guy. That Mario guy. He did the lighting thing. So cool.
Yeah.
I hope he does something else big soon because he hasn't had a big video in a while. The audio thing was pretty cool though that he did. These European programmers are so good, but they always do the most useless shit.
Yeah.
This is Facto Rail 2.0.
Yeah. Oh, on it. The good old double 80 carry matchup. 80 carry top, 80 carry bottom, 80 carry mid. Heck, even 80 carry in the jungle. Put him in there. Why not? Tristana could probably jungle just fine. 80 carries all over. I literally said this would happen when I saw the mana buffs and the ice buffs and everything. I'm like, dude, this is way too much benefit to be giving 80 carries. They're going to be everywhere. And hold. Melee versus range laning is like the worst ever. Got literal cancer. Can't even do any damage.
So why aren't ADCs played mid? Because they're too slow or what?
Well, they are now. All the fucking time. There's never really been a reason. Just mages used to be in a better spot, but mages are complete dog shit right now. And then they buffed AD carries even more. With mages already being dog. It's like, oh, would play a mage.
We're hearing your concerns and we're listening to them. Just know we're listening to them.
Oh, the last auto would have been it. Not with the full stacks of Conqueror I could, but Tristana actually just does way more damage because she's an AD carry. Look, she did flash. What this? E again with W. E again with W. Got red buff. God. You have electrocute too? Oh no, she's got Conqueror. Electrocute would have been for sure, but I think if you eat again with W and red buff and swung, it would have been it because she had third hit on her next swing too. People are afraid to take one power shot.
Just one death.
I gotta deny some creeps so we're even again. Plus, the worst thing that can happen when you're against the range is that it goes over to their side and they can freeze it. Because the ranged can harass you off the creeps, right? So when it freezes, it's like the worst ever.
And you never get your perma locked out.
Yeah. I like how Tristana's auto attacks just passively splash next to where she shoots. Makes it so annoying to farm. as a melee. Yeah,
Wait, how
standard,
many
way back.
carries do they have?
Like in champs total, maybe like 30?
No, how many are in their team?
Oh, just 2.
Yeah.
They have one bottom and then one here. But heck, you could take one top like that Varus top last game that did fucking amazing. Apparently that works. Take them all over, why not?
Wait, I thought the Warwick was top. Or Warwick jungle, right?
No, the previous game. Previous game there was Warwick top, but a game or two before that it was Varus top, and I was like, Varus top, I've never seen that. But he got fucking 15 and 3 or whatever. Like, oh shit, apparently it works. Moving up like the junglers here. I think be home now because 3 minutes is scuttle time. Wait, it's 5 minutes and no one took the scuttle yet? What the fuck? Apparently 5 minutes is scuttle time. He's gotta jump to get out, but we can try. Down there. Oh, that's why.
This is Facto Rail 2.0.
I felt like there was a gank, but I didn't think you'd be waiting that long. Oh no. Waited so long.
Maybe your bottom will get fed this game.
Yeah, maybe just fingers crossed. Maybe I'll start playing AD carry again.
80 carry mid though.
Yeah. Oh man, is she gonna try to kill me? Man, this is so fucking gankable, it's like ridiculous.
Is there any cool 80 carries?
I think Jin is fun.
Jin's cool, yeah, he is.
I think Tristan is kind of boring.
Let's see. Look at the ADCs. Let me see what they play on.
Fucking boring, man.
Is Sivir fun?
She's pretty cool actually, because she has a spell shield, like Sivir.
Zaya?
No.
No.
Okay. For
Jinx
auto attacks,
cool or
like...
no? Jinx has a...
No.
Oh, Draven's cool. And you're pretty good with him, honestly.
Oh yeah. I never see Draven mid, but he could be alright. At least Tristana can't freeze because her auto attack splash.
Lucian you can play mid.
Oh yeah, Lucian's mid a lot.
He's kind of boring though, right?
Yeah, I mean he's okay. I think there's worse, but not super exciting.
Well, you can play a mid, right?
Yeah, he goes mid a lot. He's gone mid since the dawn of time. I think Tristana went home. Somehow I'm out farming her, which is a fucking joke. Pushing all the game. No world should have.
Carry like Nice flop around the champions, find the meta, win.
Yeah. Alright, guys.
Wait, so what they buff on 80 carries? They buffed. What they buff?
Like almost every AD carry got better mana regen and reduced mana costs, so they don't run out of mana anymore. That means they can go mid and stuff and use their abilities more liberally. And then they buffed like every AD carry item. Like Infinity Edge has like a lower threshold for the passive, which is like doubles your crit damage. And all this other stuff. That's the one I remember because it's like the coolest one. But there's like they changed, not just changed, they buffed like every single AD carry item because AD carries are in a bad spot. It's like, well, yeah, because you had durability patch and then you released like 20 new tank items, so then everyone's building Jack Show and we need to buff the damage on the carries. And the next patch will be, mages are in a bad spot. We need to buff the damage on mages, and they'll like buff every mage item, and then we're just back to pre-durability patch. really feels like I don't know what they're doing. It's like they're just shooting in the wind.
So, right now the strongest ADC is Samira.
Yeah, she's ridiculous. Complete 1v9.
She's cool to play too, right?
She's actually pretty cool to play. 1v
And
Norm
Draven's
potential is
number
insane.
2 actually. Draven's number 2 ADC. But it's funny, the strongest is Blizzard is Kassadin still.
Yeah.
It's not totally dominated though by ADC as the top rankings. There's Draven and Samira in the top 10. And then that you have.
I'm curious about the data collection because this 13.1, but then there's been 13.1 A and B and stuff, and it's like, I don't know, those are factored in. Also, they don't like after the patch comes out. I think it takes like a week before they release the data. So you have to like get a minimum threshold amount and all that.
Yeah, true.
Always like not sure. Oh, how recent is this?
Jax is super strong. Jax and Darius are super strong.
Oh yeah, Jax is fucking stupid right now.
Jin is pretty high though. 13.
Oh no, I almost had her. So many jumps. Triple jump? What the fuck was that? Oh, I guess it's flash and then W and then W again. To get dragon, that's nice. Tristan's gonna be a
Irelia is
monster.
23 though. One of the stronger champs right now.
Well, it's the first time I've seen the jungler. At least he catches a wave.
How do I carry with you? Number 1. Stop whining.
Yeah. Oh man, this game is so fucking boring. Like 99% of the time playing League is just a fucking snooze fest. It's like, well, it's action mid, so I'm just gonna try to sip a little creeps under tower for 10 goddamn minutes. Hopefully I can get some items and my team doesn't feed before then. No skank, Nunu, for no skank.
I think it's a systemic thing. I think it's like the meta is what it is, and what I was experiencing in the jungle, like Korea's pretty good. Like the junglers are pretty good about like speed running their clear, getting on the map and doing something.
And he's gonna go kill him bottom.
If you try to power farming doesn't really mean anything because you can't like they could never offset what I was doing to them.
Wave's in a
The
good
guy
spot
just
though.
has no hope. I'm level 18. He's level. At one point, I was 4 levels ahead of them. They stole Baron. I'm still 3 levels ahead of the guy. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do about that? You understand? Like, even if the Echo just power farmed, I'd still be a level ahead of him. Imagine he got these kills, stole Baron, and farmed perfectly in his jungle. I would still probably be a level, maybe even 2 levels ahead of him, bro. There's no fundamental way to play jungle right now, and I think that's basically.
God, he does so much fucking damage. It's so annoying.
I think that's basically what it is.
Oh,
And yeah,
close,
I think there's
close,
the
close.
XP buff also, and the fact that the top laner's like eating camps. I think I'm gonna abuse this for a bit. And also, it's a good way to reset mental. We can review jungle the next time it gets changed. I really don't think I was that bad at the role. I really don't. I think that there's. I think I could make a pretty compelling argument that I was getting pretty big, given the fact that I didn't have.
Wait,
like,
Zilla.
look, like a lot of these games, level 15.
No, it's set 3.
Yeah.
This one I was behind for sure.
Wait, Braum top? What the fuck is
here.
this?
I'm almost.
Oh my god.
I'm almost to the
This is a
solo
troll
laners.
game.
You see what I mean? Like I'm fighting for. You can see me fighting for it. Level 18 here, I lose. My solo laners are so shit.
Wait, how are you
Right,
1 and
like,
4?
How do they possibly
Tristan
have a
is just
jungler
beating the
that's
shit
that
out of
high
me.
level and
His finisher mythic is just a shitload of true damage. It's so hard to play against. ranged. I almost had her that last fight that was super close. I'd be all about dabbing this if he wants to. Yeah.
Wait, so does that W take reduced damage against tower?
Irelia? Yeah, it does. Stops the tower shot. Or like makes it do a lot less. He's gonna get this because her passive breaks towers like fucking crazy.
What type of damage does tower do? Magic or?
No, it's physical. It's all physical. Be nice to get this, right? It's kind of ridiculous to be losing a tower when we're so far ahead. Okay, that's what it is.
I'm support now.
I don't know why they're not going up there to stop him. There's this weird thing in like lower elo where they just will like not even try to stop the guy who's like ahead in snowballing. They're like, oh, well, just avoid him, you know, just let him have the whole base, you know, I just don't want to deal with it.
Braum is tilting and
yeah. I mean, Braum top is a fucking troll pick anyway.
Was Braum is what?
Braum's a support. Yeah, he's like a support. He went top and all he built was the HP item. Maybe if you're doing some Korean shit and you're going like AP Braum or something, or I don't know what the fuck.
Apparently
actually, I think
they
it's
said-
stuff skills HP.
The enemy said, Braum said, I'm support now. In chat, please report Braum. I'm support now, quote unquote. His supporting kind of worked though.
Oh, I'm dead. There's too many people. Ah. Damn. 5 mid.
Those heavy slows, almost worse than a stun.
Yeah. Zillion has like a 99% slow targeted. Which is super annoying. It's either like a 100% speed boost for a teammate or like a 99% slow for an enemy.
I thought it was both at the same time.
No, it depends if you cast on an ally or an enemy, which is just crazy. Right,
Well, it looks like you
boys.
have a free win game, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I finally got that game I was talking about where I can go 2-14 and get the win. But I just don't know why they're sending 3 mid to kill me when I'm like, dude, I'm already like 1-5. Not even worth any money to kill. They're not
Make
stopping like
themselves
the
feel
obvious
good.
problems.
It feels
Yeah,
good, right, when you're losing.
Right.
To get a kill.
Yeah, basically.
Smile that you can make someone else's lives better, you know?
Yeah.
Make someone else's day. It's like that meme where the bike gets stolen. It's like, oh, the net happiness in the world is increased.
Yeah.
You probably need that bike more than you.
Oh damn, they shut down Diana. That's huge. Let's see which way this Snooty is going. Oh, they got wards up in here, of course.
Maybe we spoke too soon about you having
Yeah.
5 game.
Right. And they're all 5 there. At least we get Herald down. Herald's not that great, especially when you're already ahead. They have no towers to take with Herald. Like, what the fuck? First Herald's okay because you can get plating with it. Second Herald is kind of useless. Oh man. Oh, my diff finished. Nice. It looks like.
Let's give you more gold. I really hope Nice hits a challenger with Garen.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
No levels themselves. Level 17, my solo
Fuckers.
laners. Level 16, level 16. Lose. Level 17, my solo laners. Level 16, there's a level 18 Kale. Oh, look at my solo laner. Look at his farm. It's a 35-minute game.
Just group an end.
264 farm. He has a winning jungler. And he just can't
Yeah,
farm?
it's 5v4.
Like-
We can just group an end. I don't know what these guys are split.
I guess what he said is true. It's like I did hit Masters last season on NA.
Damn. Our Dino wanted to farm the enemy jungle instead of grouping, so now we gotta go home. What is he doing? Get out of there, dude. Can't 1v5 him. What are you doing? Losing top base to Tristana.
Yeah.
You can just jump out. She's gonna jump. Oh, nice. You predicted it though. Nice. Ulted her. That'll work.
Who is that, Set?
Yeah.
Got all your sums back up.
Yep. Nice. Try the Baron. The Nunu's dead. Take one more wave top just to get it really shoved in.
This game looks to be like it's tight again.
Yeah. I don't know why these guys keep going in 1v5, but their Braum is literally trolling, so I don't know. We could just group an end. Do they want to keep going in one at a time and dying? That's addicted to split pushing. I guess we just let him do that. Oh, he's gotta go get his item. Okay. Cool. And I guess he just farmed the jungle. Oh, Baron? I wouldn't Baron. Not with Dairy gone. What the fuck are we doing? This Dana makes the worst fucking calls I've ever seen. Oh, we're gonna die. Tristana's gonna wipe us here. This is so bad. Oh shit. Like that fucking instant timing with the stun, right when she revived. Like immediate stun.
Wow, that was amazing. But how come she still got the jump? Tenacity?
Just a super short cooldown.
No, but how'd she jump out of your stun so quick?
Oh, she started to jump, I think, before the stun quite went off. And
But
then
you
the
hit
jump
her.
always completes. Yeah, but the jump always completes even if you get stunned. She just gets stunned at the end of it, I think. How her jump works.
Oh, okay.
Weird. It's like Ezreal, if you start his E, even if you're Blitzcrank grabbed, you're still gonna go your entire E distance. Boys, I gotta go get some items. Let's try this one. I like this core drinker item. Fun to have a little active to press. A little like shwoo. See that? Cool. It's only 10-second cooldown too.
Wait, what? The gorge
It's
drinker?
190 damage. Yeah, I'll do it again. Watch. Actually, I might need it for this fight. Depends if they keep fighting. Just a little AoE attack. Steals health from people. If you're about to die, you just press that and it like steals a lot of HP from people around you.
Isn't good at Aatrox, right?
Yeah, he gets it a lot. Irelia is like Aatrox in terms of playstyle. Like,
Just to sort
frontliner.
out the brain deadness.
Yeah. Aatrox is so thick stale. At least we got 3 dragons. Our jungler is awesome. It's a boring game. Because everyone knows it's going to be like over, right? The Braum is like trolling. 50 CS. Oh, I just wait till 40 minutes. 40 goddamn minutes. I don't even have anything to buy, so there's no reason for me to go home.
How fast is the Baron recall? 4 seconds?
Really quick. Got nothing to buy.
And normal recall is 10 seconds, right?
10 sounds long. I think the normal might be like 7? 7 sounds about right. I thought he was gonna flash. Oh, he did flash. Whoa, what a fucking getaway. Holy shit, dude. I could have caught him. He didn't have to flash. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna, yeah, I was gonna walk around and catch him anyway, but if Leona wants to flash for it.
Does Baron give you move speed?
No. Gives the creeps move speed. Makes the creeps move faster.
Right.
Gives them some hustle.
It doesn't give you anything but the recall, right?
Gives you some ability power and attack damage. Increased attack damage and ability power.
Oh, okay.
Nice. And a ton of freaking golden experience, which is my favorite thing. You get like a freaking full level from that thing.
The biggest buff it does is to the creeps, right? I mean, the creeps become massively more powerful. I love that Tyler one marching down with all the Baron creeps is sick.
Yeah.
So annoying though. If I were to play GTA, I would pick 6-1, super fucking jacked, Challenger off. Oh wait, I play that fucking character in real life.
Yeah. It doesn't roll off the tongue though, like it does with Tech Lead and stuff.
Yeah.
Hate Tyler one.
He sounds really annoying. You don't know who I am, bro. Bro. You don't know who I am? You're trolling. You gotta be trolling.
35k damage. Diana, holy shit. Carried that game.
Oh. What was it? Only had 11k damage, but still won. Must be nice.
That was a nice one, actually. Oh, yeah, it wasn't 2 and 14. I should have abused it more.
That was like being.
I still had more damage in our AD carry though, which is kind of nuts. AD carry usually is up there. Like, look, the enemy team, the AD carry had the most.
Oh yeah.
Of course, it's Ezreal a lot of poke, but still. This is snowball.
This is what I'm talking about. If I go through this list, that's what it is. Where's the okay, here it is. Here, I'm level 16. Their jungler owned me here, but he picked Karthus. And it's like that was the other pick. I'm like, maybe that's a good pick. And oh, that guy was actually like a Karthus main at one point or the other. He was Diamond 2 last season, and you know what he played? He mained Karthus. 68% win rate last season. He was Diamond 2. Now this season, the guy that beat me seemed pretty good at jungle, but he's only 48% win rate on the Karthus. He's not winning with it, dude. I'm telling you. I don't even know if it's just Hecarim though. I think Karthus would be okay, but I mean, you're still coin flipping, and you're still not gonna offset a fucking Fed carry. You're better off supporting a guy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go, man. I'll see you.
All right.
I still won more than
I'll be on
to
stream now.
Zach, and I hated playing him. He was kind of fun. That Zach from before, look, he's not winning. He's same fucking match history. Oh, here he goes. He popped off. Well, he went crazy on a win streak. I've never had a win streak like that in jungle ever. But then again, his win streaks were low platinum, which could explain it. Yeah, I'd never hit a win streak around diamond. Not a big one. I think it's just there's no way. It's just you got to find some sort of tanky shit, spam it, play flawless decision making. Pray to God your laners don't end. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll stay the course. I'm gonna go for now. I'll be back later. Thanks for the support. I hope you guys like the top lane stuff.
They're really not good with pings. Sometimes they really make bad decisions, and just sometimes people just say just mute the pings as well. But the narrative that Weezy's popped up is like I don't want to mute all because I want to see what people are saying about me, when I play well, I want to see people like hyping me up, and I want to see the enemy team falling apart. Like that's like a. So these are the reasons, all the narratives why people just don't mute all.
Well, people, the most common one, Nathan, is I don't really get affected by that.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest.
Even myself, I fell for that.
Yeah, that's the biggest narrative. It's a complete.
It's like I don't really get affected by chat, so I can leave it on anyway.
The fact that you're even looking at it and spending time to somewhat process it, you've just missed maybe an opportunity in the game.
It definitely impacts you, at least in a subtle way. And if it impacts you in at least even the tiniest way, then don't have it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm the same as you. I tend to. Well, right now, what I'm actually doing is I will mute all at the smallest sign of negativity. That's what I do. For me personally, muting is like dodging. It's a very personal thing. There's no cookie cutter solution. But I would say for the most part, 95% of the population in League would be better off just muting or unmuting pings until Master.
Number 14, importance of reflection.
Yes, another very, very big one. Okay. It is there is no other way outside of coaching to identify stage 4 issues, that meaning more psychological mindset and mental problems in your journey, without reflection. And reflection is basically, you do this a lot, Nathan, after your blocks. So you maybe play a block and you'll just chill on your couch, or you go to the shower or whatever, or eating dinner, and you'll just be thinking about that block. What happened in that block?
Repeating moments of the game in my head.
Things are going over in your head. How did I die there? What happened in that game again? Oh yeah, I should have done that. And you're just thinking about, reflecting on what happened in that block. Reflecting on your block is one of the most valuable things that anyone can do, even if it's for 5 minutes in the shower. You're just chilling on the couch, sitting on your bed, whatever it might be. Just think over your block. What happened in that block? Why did I go 1-2 again? What happened in those 2 losses? And you just think them over. And what you're doing is, why did I go couch, sitting on your bed, whatever it might be? Just think over your block. In the shower, you're just chilling on the couch, sitting on your bed, whatever it might be. Just think over your block. What happened in that block? Why did I go 1-2 again? What happened in those 2 losses? And you just think them over. And what you're doing is just processing information. You're consolidating learning. You're trying to identify trends.
Visualizing how you actually can be training your brain technically. How
and it's actually been proven that the better you get at visualization, it can become very, very similar to real life, to the point where you can learn from visualization.
Crazy.
And so I view it in two things. There is a daily reflection after your solo queue block, and there's a weekly reflection. And weekly reflection is kind of what we do on our podcast day, where we talk about our week of solo queue. It's actually kind of like a weekly reflection. We talk about what happened in your week, what happened, what are you doing here? And weekly reflections are very valuable because you see the bigger picture. What happened in my week of solo queue? Why did I go down 2 divisions or whatever it might be? And it's like, oh, okay, but it's probably worth investigating. Now, sometimes you're like, oh, okay, I don't have enough. I didn't play much games this week. I can't really come to any conclusions. Sometimes you'll be able to identify some very interesting trends, like, oh, I'm dying to a lot of early game ganks. I'm actually getting quite tilted in a lot of games this week. Why is that? And you'll start to mull it over and you know, discover some things about yourself. And this is how you identify those stage 4 issues. This is how you're able to contextualize your climb and understand problems or mindset issues or whatever it might be. So reflection is an incredibly underutilized tool to getting better at League of Legends.
I think that people that for us, like, we've just always had that because we're just so obsessed with like getting better at the game. But I think this is actually something that a lot of people would help if they did big time, because
100%.
we've just naturally always done it, right?
Well, you naturally do it if you care a lot about the game.
Yeah.
But
or
yeah.
anything, if that's the...
Or anything, whatever your hobby is. But yeah, in the case of League, I think that if you haven't done it before... But why most people don't do it, even if they do care about the game, is that they're so preoccupied with some thing, whether it's YouTube on their phone or listening to music or a podcast in the shower or listening to a podcast while making dinner or whatever the hell it might be. It's just overstimulated.
It's distractions, but it could also be as well, they just want to forget, or like they just will throw it off. It's like, my teammates just suck or something like that. You know what I mean? But like,
that's a good
really
point.
dig deep, really think about what's going on in the games.
That's right.
So it's like reflection plus review is like thumbs up from the BBC.
Love it.
All right, so the last one here that I've actually got written is toolkit to dealing with tilt. But sort of everything we've talked about this podcast, it is, we've talked about lots of mantras, we talked about the importance of reviewing. Everything we've just talked about, guys, really helps you manage your tilt and manage sabotage.
All of this is a giant toolkit.
Yeah.
The process, the reflection, the solo queue contract, the understanding your league journey, getting coaching or whatever. This is all one giant, muting all, reviewing. These are all different tools.
Yep.
These all manage your tilt. That's why we don't very rarely get tilted.
No.
Sometimes do, but very rarely get tilted.
Yep. And if we do, we can put out the fire really quick.
Yeah, there was that quote. There was a really interesting quote. I can't remember. I saw it where it was it was in that documentary, that Stutz documentary, where Jonah Hill talks to his psychiatrist, and Jonah Hill asks him this question. He says, "I had this automatic assumption that every problem that I'm talking to you about that I have, that you've automatically figured it out. Like you've never had depression or anxiety or all these things." And the psychiatrist laughs hysterically. He's like, "That's just the most ridiculous thing ever." And he says, "Oh, I have those feelings, but I'm very fast at getting out of them.
That's right.
That's the difference.
Yes.
We have those feelings, but we're
Yes.
very fast at getting out of them because we've got these tools.
Yes.
That's exactly, and I'm like, that is identical
Beautiful.
to us.
Tilt, guys, is inevitable in League of Legends. League of Legends is a very
We're all human at the end of the day. We're all
Yes.
competitive. League is it's this brutal combination between a snowball-centric game, anonymity of the internet, competitive spirit. Everyone's highly heated and competitive.
You're sitting down in your chair all the time, so you can't let out the frustration on like the
this
field or something
combined
like
together, and just the way the game plays out. That's why it's very, brutal. That's the case.
Love it. I think that's a great way to end it, Gertis.
Love it.
So that's it, guys. That's our ranked guide extravaganza. What I want to see in the comments is any further questions followed up here. We'll answer these on the next episode. But every time we do these ranked guide for every year, because we're going to be sort of going over the same stuff, I want to just keep evolving it and be like just adding on to this section of the next year and stuff like that.
There's always something we're changing.
Yeah. So I want to ask questions like, let's say for an example of, I don't want to see like questions in the chat saying like, oh, how do I deal with like how do I think about dodging and stuff like that? Like we've covered like plenty of episodes anyway, but stuff like, more like the stage 4 big picture. Like what are the narratives? It's like, what happens if I know all the tools in the toolkit, I have this toolkit, but I just still can't help control myself, my emotions or something like that. Stuff like that. Like,
what if my brother's better than me at League?
Beautiful. That could be a good one.
Done.
Dealing with that and stuff like that. I mean, that's actually just a good normal top podcast topic. It's not really, that's not really a ranked.
I just made it up.
But yeah, like what's some questions, So yeah, maybe there's no questions. Maybe we've actually covered everything, and they're just like, oh, yep, Curtis and Nathan have all the answers. Instantly beautiful season. Like maybe that's just the case. I hope that's the case for everyone, but that's not. I doubt that's reality. So yeah, leave in the comments follow-up questions to all the content we've talked about here. Anything else, Curtis, for this episode?
Done.
All right, we'll be back next week, guys. Normal schedule, and we'll have mailbag as well. We've got some other segments planned as well. We're going to sprinkle in this year. Big year, big season, guys. Also to note as well, we've talked about on one of the other couple of episodes is that we've got now 2 ranked season starts. So what we're seeing now, your placements, all that sort of stuff, it's going to happen again in the middle of the year. And on the counter, in the rank, that actually says 150 days. So you've got 150 days to figure out to get your final rank for the first split of 2023. So yeah, when you break it down, think about 150 days. It's actually not that long.
Hurry up, I need a pee.
Good work, guys. We'll see you next time. Welcome back, BBCers, to another episode of the Broken by Concept podcast, the #1 solo queue motivational podcast. We've got some motivation to start us off today, Curtis. A bit of a different sort of tone, more of a positive light from our recent video that we've released, the 3-hour case study on Nice. This is an awesome story that was shared to me by someone from Solitude. And the title, the headline of this is 32-year-old woman hits challenger on EUS solo queue. Her name's Nylana. I believe she's German. She's like a streamer. And she did an interview with this guy called Regis. And I just want to sort of share with you guys the Medium article, the interview that she had, talking about her experiences, sort of her background, her history. So she's a German streamer who just hit challenger on EUS solo queue, which is, literally 2 days ago.
Wow.
At 32 years old, she's both the oldest known player and first woman to do it in 2023. She also has a full-time job outside of LoL, making her achievement even more impressive. And then we had a few words about it, and I'll put up, the screenshot here on the road for some.
Amazing.
Put a face to the name. So yeah, how cool is that? So guys, just to put this into context, regardless whether she's a female or not, a 32-year-old person getting challenger, like, that's pretty rare.
In EU.
Especially
EU's
in EU.
a very competitive server.
On our Lateral Notes, I don't think anyone, we think we're the oldest players. I don't
Yeah.
think there's anyone over 30 years old,
That's right.
even on just our server, on NA.
That's right.
Not too experienced. There might be one or two. I mean, if we calculate it in the world, like, I'm sure the numbers probably...
Over 30, the amount of challenger players would be very, very...
Probably like maybe 20, 30, 50.
Barely
no,
that.
There's no way. There's no
Not
way
many.
more than
Not
50.
many,
Not
yeah.
many. So this is massive, guys. And especially it's like hitting that. Not just like this was like an old peer. Like, she's been climbing since season 2. All right, and this is what her OPGG looks like, and I really want to encapsulate this, like, visualize this for you guys. All right, so she started in silver in season 2, so
Okay.
silver player in season 2.
Yep.
Season 3, she hit she was platinum, like 5 or whatever it was.
Okay.
Then season 4, she just moved up to about platinum 4. Season 5, diamond 2. Season 6, diamond 2. Season 7, diamond 2.
Okay.
So she's consistently playing every season, just chipping
Wow.
away. Season 8 Master, 0 LP. Season 9 Grandmaster, she got Season 9 Grandmaster.
Okay.
Then Season 10 went back down to Master 0 LP. We talked a lot before about how you can have, sometimes you just have bad seasons. Maybe she had a bit more things in her life. She had maybe she was transitioning job, getting into full time. And then the next season, Season 11, she got to 400 LP. Season 12, exact same. And the whole year didn't really progress at all. 400 LP again. And then this season, Challenger.
Wow. So much respect. And the consistency there. The consistency.
The way that I think about it, it's like, this is where I visualize. This is what I want the average league player to really think about their journey. It's like when you're like training, like karate or something like that, you just like years to get to a black belt, like this is what the journey should look like in league, and it will start to look like this the more the game evolves, the more
respected.
knowledge, more game gets respected. Like, this is what I would love to see. This is not love to see, this is my visualization of league in 10 years with the ranked ladder and that sort of stuff. Obviously, you can say like, oh, Nathan, there's always going to be outliers like that, 16, 17, okay. Yeah, that's of course, right? But we're remember this podcast, guys, this our audience, the demographic is just the average solo queue player, really like untalented. We need to follow a process. We need to be really structured review. Yes, there's going to be huge talents, but this is everything that the BBC is about.
I think that's really... I would argue that she's maybe not even an outlier in a sense, because the way she got challenged. In my eyes, a hyper-talented, outlier would get, their journey would look something like gold to diamond to maybe mid-master, then from master to chow, low chow, or something like it would be like a 4 or 5 season climb comparatively from like from season 2 to 12, 10 years or something.
Yeah, she's been playing for literally like 10, 11 years.
So
a good example of that is Fudge. Remember Fudge's story? I can't remember exactly, but I remember he was playing for a long time. He's obviously very young, so he started at like 9 or 10, I guess. But he was like up to, I think, bronze, gold, platinum up until like season 6 or 7, I believe, and then it's just like platinum to like one of the best players on the server, and then goes into NA and it's dominate. So that's like more of an example of, you know,
like a
that's
really
just,
speedy rise.
Yeah.
That's typically more associated with talent.
And
I
Fudge is
would
opposite
love to have, what's her name again?
Her name is Nylana.
Nylana. I would love to have
Her
Nylana.
real name's Nicole.
Nicole. I'd love to have Nicole on the BBC.
So
one day.
she's, I looked at her Twitter. She's German. All her tweets are in German, so I'm not sure actually how
she
good her
might not
English
even
is.
speak English. Okay.
But we can maybe investigate this. So I'm going to read some of the article.
Okay.
If that's all right. So the first question is, how do you feel about your achievement of hitting Challenger? She said, I'm just so incredibly happy. Playing with and against so many pro players was super fun, and I was able to learn a lot. How cool is that? And that's just what I want to hear. Guys, League is super fun. And imagine just chip it. It's like any craft. If you chip away at something for 10 years, slowly improving stuff, and then you get to the highest level, you get to understand the game.
And that is
so
actually
fun.
funny that we've always said this as well. Typically, you do have the most fun around Master Plus. That is when the game becomes incredibly fun.
Because you sort of really understand everything that's going. You have really good champion mastery. Yeah. She's a support player to note as well. That's her main goal. Do you have anything else to comment on that? No. She started as a silver player in Season 2 and have been gradually improving ever since. In Season 8, I made it to Master for the first time, and I also got one game away from reaching Challenger but didn't make it. So she actually was
one
actually
game.
really close. But again, that's a great example where she, you know, sort of like had that peak, and then the next couple of seasons after that, she was struggling, and then she had to find her footing again, which I love those stories.
It reminds me of the documentary we watched about the team who climbed that mountain, the hiking story, and they essentially, it was like a team of, what was the documentary called?
Summit, was it?
No, it was like a mountain in India, and essentially what happened, they got to, they did all this preparation, and they got like, what was it, like 20 meters away from the summit, and then they had to turn back around. They couldn't make it to the summit.
Crazy
and then
stuff.
years later, they had to revisit it and build like the mental resilience, like or get in the right headspace to re-achieve it. That's actually, it's very similar, right? Because when you fail, when you're so close, it can be very demoralizing. So that's probably part of why she dropped back down. It could have been, oh, I'm never gonna get it, and then, you know, she takes the foot off the gas for a season, and it takes her a year or two to recalibrate and get back into it.
We'll have that documentary link and find that.
Meru. It's called Meru.
Oh, Meru, that's the one.
That's
yeah,
right. It's on Netflix. It's really good. Highly
Fantastic.
recommend it.
Yeah, that documentary is so good because you're like watching it and you're like, it's like gradually, and like there's like sort of like killing it. There's like some cool story. You just think, oh, okay, they're just gonna get it in like one shot, but then, oh, it's just amazing. We sort of just like spoil it.
Not spoil, but I think it's still regardless, like the
watch.
process and what they go through.
Incredible stuff.
And like the amount of like how the what's at stake and how little room for error there is, I admire a lot. You got to dedicate your entire life to that to achieve that level of greatness.
Right, next question here is, at 32 years old, you're currently the oldest known Challenger player in EUS, so that's obviously a fact. How big of a factor do you believe age is in solo queue performance? This will be a really good one for a lot of our audience here. Given that I managed to get Challenger, I think anyone can do it if they really want it and work for it. Neither gender nor age are excuses. You are the only constant in your game. Even though you can't win all of them, you can learn from all of them. Sometimes my reactions are too slow, other times I get overwhelmed by everything happening, and I feel like I'm too old for this shit, but ultimately, experience is an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I'll be honest, we've kind of been vocal about this in the past. I disagree a little bit.
Okay.
You know, I agree that with age comes experience, and I think there are certain advantages with age where I would say emotional resilience and discipline and being able to just keep yourself level-headed and think more long-term, because you're less emotional, you're less all over the place when you're young, right? You're a bit more mature. So I think that can give you a bit of an edge.
Yeah, so like starting at like 32 with like no gaming background.
That's a different story,
because
right?
other than that, she did start at about 20 years old,
or something.
And if you play League Season 3, it probably meant you're a bit of a hardcore gamer. I mean, I'm not going to assume her gaming background, but we're really interested to know what her gaming background. Was she like a Dota player before? Did she have like an older brother? Because if you guys watch
the recap of the Season 13.
No, our interview with Kitty and Gabby.
Kitty and Gabby.
Talking about how like a older brother or something like that is usually what we
Typically
find.
they have older brothers, yeah.
That's like play the game that got into the game and stuff like
Not
that.
always, but a lot of the time. So what I would push back on there is that personally, and again, this is all subjective, like I don't believe that anyone can get challenged.
Challenger, that's a big statement.
It's a huge statement,
That's
and I can see how you
very
would think
small.
that. I could definitely see how you can think that doing it, but you know, she might also be a little bit, you know, wanting to inspire people, which I understand. It is a good message to spread, but at the same time, I do think that I believe that anyone can get to master. I truly believe that. I don't believe that everyone can get to challenger. I think the equivalent of like master to challenger. It's like I use the base camp analogy of Mount Everest. Most people can get to base camp, but it really truly is base camp, and it feels like base camp when you're a Master T0 LP and making that climb. Before you set on that trek to go for the summit, you know, you got to understand what you're getting yourself into. It requires a lot of dedication and a lot of discipline, and it's a different ball game, and it's a fun one, but it is a huge commitment.
Well, we saw Season 8, she hit Master. It's like 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years in that bracket, which that'll do it, right? If you've got a good mentality and you're dedicated and you know you're really pushing for that long, yeah. But that's difficult to do. To stay at that ELO bracket and play consistently hundreds and hundreds of games every season for 4 years in that ELO bracket, that's not easy to do for a long period. That's a lot of time and it's a lot of effort. It can be very discouraging.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think that it's a pretty big statement to say anyone can get the challenger. But yeah, I definitely think Diamond is really realistic.
Very. Like Diamond 4,
commitment.
Like, you don't even I don't really believe you have to be insanely disciplined as well. Like insanely, what's the word? Like all in to get to Diamond 4. Like you still got to put in work. Don't get me wrong. It's still a journey, 3 blocks, etc. But that push, in my opinion, like even that push to D4 to D2 to Master, that's a big one. It is a big one. Very big one.
So she mentions here that she's, you know, obviously being difficult being a woman playing League of Legends because she puts her face out there. She's a streamer and everything, which is.
Did she stream her journey?
I'm not sure.
I wonder that's what I'm really interested in. What percentage of her game
was
stream? I would love to check. I actually, after this, I want to check out her stream and see, does she review her games on stream? Does she kind of play them? What's her playing schedule like? Does she not play her serious games on stream? I'd really love to know the specifics of what her journey looks like.
So she said here, people call her grandma. The insults motivate me. Winning those games feel especially rewarding. Thinking about how annoyed these people must feel when the grandma beats them and is ranked higher than them makes me happy.
Props to her. I have so much respect for her.
Awesome, isn't it?
Very cool.
There's a question here, so this might answer maybe a question here. So what is it like trying to balance streaming and solo queue performance with a full-time job? So I've been streaming regularly while also working full-time for the past 7 years. It used to be easier to balance then, but now my time is even more limited. Besides my full-time job, I also have a husband, a dog, and 5 cats. That's way back in September. I decided to take a break from streaming. I'll continue in April. I've only got around 3 hours a day to play LoL.
Wow.
So that's just going again. That's like the perfect 3-block process, isn't it? That's pretty much all the only games you're going to get in, especially with high low queues.
Yeah, so maybe she's doing a 4-block or
4
something
games,
like that.
Yep.
So maybe she's coincidentally been doing some sort of blocking method without even realizing.
Without intentional. Like, this is true. I mean, I always say for Will, right? I've been working for Will with a couple of years, and he was 13, 14 when I first worked with him, all through high school, and I got him from Diamond to rank 1 on the Challenger ladder. No evade plays is what he went by. He currently goes by Will NA1. And I think a huge part of that was he had the high school to like sort of break up the day.
It forced him to get out of his room and split up his day. And he only had that limited time to play, so his intensity
was higher, rather than someone that's just like playing like 14 ways.
It is actually very difficult when you have a lot of free time to remain disciplined, isn't it? Because you go, I got the whole day, I can procrastinate or whatever.
A lot of the clients that I work with that do have lots of free time, that's a huge challenge. More narratives I find with them, way more prone to tilt. The swings are bigger, and this is where the 2-account strategy came in that I did last year. So for people that play like a lot and just want to play League all the time, Then you have 2 accounts. You have one high intensity account where you only play 3 games a day, and then the other account you can just do whatever you want, you can play whatever you want. So that's what I recommend for those type of people to do the 2 account one, so you're not having huge swings and your whole confidence is tied to the ranked.
Right.
That's what I did last year. That was quite effective. That I think I helped me got the challenger.
Yeah. But one thing I just want to comment on there.
Yeah.
She has a husband.
Yeah.
Full-time and a husband. I mean...
And 5 cats.
And 5 cats. I'm looking after a cat, and it's hard work.
That's one cat.
That's one cat. So, again, I feel like this is
lots of responsibility.
So much respect here. Not easy to do.
The stream break, she said, also helped me hitting challenges since I play better off stream.
Right.
Okay, we know that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't play as many games in a row, and I don't have a chat I need to respond to, so I can concentrate better. So we'll put her socials and that sort of stuff there. Follow her stream. Yeah, awesome story to share. Again,
I might go in there and talk to her stuff with her.
Yeah, a huge, sort of contrast to how again these videos showing, chipping away, following a process, whether it's maybe intentional.
I think the biggest thing, we don't want to jump into the really have a process. I think the big thing I respect is just the determination, the consistency.
And also sounds like she has a growth mindset. She loved playing the game. She really wanted to improve.
She's having fun,
yeah.
which is great.
That's really cool. All right, we had a really good comment we actually wanted to talk about from, we don't want to keep bringing this up, but the Nice case study that we did. Someone asked, how can people prevent falling into a mindset like this? Is this a result of spamming games and giving yourself the wrong mental notes? And when you make a mistake?
Yeah, I want to say, like, I think that, a lot of this, it actually really does come down to expectation. Expectation in terms of your current skill level, expectation with how you perceive your journey going to be, and expectation on limits of time, like, kind of like what rank you need to be by a particular date. And even expectations of just your own everything, literally on every aspect of your journey.
We talk about a lot about expectations of friends, especially friends that have just like rocketed up and stuff like that.
And in his case, it could have also been added pressure from the community and his fan base, and maybe I think he put a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation on himself. And we know, and if anyone, and this is not even just trying to lead, I think, if there's a lot of expectation for you to deliver something in real life, whether it be at work, whether it be another traditional sport, whatever it might be, deliver that excellent meal you're cooking for your partner, it can sometimes affect your output. And so in League, because the margins are so small and you need to keep that intensity and focus, and it's about consistency. League is solo queue climbing is about consistency. Expectations are nasty, man. Really, really nasty.
Especially short-term ones, right? So long-term, this is the biggest mantra of our podcast. Long-term, long-term, long-term. Right. And we talked always how the rank system rewards long-term players.
Rewards consistency and process. It rewards consistency of just like your level of play. Really what it is. You don't need to be fancy. You need to consistently do your job, have playing champions that you have champion mastery with, and find a process that works for you. Not everyone's process is the same. You might want to review after blocks, before blocks. You might want to do all your reviews on one day. I mean, there's no cookie, there's no formula here. You got to find what works for you. But that is a form of consistency, because as we know, even in real life with schedule, it allows you to replicate your performance each day, right? If I go to the gym at this time of the day, I wake up at this time of the day, I have this sort of meal, it allows you to replicate your performance day in, day out, whether it be at work or whatever it might be.
Yeah, so this person as well, I'm not sure if there's a long-time listener of the podcast, but that's what our entire podcast is basically about, right? So the process we've developed, go watch our ranked guide.
And I think, the season 13 ranked guide will be really good, because there's a section in there talking about solo queue contract. And I think solo queue contract is a really pragmatic, actionable tool that you can even write out for yourself. You can literally write it out, what the solo queue contract is going to be. And that is a great tool for managing expectations.
Sets
because
expectations.
It just puts it all out there, no bullshit. And then when you have it there, it's like, well, yeah, that actually makes sense. I didn't get my role this game. My champion's weak in the meta or whatever it might be. And then it's just a matter of, oh, yeah, I was expecting that. And managing expectations of teammates, that is a huge one. I have multiple articles right now in the Midland Academy about managing expectations, one of which is managing expectations of yourself, but one of them is literally targeted on managing expectations of teammates. That one is extremely common,
Yes.
expectations of teammates. Because what happens is that without you realizing, a common thing I've noticed is that people hold others in their team to their standard, right? And if you're trying to push and you're genuinely trying to improve, chances are your standard is actually significantly higher than those around you. And even, again, extending to life, you can't hold everyone around you to the exact same standards. Otherwise, you're going to be miserable 24/7. You can't do that. You have to just stay in your lane, manage your expectations.
Laser focused on what you can control.
Laser focus on what that is another big one that will help your mental and your relationship with the game. But yeah, a lot of this is covered in the solo queue contract. So I think that video, you're spot on, that will answer a lot of your questions. This actually segues very nicely into one of the things I wanted to talk about today, which was I had a client and he plays Cassante mid. And basically what happened is that he had a series of rough games, 3 or 4 games, or maybe it's 2 blocks or something, whatever it might be. And I'm not sure if they were unlucky games or hard games. You just get some tough blocks, like you lose a 40-minute game or 2 40-minute games, or you throw at Baron, and they can be taxing, mentally taxing. And what happened is that he had these rough games, close games, and he carried this mental baggage and kind of he carried this pain from these past games into his future games. And this mental baggage changed the way he played.
What was the time frame of this, out of curiosity?
Yeah, it was like within a day or 2, right?
There you go.
And so what happened, he comes into review, he said, Kurt, we looked at this game, right?
Yeah.
And we did a review together. This was after this tough 3, 4, 5, 6 games, whatever it was. And he found himself making basic mistakes that are very uncharacteristic of this specific player. You wouldn't, because I've done reviews with seen his Cassante before. This is not typically what I've seen. And, we get into it. And really what it was he literally altered his gameplay and his mindset based off that mental baggage. He carried that mental baggage from those past blocks into his future blocks. And so what the conclusion that we came to is that he wasn't coherent in these games. He was trying to do too much to make up in his mind, because he has to win these games. Surely he has to do something different in these games because what he's done in the past hasn't worked, right? But in reality, what he doesn't realize is that you can just get unlucky in the short term. You can't jump to these conclusions and change your playstyle and your mindset and what has worked in the past at the drop of a coin or whatever. You can't do that. And so the conclusion I came to, the message that I want to push here, is that we all have rough blocks, frustrating blocks. You might even have 2 frustrating blocks in a row. Shit happens, and they do happen, and I guarantee you they will happen at some point. You need to let go and make peace with those blocks before you move on.
Reflection. It's
reflection. That's what we talk about, reflection. We spoke about this in the Rank 13.
That's why
as well.
I love just playing 1 3 block in a day, because you just don't overcomplicate things.
That's what I've been trying to tell you for ages.
I know, for ages.
It's really, really good.
Because otherwise you start switching stuff and the narratives just become really drilled up real quick, and then you start switching pools.
That's right. Like if you do 1 solid 3 or 4 block a day, you can address those. And again, this is what I love, having that little bit of reflection, whether it's before your block the next day, whether it's in the shower that night, whatever it might be, just reflect and make peace with what's happened. And that's why the review is so important, because the review allows you to be like, okay, what actually happened here? And if you're honest with it and you actually look at it for what it is, it allows you to move on. But if you don't look and you don't get specific, you will go insane.
Yeah. Going back to Nicole's journey, I have it written down here about all her season ranks. Imagine doing 1 3 block a day for 12 years and reflecting on every single one of them. How would you not get results?
The amount of progress that you would make would be unbelievable.
It's like building strength in the gym. You're just strength about your knowledge, your muscle, building the strength. We talk about muscle memory in the game so much, and you know, figuring out how your champion interacts with all the other champions. It's just it does pay. It does pay dividends.
But yeah, like I think moving forward, guys. So if any of you found yourself in that situation, please address that frustration and however you want to do it. Some people, sometimes you just go to the gym, smash it out, and you let it vent it out on the machines or whatever. Some people, you just need to reflect, journal entry. Some people need to review their games. They
Get someone else to review.
A coach, or bring it to a session, or ask a friend. However you need to do it, you must do it though, because you can ruin future games and then go down a very slippery slope if you don't address it. That's
right.
what I want to get across.
I love that.
Did you want to cover the thing on Reddit now?
Yep, we can move on to that. So we're still going to do I think we talked about this in our Reddit Christmas episode about, we want to sort of have, because, this podcast is all about the community.
A bit more presence and be a bit more aware of what's happening on specifically Summoner School.
Summoner School, because that's obviously like the main educational Reddit. So we'll just pull up some posts. We're just going to do one today. The title of this one is it possible to get Diamond in 5 months? And the post is, so got upvotes, about 240 upvotes. And he goes, hi, I recently made a bet with my friend that I could reach Diamond in 5 months. I'm bronze after placements, and I play mid with Cassio, Vlad, Ryze, and Orianna. Depends on the mood. Sounds very close to your champion, Morgotus. If this would be it, I would also said it is impossible, but I'm actually a Dota player with over 5k hours, and I reached Divine, best rank, same as Diamond in League. I also played League before, around 200 hours. I think I have some key skills that you need, plus I'm really dedicated to no life and just play League, and also learning. Is it possible with these circumstances to reach Diamond? All my friends say it's impossible, but I think they don't know that Dota is also super hard, and I could transform some of these skills into League. But if you think it's impossible, I won't waste 5 months of my life and give up.
That's it.
Yeah, just tell me about it, guys. Should I give up on us? Are we gonna help?
Listen to Reddit.
We're gonna help. What's his name? His name is N No You Baddie.
That's a lot of time to just dedicate. And if someone says no, all right, fine, I won't do it.
So how about we answer this question from a no gaming background standpoint?
Yeah.
If you just started playing League, is it possible to get Diamond in 5 months?
You mean no gaming background before League?
Yep.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Right? Impossible. Because it would take you a few months just to get your head around the champions and the items and the feel of the game, what damage output the champions do. Especially nowadays, like Diamond nowadays, Season 13, comparatively to say Season 4, 3, it's very competitive.
It's hugely different.
Like there are great, there are still... Like, even to get to gold, there are solid gold players.
Yep.
Right? There are solid gold players that really know their limits and just lose because they take too much risk. But they know they probably have, some of them actually have pretty good hands, honestly. So, yeah, I would say that the days of just having good hands and getting to D4 are kind of over. You can't really do that anymore. Unless you're really good, yeah.
But if
Which
you have
is very rare.
really good hands, typically you've
already played a lot of the game.
Yeah, you sort of have a good
Doesn't make
idea.
sense.
You got lots of muscle memory there in terms of the game.
Right. So first of all, if you had no gaming background, impossible.
Yeah. So what would that journey look like? So we said, I think we've said this in the...
So it'd be 0 to 30 and bots and normals Season 1.
So one for year 1.
That's a year 1, right? That's what I would recommend, actually. Just taking it slow, getting plenty of normal games, plenty of bot games, trying to figure out what role you play, what champs you like, and no ranked. Season 2 would be ranked. Now you know your role, you know your champs, and then you get to you could probably get to gold. And then this is again speaking through experience with someone who has had no league background and no coaching. And then the next season, plat 4, maybe mid plat, and then after that, it really depends.
Yeah,
it really depends.
Yep.
But in his case, he said he's played 200 hours of league. I don't know what that equivalent.
We'll say about maybe 30 minutes a game. So let's say he's played about 400 games.
Okay. And then I'm assuming he's never played ranked before, maybe?
No.
So...
He's played Dota with 5,000 hours of Dota and reached Diamond in
so
Dota.
we've seen people who've played Dota. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but for me, and other games to a high level, StarCraft and Dota, and they've struggled. They've struggled. I've seen people that were good at Dota and struggled pretty hardcore and were in gold for a long time. And conversely, I've seen some Dota players that cross over and are really good. I remember, I mean, I'm not going to name names here because for other personal reasons, but I've heard of people and stories of ex-pro Dota players coming and playing League and then having a lot of success with League basically from the get-go. Yep. So I've seen it from both sides. And again, that depends on gaming, how talented they are and things like that, how dedicated they are, how much of a growth mindset they have, how curious they are. Because let's say that person played Dota for 6 years, or like maybe started as a kid and actually didn't really know how they got good. That's very different to someone who actually really understood the learning journey and got there with a growth mindset and wasn't actually talented and grinded there. So you know what I mean? So there's kind of like there's ways to get to that specific rank.
So you're sort of saying that like a Dota player that was really young was playing, but just built muscle memory just from sheer thousand hours of it. Again, didn't really conceptualize the game or study the game.
Was a very intuitive player and kind of got it. Is very different to someone that maybe picked up the game later and got there. So look, there's probably some missing background information. I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to say it is possible, but it's just very unlikely.
It's very hard.
So yes, it is possible.
With the level that Diamond's at these days.
Yes, it's it's just very hard.
Again, like season 4, I reckon that player will get Diamond pretty easily.
Yep. Nowadays, it's like really, really, really hard.
Yep.
But I'm not going to say it's impossible.
Nope.
Yeah.
Right, so I think that pretty much answers. I'm just looking at the comments. Hey, people, I think they're pretty much saying the same.
Let's see what I would love to hear what the community thinks. Because people in the BBC, they've heard us say a lot of things. Given what they know about the game and their experiences, maybe people they know. What do you guys think? And do you have any of you guys had any friends or people that you know of who've picked up the game like that, and how much experience or what was their journey like? It'd be very interesting to hear. I want to talk about a very interesting situation with a client that some people might resonate with. So essentially, this guy, his name's JIW. He sent me this video because it's, I prefer video format when getting long questions. And essentially, I'm going to break down, summarize this video for you. So he currently plays Akali, Yasuo, Yone. Clear assassin identity. He took a break in the preseason for 1 month and did a lot of self-reflection, a lot of deep diving. And he realized he was trying to be as honest as possible with himself. And he realized that his champ pool's not working out. And what he realized was that he actually doesn't like the champions he plays. He was tricking himself into liking the champions that he plays.
And, do you know why?
Yeah, and this is what he said. So he said what happened is that when he was younger and played the game, because he's played the game for quite a while, he did initially kind of like Yasuo and stuff. And that's what he put a lot of time into. And that's what he thought that was the best for climbing. But then because he put so much time into Yasuo and Akali, etc., and created this assassin identity, he couldn't, he kind of basically tricked himself and deluded himself into thinking that that's what he genuinely liked about the game. But when he was really, really honest with himself, the only reason he was staying with that champion pool is because he was scared to go back to scratch and actually play what he truly liked, and which he, now being honest with himself, he's a mage player. He loves mages. And so it's very interesting, isn't it? Because it's interesting because we don't want to imagine like all the muscle memory and the amount of games and mastery these play with those champions. To completely reinvent yourself as a player is scary.
It's like lost time. It's really scary.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the longer it goes, it's like the sunk cost fallacy. I was like, wow, if I played Yone for 5 years.
Invested so much in this. I got to double down.
I got to double down. But he's realized that he's at a plateau point where he can't bring himself to get to the next level because he fundamentally doesn't enjoy the champions. And so what he wants to do is reinvent himself. He wants to be a mage player. And he never did it because he thought that he was going to be bad at it as well. He was worried that he was going to be bad at it. And so now he's made the commitment. He wants to become a mage player.
What was the narratives around? Did you ask him why he thought he'll be bad at it?
No,
it's just because he's spent so much time on those type of champs,
he
like
said
melee
it was
champs.
because he said it was multiple things. He says he already put so much time into those champions, and that's what he deluded himself into thinking that like those were the best champs for climbing, like carry assassins. And he did get a moderate amount of success with it, But, you know, I think he's like Diamond 4 or something. But to make that push to go above and just being honest with himself, he just can't, he just realized he's not, that's not what he likes about the game.
Yeah.
And so it really was just come from just sunk cost fallacy. He put all that time in and he doesn't, and he was worried that because he created this narrative that he's bad at mages and good at assassins.
It just takes so long to undone. He needs, it's not
That's
just
right.
he has to learn these champions, he has to undo like that way of fighting.
He has to and he also
positioning.
has to undo the narrative that he's bad at mages.
Yeah.
That's actually just bullshit. He's just told himself that probably at some point for whatever reason. And he's just tricked himself into believing that to the point where he's literally played champions he doesn't even like for multiple years. Which is really sad, really. And he was quite like upset because you feel like he's wasted all this time, right? And so he basically, but now he's really, okay, I know it's going to be hard, he said, and I know my elo is going to suffer significantly. So he's managed his expectations beautifully.
Right.
And he said, okay, what champs should he play? How does he find out what he likes? What is your step one? And he says, I've got no short-term ambitions. I'm full long-term. So he said, if it takes me, because he wants to get challenger, he said, if it takes me 4 or 5 years, so be it. Like he's literally thinking really mega long-term. And so basically I gave him my response and told him, you got to now go into normal games, and I want you to really take your time here. Play every champ, every mage. See what you like. Take your time. And
he doesn't really have an idea of which champion. He just wants to learn mages.
I said literally about 10 games of every mage. And he's got a spreadsheet, and he's got and he's going to give it a rating after 10 games. Like, which one's clicking with him, which one does he like, and which one does he want to investigate? And I said, okay, if you can narrow it down to like maybe 7 or 8 champs, then I can create a pool from that with you, and we can go deep on, pick one of them, go deep down that rabbit hole, and then create your identity from there. And I said, that's it. We just got to start from scratch. And he's willing to do that. So I thought that was a really interesting story because it makes you wonder how many people are out there who are committing to champions purely because they played them from a young age and they've been playing the game for quite a while, but they've changed. Their view of the game has changed. We all change as people, and what you initially like I loved artillery mages. I can't stand playing artillery mages in solo queue right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. We just changed the way we enjoy the game. So for those of you out there who maybe this story resonates with you guys, you got to do that reflection. And again, why was that possible? He took the time to be honest with himself. Again, tying back to my favorite David Goggins quote, the most important conversation you have is the one you have with yourself. And he was honest with himself, did that deep dive reflection. And as painful as it was, in the long run, it's probably going to pay. I mean, not probably, it will pay off.
I'll tell you what, you don't underestimate how when you have fun playing a certain champion or style, you can learn really quick. When I started learning Vi for my guide in December, I've been playing the game for as a jungler for 10 years, guys. Well, I mean on and off for 10 years, but I'd never touched Vi. You know me, I've never really played Vi.
Never known you as a Vi player.
And I picked it up so quick. I was just loving the champ, but I never thought I would enjoy this champ. I just thought it wasn't for me.
But it wasn't until you gave it a go.
Yeah, I gave it a go, but it was really quick. Yeah, I gave it a go, and it doesn't take that much time to give things a go, I feel like.
That's what I actually reassured him in the video. I said, dude,
you
didn't
surprised.
waste time. That 5 years, trust me, you've still learned a shit ton about the game.
Yeah.
And I'm optimistic with him as well. I think it's, I don't want to hype him up saying it won't take long, because I think it's good to be on the other side of expectations. Like, okay, it's going to take me 5 years, because then anything above that, anything better than that is just going to be a surprise, and that's great. It's easier to manage that way. It's easier, your relationship with the game is just going to be better.
It's really important. That relationship with the game is so important. Yeah, now Vi is it's one of my main champs. I'm more confident in my Vi than my challenger Rek'Sai last season.
When I'm versing you right now, I'm more worried. Yeah, by far, I'm more worried about your Vi than your Rek'Sai, 100%.
And that's in a span of a month.
Crazy.
Crazy. So yeah, I was shocked myself. I think Vi's like that. It's definitely not that much of a
But it's not overly complicated, of course,
she's not very overly complicated. But I mean, obviously I have to make the guide.
But still, the process of learning it, regardless, was just sped up by your enjoyment of the champion, is what you're saying.
It was fantastic.
I do have one just little thing as well, one little quick thing I'd like to talk about. Okay, so I had a review this morning with Grindr, long-term client. Love doing reviews with him. He's literally every week. Master tier, it comes every week.
He's dedicated.
We do
dedicated.
We literally do reviews every week, right?
Yeah.
And he said to me, because I'm making these basic, like these mistakes that I deem to be basic, right? And like he looks at it in the review and he's like, I just know this. Like I know I shouldn't do this. Like in the review, it's very obvious to him, right? And what I said is, I said this: if you find yourself making quote unquote basic mistakes, chances are it's actually a lull state problem. So hear me out, right? So let's say there was a play where he's playing Renekton. He's playing.
Can we
Renekton
quickly define lull states for people that are
so
new?
lull state is essentially a period in the game where you're not occupied by something immediately in front of you. Like you're not fighting, you're not doing anything, and you can think bigger picture about the game.
So it's like walking out of base.
Yeah, walking out of base, buying your items,
Pushing a
while you're dead.
wave.
Yeah, in between waves. So the way I define it actually in the Midland Academy is major lull states and miniature lull states. So miniature lull states are things like in between waves, and then we have the major lull states like going by recalling when you're on your death screen or whatever it might be, right? And so what I said is that okay, if you find yourself making basic mistakes that you genuinely believe to be like, I know this, and I'm looking at it in the review, and I shouldn't be making this mistake.
Or I've worked on this in the past and now it's come up again. Like I thought I fixed it and now I'm making the same mistakes again.
Chances are it is a lull state problem. So hear me out. So there was a situation where he played this. He like played this fight really poorly, where he like rushed his E and wasted abilities and it's stuff he knows, right? And looking in the review, it's very obvious. It's like, I should just kind of do blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, did you really identify, like coming out of base as you're walking to this fight, were you really processing the information? And like when we're getting into it, and there was like 3 probably moments in that VOD, it was very clear that he wasn't using his lull states that well. And we had a conversation off camera earlier on where if you are clear about your role in a composition, or you're clear about what you believe the win con to be, or you're clear about your role in fights, you'd be surprised at how consistent your skirmishing is going to be and how consistent your decision making is going to be. I found even in my own gameplay, I only make dumb mistakes when I'm just not calibrating. I'm not using those lull states to, like, what am I doing? What am I here to do in this game? And it was a bit of a wake-up call. Yeah, you're right. I'm actually not processing basic pieces of information, like where's my team, what's my role in this comp, who's my win con. And when you process that information in your lull states, people think that, oh yeah, you're just going to make better macro decisions. No, that's one aspect of it. You're going to make better skirmishing decisions because, again, League is a game of anticipation. And so when you're entering that fight, if you already know, oh, yep, that's who I need to be targeting, that's who I need to be afraid of, this person's fed on my team, that is going to seep into your intuition and you're going to subconsciously alter your decision making. So lull state usage is very powerful, not just for the basics of macro and threat assessment, but also it impacts your skirmishing and just basic decision making very significantly.
Very important. It actually reminds me, I had 2 back-to-back games against Jacob. He's like another Grandmaster player in OC Salter. And I literally went to do a block and played bottle like an invade or something, and I died to the mid lane move first twice in a row back to back. And this is a mistake I deem is unacceptable for a challenger player or a player that I feel like I should be, and I feel like I've fixed this mistake a lot. And you're exactly right. Like I'm just going to my red buff, and for some reason I'm just not looking at mid at all, like not even thinking about that situation where that's something that I always used to do, you know. And then I was really quick to turn that around. It's like 2 back-to-back. I even said to Jacob, like, this is really embarrassing, and because he just straight up won those 2. I just gifted him 2 free wins basically. I thought I was angry. I didn't make him work for the games as well, and then bam, fixed, and there you go.
Lull state usage, very powerful.
And then I think the next couple of games I just literally just full cleared and didn't go for those aggressive plays because the enemy mid had first move, and wow, whoop-de-doo, the game's much easier.
Much easier.
You know?
Also, just a daily reminder.
Yeah.
Weekly reminder. Anything else you want to cover before we get into mailbag?
Let's jump into mailbag. Away we go! Welcome back for Nathan's mailbag. Jingle, jingle, jingle song. Alrighty then, first question here is from Gina. The title of this email is Defining Fun in the Improvement Process. Hello BBCers, Curtis and Nathan. My name is Gina and I emailed this show before about being addicted to Duo. I have most I've mostly stopped Joe in, except in relaxed normal games. What I'm writing about today isn't about that though. It is about how we define fun in the improvement process. I had a discovery that changed the way I look at fun in this game, especially in the improvement process, and I think that you might be able to use this for some insightful discussion. I've been working to improve my Kai'Sa ADC because I believe that I had found the champion fun when I made an important realization. What I found fun was not improving with Kai'Sa or losing and struggling with Kai'Sa. Rather, what I found fun was dominating with Kai'Sa, which would happen rarely. I did further reflection and found this to be true of the entire role of ADC. I didn't have a hunger to grow, but rather a hunger to win and dominate and make cool highlight outplays. The kind of player I was becoming because of this was an awful and tilted person, and I'd especially turn that towards myself, calling myself vile things. If I started to lose or made a mistake or some way to fail to match my very high expectations, I would burn the pain of that mistake in me, so I would learn from it, but I found that to be unsustainable and bad for my mental. From this realization, I found that I had to look deep inside and think about what was fun for me, even if I was losing. What I wanted to improve on and test myself with instead of what I wanted to win with. I'm still not entirely sure if I've found that yet, but I have had a great deal more fun losing and improving with Talia mid than I ever did with ADC. I do not know if it is because I've never seen Talia mid played at a high level, and so I don't have the expectation to match that level of play, or if it's because I'm excited to learn an entirely new champion and role, or even if it's generally the most fun for me. I suppose I'll find that out with time. While I am figuring that out for myself, okay, so let's answer that question first. Insights. I definitely think the whole Talia thing, that could be the honeymoon phase. Right? The honeymoon period. It is, isn't it? Because some people, I think, with AD carry could have like genuine just fun, just wanting to dominate every game. But again, you can't do that every game. So again, the expectation is...
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
We talked a lot about expectations, how they're dangerous, right? And now...
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense why that wouldn't really be sustainable, right?
No.
It reminds me of Daniel and his comment about, you know, I just want to play good. I expect myself to play good every game. Like, well, what is good? And like, you know, don't die to any game. Perfectly CS, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, dude, that's an excellent game.
I didn't know Daniel was a challenger
Dude, I
player.
thought he said he's scared.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, exactly. These,
And
and I'm like, if you're doing
He was
that,
platinum, right? And
yeah,
he expected
like,
to be a challenger player.
if you were doing
overnight.
that, you'd be a challenger player.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he was having a good game, like 1 in every 25 games. So that's not sustainable, right? And that sounds very similar to her situation, where, yeah, you can have those pop-off games, but if that's the only thing motivating you, you're going to have dry streaks. That actually reminds me, tying back to the Andrew Huberman thing on dopamine, you need to start to rewire your brain in the way that if you are completely chasing that end result, it will not be sustainable. Because the dopamine, the way the dopamine is wired, is you'll require more and more, or like you can't rely on getting that one dopamine spike because it just wears off and your body becomes kind of like used to it or whatever.
I feel like a tolerance.
Yeah, and so you need to learn to become motivated for an extended period of time. You actually need to learn to love the process and learn the journey of learning and the process of getting those games. So if you're purely motivated by the end result, that's why it's just not sustainable. That's also why Andrew Huberman, in his podcast on dopamine, he speaks about how if you're solely motivated by going out on the weekend, and that is it, and you've got like no enjoyment throughout the week, or you don't enjoy the grind or whatever it might be, then you get burnout. And that's where there's a lot of people get burnout. Like, they can do that for a set amount of time, and then they just crash and burn. Their dopamine receptors are completely just fried, essentially. So yeah, that makes sense why for her that wasn't really sustainable. But tying back to the conversation of fun, you know, I really struggled to give a clear definition of what I perceive fun to be, because I think it's subjective. And I think what you find fun about the game is highly personal. I think for some people, they actually like to play champions that are mechanically expressive. Other people just love the combos, and other people love the nature of the champion, like how you're a supportive style. Like, I think there's many aspects, many categories that you can enjoy a champion for.
I mean, it's a great example for me, right? My playstyle, the way I play jungle, I'm not a carry jungler at all.
No.
I love playing the more supportive, but just doing my job. With our producer Charlie always looks at my games like, Nathan, like, how do you play? Like, he loves the opposite style. He likes playing the Diana and carrying.
But the more I've played, I've gotten progressively more confused about what I actually like.
About the game.
No, about what champ specifically, because every time I play a champion for a guide and I expect to not like them, I end up loving them. Like with Yone specifically, right? The first time I played Yone, I just had the wrong approach, the wrong mindset, so it didn't work. And I didn't like it. Now, when I did the guy with Tim and Ajax really helped me and they gave me the right mindset and I was able to understand builds and how they interacted with the slight shifts in identity, I love that champion.
So it became fun because you just have more knowledge.
Yeah, and it was like it kind of all clicked together. And so I think for me, what I've realized is that I think I loved League initially for the champions. And I got a lot of fun from the champions, but the more I played the game, the more I just get fun from League of Legends itself and the game. I think for me, I just find just a creative expression and just laning and decision making to be fun.
Yeah,
you know?
I love when it gets to mid game and there's just got like, okay, this guy's pushing and resetting the flow. It's really fun.
I think that's what I think I find the flow state fun.
Yeah.
I think that's really what it is.
Yeah.
That feeling of just where your mastery and your experience and your focus and everything clicks and you're just in this state of pure just like playing. You're not thinking about the result. You're not thinking about real life. You're just purely immersed. It's like being immersed in an amazing film. That's what it's like. That's the feeling. But it's even better than that because you're in it. You're literally doing it.
And it's a competitive environment.
And it's a competitive environment. So it's kind of like everything tying together. Like, for example, we played that game recently and then Nathan was dominating and they push our, I think it was 30 minutes and you break out inhib.
We had, it was 22 minutes actually.
Was it 22 minutes?
We have Baron, because I had Baron and Herald.
You had Baron and Herald.
And if you could only get, I got Herald 19 minutes, so it was the last.
And you broke the bot.
We're going to do a whole push, we're going to win the game.
And then I think someone overextends or something and had a Yumi on me, I'm playing Cassio, and then we just kill them all. And at that moment, I just
Curtis is unleashed.
Yeah, and I have so much fun. Now I'm like a 3-item Casio, and I'm just in the flow state. I'm not thinking about the result at all. I'm just like, I just want to kill people and fight. But I think that's what happens naturally. The more you play you play League, when you appreciate the game of League, eventually you start to just love the game and the way it's designed, the way it flows. But again, this is all highly personal. So again, I think she makes a good point though about chasing that one game isn't sustainable.
That one time, that's not how League works.
That's right. If you're only chasing that, the League will probably be a very unfun game. Actually.
I mean, she said that that's true for the entire ADC role, but I don't think that's true at all. You can adapt in games as an ADC. It's part of the job of climbing, right? Like, you're gonna get weak-sided. You're gonna.
Again,
people might enjoy the aspect
feeling.
of the feeling of like, that's the way I like to play fights. I like doing lots of damage.
Yeah, but honestly, I can't really comment. I don't have any experience with playing.
Yeah, I don't know.
So again, I can't resonate. Maybe that is the case. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know.
All right, next question here is from Jonah. This is actually talking about his pre-season process moving into the season. What he did. So, morning gamers. Jonah from Soul2 here. So he's one of our Soul2 members. Just wanted to write in to share how I use the preseason to find my process as we are into the new season currently. Joined Soul2 in June of 2000 last year, going from Gold 3 to Platinum 2 with very little process and relying heavily on Nathan's reviews of my games to improve. I'd say 90% of my review process was Nathan's weekly review sessions. So it's pretty much just relying on review sessions. Actually, sort of to that point, that's actually, it's definitely a little bit dangerous to do that because it's sort of like, like the teacher giving you all the answers or you're just showing up and saying that that's your process. I find that actually might be a little bit common with
I've noticed that in the MLA as well. The only clients that should genuinely be getting weekly reviews are masterclass clients. If you're below master, you shouldn't be getting weekly reviews because you need to be the problems aren't that complicated.
We're here to give you a general direction, but you've got to be doing your process and really critically thinking and practicing and failing.
I've noticed this. There are people. So we have a VOD questions channel in my Discord, the Midland Academy. Essentially, the way it works is that you can send a clip of a situation, and then either myself or Tim or whoever will break it down and it's like a review of one specific thing, right? And then there are players that use it well and will like ask high quality questions every now and then. And then you get people who kind of ask consistently. And I'm worried that those players, they're actually, it's like I feel like I'm babying them, and I'm worried that if I'm not there, what are they going to do? And they become too reliant. So yeah, there are very real dangers to that in the long term.
So he goes on to say, I collected 15 points of data. So he had a spreadsheet. I might get the spreadsheet linked up on the, but we won't get into much into that. So he has these main data points: time, music, focus, and when I review. So those are the things that he's measuring.
Okay.
From 7th December to 5th of January, I played 29 3 blocks. I graded each of them on a scale of 1 to 3, 1 being low focus and 3 being in flow state. A majority of the blocks received a 2, as I was focused because something would distract me at the point during my block. Surprisingly, I gave 8 blocks a perfect score. So I'm achieving flow state, getting in the zone about a third of the time. A quick review of my notes show a pretty direct correlation between my comfort level in a game and how focused and in the zone I become. Off-roll games, laner dying to an early gank, etc. immediately put me in a state of full focus, but I cannot rely on that to access the flow states. The data I collected tells me that my best performances were usually in the morning between 9 and 11 AM, with light music playing before I go to the gym, with reviews happening between my games. I also found that playing before going to the gym helps to decrease my chances of self-sabotage. I force a hard stop at 3 games and go lift immediately. If I lift pre-block, then I'm prone to playing a 4th game or finding a 2nd block much later in the day. TLDR, the 3-block process works and can be tailor-fit to everyone. Just because the recommended setup of 3 games with reviews in between works for me doesn't mean it works for everyone. I highly recommend people to run the same study on themselves to set themselves up for great season 2023.
So he said something there about the games that he was able to achieve that perfect, like, max focus. Was it someone making a mistake? Like, what was it exactly?
That's what he said. He said off-roll games.
So off-roll games?
A laner dying to an early gank. Yeah, and then Atlanta.
So it's kind of like he's recognizing early on in the game that
the game might be hard.
So he has to really focus, and he can't really afford to make mistakes. Which is really interesting because I feel like that's where personality difference comes in. Because I think there are some people that would
start checking out a little bit,
panic, or maybe they don't play well under pressure, and it's the other way, has the opposite effect. So it's very interesting that he made that observation.
Well, definitely, I have many members involved through that get really far ahead, and they just do really basic mistakes. So they're definitely not in the zone.
I'm going to tell you a horror story.
Yeah.
Personal experience, and this was so painful that this is so painful that I'm not going to make this mistake for the rest of the year. It was that bad. So I had a Yone versus Cassidy game.
Yeah.
I played the early wave perfectly. Shove, bounce, set up a gank, win an early 2v2. Unlosable game from my perspective. My top lane, Vlad, dominating the 1v1.
So you got 2 hard winning lanes.
So, and I think even bot was doing okay. They were just minimizing. And the Kassadin, because I killed him, burnt his flash, the wave was bouncing out. He's level 5. He can't get level 6 without dying to me because I get level 6 first. So what does he do? He gives up. He runs bot and just lanes bot with the bot lane and 80 carry, right? 80 carries the bot and sits there for like a good minute. And I'm just freezing mid. So I'm up like at least a whole level at this point. And in which the case that he forces the enemy 80 carrying support with him to come up the river and break the freeze. So their bot lane and him come up and get the wave out. And right at this point, I'm like, oh, this guy's a troll. He's given up. Like, I'm up like a level and a half or something.
So he's given up.
I solo killed him. He has no flash. He's like a tier Cassid, and I've got like a pickaxe and double dagger. I'm killing it at Berserker. I'm really strong. And then what happens is I get complacent. And then the wave starts to come out, and I would never ever just never make this mistake. I just walk up without my E, like really close to the tower, and just die to a basic game. And I was so angry at myself. Like, I'm like, I get nothing from that. And then Cassidy gets a shutdown or whatever. He gets like a small shutdown, and then like gets the wave out, and now the game's like evened out. And I was just in a bad mindset from that one. I couldn't recover. I didn't recover well. And then, cherry on top here, I start to bring it back, and I'm like, okay, I gotta get my shit together. I'm like, come on, we're still doing it. Let's win this game. But it's a tough game. They had it casted like a hyper scaling comp. And then my internet goes out for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And then I come back, and then I'm just so frazzled mentally, and then...
There's no way you're getting back into the zone.
Oh, mentally, I lost it. I lost the flow state, and then I'm out. So there was 2 moments where I had my flow state, lost it because of him giving up, and that, what are you doing? Like, it was like a way of, it was me giving up because he gave up. And then the second time with the internet, I just couldn't check back in with the bot. And I just, it was funny, I was in the Discord, and we're doing the review, and I'm like, guys, this is a write-off. Get me the hell out of this review. There's not, like, the takeaway here has nothing to do with the in-game. It's pure mental, and this is such a tough lesson that can happen to anybody. And now my mantra, it's a reminder, because I've had, this happens before, right? But it's like a reminder. It happens once every 6 months or 10 months, whatever it might be. You have that one game where you take the foot off the pedal, foot off the gas. And because you take the foot off the gas, you don't play how you would normally play, and you lose. And those are the most painful losses.
You know, it's so funny because you always need to be reminded.
Yes.
Those games never go away. They're a constant reminder to never check out.
So
until the Nexus, you never check out until the Nexus is exploded.
That's right. Ever, ever, ever.
Yeah.
And I think there's a yearly reminder for me. I have like one a year or something, and then...
Oh, I have way more than that. I have one every couple of weeks, dude. Yeah.
That is so painful. I cannot let that happen.
Yeah.
Oh, they're brutal. They're really brutal. Because you know it's all on you, and there's nothing to learn.
Yeah.
It's just terrible.
So from Jonah, so that's a really good example of free block process working. I want to mention about finding the time of the day that you play your best. I think it's really important because, you know, obviously people have work schedules, school and stuff like that. I have people in Soul 2 that they love playing before work or school. They actually get up, they change their schedule to go to sleep way earlier, and then they get up and play 3 games. Which I think is really cool. To me personally, I think you feel as well, it's just the afternoon, right? So we wake up a bit earlier.
But I will make one comment about this, what I've noticed.
Yeah.
So I coach from 1 to 3, and then there's things I need to do. I need to upload the VODs. I need to take my notes for the coaching sessions, right? If I skip that and I get off whatever, come back and I go straight into my vlog and think, oh, I'll do the other stuff later, I always play worse and I'm less focused. But when I take the time to get that stuff out of the way, like get the VODs uploaded, take my notes, you know, answer the DMs that need to be answered, then I jump into my vlog, I feel so, I just have clarity.
Yeah, once everything's ticked
off.
Once
everything's ticked off, and that's just my personality, I can't do something that, knowing in the back of my mind, after this, I gotta do that. Because then my schedule's so much cleaner, because then I can go straight from, you know, pre-block with reviews straight into dinner. And it's just such like a smooth transition, but then I have to go pre-block, do work, and then to dinner. And I think it's that mental baggage of knowing that that's not what I want to do at the end of my block. Prevents me from like kind of staying focused on just playing a great free block. So that's a little tidbit that I just learned. Even though it's very similar, it's a small differentiation that actually makes a significant difference. So that's why you've got to be introspective. You've got to listen to your body, listen to your mind. And it's small things that can make all the difference.
It's funny, you were like that in high school as well, right? You had to do your homework before you played the computer.
Yes, every single time.
I was the opposite.
Yeah.
I think I've like
I never understood that.
I have like this thing where you just like, I think it's for someone who's like a procrastinator, like I'm a procrastinator, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, you just pretend it doesn't exist, the thing. That's what,
I can't do
it's
that.
like what you do, it's like a tool.
You're gonna love this story, Nathan.
Yeah.
When I was in, this started in primary school, so we have a gaming family. My dad was a gamer, my dad was a gamer, all gamers, right? And so what would happen, the rule in my house growing up when I was a kid was, you must do your homework before, otherwise you can't play the computer. So literally, this was when I was like 8 years old, right? 10 years, like small bits of math homework, whatever it is in primary school. Instantly, literally, I get in the door, put my bag down, open my bag, get my books, go straight to the table, the dining room table, smash out my homework in like 10 minutes, done, and then straight to the computer. It was like a ritual.
So maybe that's
in our
been
household.
ingrained of an early household.
Yeah, I think it really is just ingrained into me.
Yeah.
So that was my schedule. And then I did that for my entire education through high school and university. The exact same mentality. I had to do it now.
Yeah. It's literally like you just I bet you so many people like who are procrastinators like me, like, God, I wish I had more games.
No, but it's like sometimes like to a crazy degree, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like stressful. It's like I gotta do it.
Yeah, like you're like stressed about you, like probably the stress. The daily stress that you have.
That's right. It's much higher.
Is like maybe higher, but the procrastination.
Productivity is better.
But the procrastination stress at the end is really bad. Like I wonder, like what's
True. It's like yours is later stress, mine's earlier stress.
So
right.
the later one might be like way higher than like your daily one. It's like you have like manageable stress.
Right.
But the procrastinator just has like unhealthy, like you're gonna die like 10 years earlier type stress.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Like
It shows.
Like the people that get like an essay done like an hour before it's due or something like that.
Okay, I've never understood that. I can't do that.
That's actually super common with gamers. Gamers are Alright, so we'll do one more here. This one is from Hi Nathan and Curtis. So I just wanted to ask, how do I go balancing the act of not blaming myself for the entire fault of the game, but not also blaming my teammates for the sole fail of the game? I had a streamer tell me main jungle isn't main, but when I play any other role without a duo, it sometimes feel like I have to be a second jungler for the game to really make a change. I'm at a loss because I feel like I'm not good I'm improving, but I guess I'm gold high since I started season 11, which is just gold and being able to improve my jungle rate with Eve. I just feel like in my ELO and with my MMR that I have to do a lot more, which can feel overwhelming sometimes and make me less
Micah, you need to go to the soft really nice. Like straight up.
We'll fix you up, Micah.
You know, Nathan will get in there, he'll look at your pathing, look at what makes a good gank and a bad gank, and literally probably within a month or two, you'll be blocking. So, I mean, honestly, if it sounds like you need help. I straight up. And but at the end of the day, Mike, believe it or not, even though it's very difficult for you to envision this, you don't need to do that much. But it's hard to know that until you tried it.
You tried it, you feel it.
That's right.
That's what the narrative I always see is that, because one of the things we say, especially for like farming type of junglers, right? What they do is like, let's say if you're like I see this all the time, like let's say Hecarim players or Udyr players, they full clear, they get a double kill bot, right? And then I say, okay, now we just need to just keep clearing. And
don't die. Or you gotta just not die.
We've created such a huge lead. Like, even if our laner dies or two, or like something, it doesn't matter because you're so far ahead, right? But then they will go and they skip their second corner camps, choose the and they gank, and then they gank again, and then suddenly they're tight, and then it's 6 minutes in the game, and they're still in the fourth.
So the philosophy I tell people here is, when you've got a lead, you take less risk.
Less risk, that's right.
Because you'll just outpace your ahead in power spikes, you'll clear camps faster in your case. In mid, you'll just slowly win trades, you'll win 2v2s. You don't need to do anything fancy. Typically, the game will just be handed to you on a platter as long as you do your job and have good fun.
So what that is as well is a shift of understanding how the game works, and it's not about kills, it's about experience and gold.
Yep.
So that's what newer players, it's hard to grasp because
obviously feel it, they want to feel
the reward system in League, yeah, that's true. You can kill people, you win the game.
Yeah.
But that's actually not true in the highest sense of League of Legends.
Or you're getting kills to get experience in the real right? And so if you're it's like, okay, I can get this guaranteed experience in gold here by clearing those camps. And especially if they don't know what makes a good gank and a bad gank, that can go very downhill very quickly.
Because there's ganks that you can do that require so much resources, so much time. You've
High
actually
value kill, low value kill as well.
You've actually just completely ruined the game, and you just hitting the camps that would have been doing less actually helps you.
And a classic example, I'm assuming as a jungler would be like they're clearing, they've got camps up, and they see a kill bot. Oh, like, okay, I can probably kill, but I might take a lot of damage, and I might have to recall after. It's like, well, yeah, say it takes you 12 seconds to get that kill, and then you have to reset, and they're probably not worth that much. Maybe they're already 0-2, but you could have already cleared those camps. You're full HP, you can just, boom, 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 you can do all these other things. You got to weigh that up, right? So I think, really what Micah needs to do is he needs to get coaching, follow like a set structure that you'll probably put in place for him, teach him what a good gank and a bad gank looks like, how to clear camps, the mindset of an Eve, and you're set.
Yep.
That's what I highly recommend.
For jungle, the game's very structured once you follow all the fundamentals.
And low elo brackets, in gold especially, it's incredibly structured.
Yeah.
Especially as an Eve, because your identity is so clear. That's what I love about Eve. Like, Eve is, it's like, you're not a facilitator. You're a hardcore carry. And so your job is very simple. It's like, you need to get to 6. That's your main, get to level 6.
Play around your ults. No ults.
No ult,
shouldn't
no
really
fight.
be looking to fight in. And then just figuring out the basics about how to get picks in the mid game.
That's right.
You know, and then just being strong. Always be
I'm
strong.
sure there's probably a lot of great stuff in your old Eve guide.
Yes, yeah. Watch my old Eve guide. Absolutely.
I think the old Eve guide, even
Yeah.
though the probably clearing and stuff's changed a little bit.
There's lots,
and maybe
lots
the
of stuff
build,
about the
it doesn't
identity.
matter, the concept and the mindset's
Yeah.
probably identical. So, don't really. Yeah, that's what I would recommend as well. Because I get that question asked all the time. Like, so is some of my old guides relevant? Yeah, sometimes the build changes stuff. It depends on the guide. But like, for example, my old Annie guide, right? It's like, it's basically the same Vex, like all these old guides. Like, because the mindset and how you need to be thinking and the ability usage is basically the same, even though the builds and stuff slightly change. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, for junglers overall, they have this really big narrative that, like, especially if their team starts dying and stuff, they just have to force. But I always say in League of Legends, the harder you force, the quicker you lose. There's always opportunities. Be patient. They will present themselves if you're looking for them.
Spot on.
All right. Well, that's it for our episode today, everyone. Good work. We're over 2 weeks into the season, so we're still pretty early on, guys.
So what do you mean 2 weeks?
Yep, 2 weeks.
What?
I know, it's crazy.
Really?
Good. It's just January. It's just ending January.
Feels like it's been months.
It does, doesn't it? So we got lots of
Bloody
work
hell.
still on, guys, and we'll see you next episode.
Pretty crazy, making it deal pure damage.
Riot just buffed towers. This is going to be coming along with patch 13.3 and it's part of Riot's efforts to quote nerf early jungle ganks. So I'll give an example of the changes, but for anyone who just wants the numbers, here you go. Tower damage increased from 162 scaling to 344 to 182 scaling to 350, and this is based over 0 to 14 minutes. So obviously this is an attempt to ward junglers off early tower dives, which is something that's a lot more prevalent in high elo, especially in top lane where you'll typically see if someone's in a matchup where they have a pretty big advantage early, they'll stack 3 waves and then crash it under tower just as the jungler arrives and then just dive. Then from there the game is basically over for the opponent. Anyway, here's the examples at level 1, level 3 and level 6. Probably don't get your hopes up too much if you were hoping for a big nerf because the changes are not actually very big.
Stand with me, brothers and sisters.
Don't get your hopes up too much if you were hoping for a big nerf because the changes are not actually very big.
Stand with me, brothers and sisters. Today is a good day to die. I will. Today is a good day to die.
The style of pizza that I make is rooted in Neapolitan, but it definitely has evolved over 27 years. I started making pizza when I'm 15, and I'm 51. This is a life's work. I use a lot of different flours. Today we're going to use some of this flour from north of Italy. I'm constantly changing my techniques. The idea's set on where I'm trying to go, but the recipe is changing. The flour percentage mixtures. I mix a lot of different flours every day. So here's the mother, the madre. I have a starter, a mother. In Italian, it's called a madre, and that's just flour and water, and we refresh that every 12 hours. This is what's gonna make the flour and water become pizza. This is what helps raise it. You can see it's super healthy. Look at that dough structure in there. Those starters evolve into becoming wherever they live. It's alive and it's always changing. Now it's starting to settle, so we're losing it. You can see it's kind of now sticking together. Now that we've gone into it, we made it collapse. So this needs to be refreshed for tomorrow. This is gonna go in the dough. This is gonna get mixed throughout the raw flour, and then we're gonna add water, and those three things together will start to spread around and create the gluten. Right now, all we've been using is New York tap water, unfiltered. The water's important, but it's also a little bit of a myth where people are like, oh, New York bagels, all this, all that. There's so many other components. The water is definitely a part of it, but it's only one part of it. This is Sicilian sea salt. It's the only salt that I've been using for 27 years. If you add this in the beginning of the dough, it doesn't come out the same way. The secret is to add more water in like the last 5 minutes of the mix. For many years, no pizza makers were doing this. This is rooted in ancient French bread baking techniques. I spent like my youth reading every single book I could about baking, and there weren't really any great books about pizza making then, so I was reading books about bread baking and French bread baking and Italian bread baking, creating my own techniques on what I thought would make the most awesome dough. Look at how wet this dough is, look at this. Using dough this hydrated and then not putting it in a refrigerator really makes it very sticky, it's very temperamental, but I think when it works, that's where some of the magic lies in what we do here. I started trying to make naturally leavened bread and dough since the beginning, like when I was like, probably 12 or 13 years old. I had been going to Naples with my family. I fell in love with it. It's where my family's from. I had never tasted anything like it in America because the ones in Naples were so different in taste that I just was like, oh my God, I have to figure out a way to make this. I've had this same scale since I started. Yeah, it's like duct taped together. And now I'm cutting and weighing it. I just started to go to Italy and just be obsessed with it, with every detail. And I grew up in an era where there was no internet, and so there was no everything you wanted to learn, you had to read and you had to research. I used to have all these photographs on my wall of me with like my mom, like, with like different pizza makers in Naples. People were like secretive about stuff, and that also was something that turned me on about it, I don't know, I just started slowly becoming like obsessed with baking all day, all night at home, and eating bread like a maniac. So this